Elon Musk has weighed in on Kanye West's widely condemned anti-Semitic tweets over the weekend. The prospective new owner of Twitter said he had spoken to West about the tweet, writing, "Talked to Ye today and expressed my concerns about his recent tweet, which I think he took to heart." On Saturday night, West wrote a tweet that included anti-Semitic language and continued, "You guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone who ever opposes your agenda." Twitter removed Ye's tweet on Saturday for violating the platform's rules. The rapper had returned to Twitter after he was locked out of his Instagram account when Meta confirmed that he violated that platform's policies after posting an exchange between him and fellow rapper P. Diddy over West's controversial White Lives Matter tease. Those messages by West were also criticized as anti-Semitic. West was initially welcomed back to Twitter by Musk after the rapper returned to the platform to tweet his criticism of Meta's Mark Zuckerberg. Musk tweeted, "Welcome back to Twitter, my friend." For much more details on this story, head to the article on thr.com.
The condemnation of Kanye West is reaching fever pitch, intensifying after he was banned from Twitter for this anti-Semitic tweet. DEFCON 3 on Jewish people.
This vile act of anti-Semitism.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all, right? All this is part of a operation, man. Can y'all hear me drop a one? Yeah, so, you know, Kanye West supposed to be going on anti-Semitic rants, but he's owned by these folks. He can't have an outlet to the people without Jews. You got to ask yourself, why would Jews, because I don't care what nobody say, Kanye is very popular. This people talking about he being banned, let's pray for Kanye and do all that. No, man, Kanye the man of the hour. Kanye is popping, he's buzzing. And all of his businesses and brands is buzzing. All publicity is good publicity. So basically what they using Kanye West for is because they like to give you a big leader like a spokesperson and get that person gaining momentum, saying all the right stuff they think people want to hear, right? And what the people who control the world and media and all that, and what they like to do is teach the masses by way of scapegoat and by way of symbolism who you can and can't talk about. Everybody in the world know you're risking a lot when you become what they call anti-Semitic. People think for years there's gonna be this one Messiah that's gonna be anti-Semitic and he's gonna overthrow things and everything's gonna be kumbaya. Yeah, that's a joke, man. The best you're gonna get is Kanye West. And that's sad because just like cigarette companies own the patches and the anti-cigarette medicines, the Jews own the anti-Semitic people. The Jews own the anti-Semitic people. What they want to do is show the world that when you say some anti-Semitic, we will cancel you, like Nick Cannon. They want to give you a voice, and they'll let that man go around gaining momentum, talking about everybody. And then the moment he say some anti-Semitic, that's when you'll see him get spanked. And that's them teaching the world subconsciously who you can and can't talk about. This is, like I showed y'all, the United Nations is going after this. So Israel And America is the most influential people at the UN table. If Israel go, so goes the world. That means if Israel go to war, that's going to be a world war. But check this out. All around the world, in the United Nations and everywhere, they are cracking down on anti-Semitism. And y'all think this would be a time that Kanye West gonna be anti-Semitic? See, everybody can't be anti-Semitic. Only they little puppets can be anti-Semitic. Let me share something with y'all. Everybody can't be anti-government, but politicians can. See how stupid that is? A politician that works for the government can go on mainstream TV and actually say things about the system that I couldn't even say without getting banned on YouTube. When it come to medical choices and all kind of stuff, it'll be fake news, distorted news, all kind of algorithms to skip around. In other words, what I'm telling you, the voices of criticism to those in power that you see in front of you in the world, they're controlled opposition. They ain't really grassroots voices from among the people. And that don't make Kanye West no different. He's controlled opposition. Today we're gonna debate, is Kanye West really for the people or not? Is he really anti-Semitic? People, it's obvious that the man is just the face of anti-Semitism that can be controlled. Like, how can you be anti-Semitic when you support a President Trump, which is pro-Semite? I'm gonna show y'all some stupid shit. Watch this. I'm gonna show y'all why none of this don't make sense. Watch me. Watch what I say. Watch what I'm about to show you. Watch this shit. Just give me a minute. It's gonna come clear in just a second. Now watch this. Kanye ain't really anti-Semitic. He's a controlled opposition. If you see, now watch what I'm saying. They telling you Kanye West making anti-Semitic comments and all that stuff, right? But what they doing, they teaching the world who you can and can't talk about, like I said. Everybody thought Kanye was some kind of messiah, big bad wolf. But what these folks showing is everyone will bow to us, even your fucking Yeezus. What they've been showing people, everyone will bow to us. And that's what we see here at this wall. Kanye West ain't a hero. Kanye West is just the scapegoat for anti-Semitism. They want to show you what'll happen to you if you can lose everything, and they're gonna show you that in a symbolic way in the form of Kanye, and he's playing in on it too. I don't think none of them really beefing. I don't think man. Listen, they may sound crazy, but it just don't make sense to me that Kanye can be anti-Semitic, but Donald Trump is pro-Semitic. I don't understand. And see, people don't think about that. How can Kanye West be anti-Semitic, but Donald Trump be pro-Semitic? And Kanye West saying Donald Trump is who we need in office and who we need for the world. But he's pro-Semitic, but Kanye West is anti-Semitic. Now tell me, how in the fuck does that make any kind of sense unless you know this is all bullshit? See what I'm saying now? So now you got this whole look, I gotta play this shit. We skipping around today. I don't know, man, how long I'm gonna be live, but hold on a minute.
The condemnation of Kanye West is reaching fever pitch, intensifying after he was banned from Twitter.
Also, let me just say, Kanye West's tweet, by the way, wasn't even really anti-Semitic, which proved my point. Anything you say about Jewish people can be taken down. Because look what he said. He said, I'm sleepy tonight, but when I wake up, I am going DEF-CON on Jewish people. Now, they just cut out these words, DEF-CON 3 on Jewish people, and they ran with it. He did not wish DEF-CON 3 on Jewish people. He did not threaten them with death. He said, when I wake up, basically, I am going in on these folks. I'm gonna expose them. Like, I'm going ham on them, man. I'm going DEF-CON 3 on them. That was the nature of the tweet. And if you can get banned for that, what they're doing is they're increasing the strictness on what you can say about Jewish people. You can think about it. Kanye West is the face of your rights getting taken away, just like they did with Donald Trump. They made Donald Trump go say all this outrageous stuff in the media. Then when people got mad, they say, okay, we're going to crack down on bullying. And it took away our freedom of speech. It took away our rights. So Kanye West and all of the celebrities are coming out like checking Kanye on behalf of the Jewish folks. Now that's stupid because all of these same celebrities that's coming out mad at Kanye for making anti-Semitic remarks, they was also mad at Kanye for wearing a White Lives Matter shirt. Now think about how that look and how that sound. Y'all mad at Kanye West because he's saying white lives matter. But y'all caping for white Jews. See, the average person don't think how deep that I'm thinking. Y'all see how deep that I'm thinking, how I'm putting this shit together and it don't make no fucking sense? All these celebrities and rappers coming out mad at Kanye for saying something about the Jews. And they're caping for white Jews that is enslaving the whole world right now. These folks are evil. They're fucking colonialists, pilgrims. Now these celebrities are caping for these white Jews. They teaching the humanity a level. Everybody will get together and gang up on you if you be anti-Semitic. And they showing you, you don't have to be a lot of anti-Semitic. You can just wake up and say, man, I'm about to go in on these Jews today and expose the truth. And that'll get you censored just for saying that. Because Kanye said, I'm sleeping at night, but when I wake up, I'm going DEF-CON 3 on Jewish people. And they mad because he chose to say it that way. He didn't wish death on. He basically said, man, I'm going in. So even though I don't like I see what they doing with Kanye, he's a puppet. They using him to be the face to take away, to censor the rest of us. See, Kanye West ain't really beefing with no Jewish people. They all in on it together. They need a scapegoat to be able to censor the rest of us. Donald Trump did it. He went out there on social media, harassment and bullying, and now it's hard to even talk freely online. because politicians, celebrities, and entertainers is what get them to change the laws, and like how Kanye West got Elon Musk attention and shit. And then what happened is, so we decided to crack back on anti-Semitism online. Next thing you know, you can't even just say shit about Jewish people at all. How we gonna tell the truth if we can't do that? See, this is a game. If they make it to where you can barely even speak about Jewish people, it's impossible to publicly tell the truth now. And that's the damn agenda. That makes it so easy for me. Listen, the foundation of all world deception lies in calling out these people. And when you call them out, you're being anti-Semitic. Now, guess what? If we're gonna be punished for calling out these folks and telling the truth, I'd rather it be a real truth teller than a fake nigga like Kanye. Because guess what's going to happen? You're going to have a fake nigga like Kanye go out there talking about he anti-Semitic, telling the truth, and he ain't going to go as hard as a real one. But guess what? When he's done playing around and being soft with these folks and saying shit we heard before, then they going to ban and censor everybody else. So now the real truth tellers can't even rise up because the fake truth tellers keep getting the fucking laws and bans passed on social media against our freedom of speech. Do y'all see how this game works, or am I losing you? Drop a 1 if you see what I'm saying. Drop a 1 if you see what I'm saying. So hold up, everybody. I'm just letting y'all along real quick. And I'm going to tell you how else, another way they do this. Another way they do this is they will put their own shooters out there. And as you guys come on, mute your mics. Yeah, another way they do this, they will have their own shooters out there, and then they'll increase gun laws, and it don't even be a regular citizen. It be some implant they put there in that area to get strict on gun. See, these folks do it all the time. Just like they'll, instead of putting a shooter out there to increase gun laws, they'll pull a bullying, harassment speaker out there to increase freedom of speech laws, to make more laws against your freedom of speech. And when they do that, that's how you get these puppets like Kanye and all these folks like that. But I do want to weigh in today on Charleston White versus T.I. and all that, because to my understanding, somebody let me know T.I.'s son started that beef. Okay, my thing is, I'm not rocking with none of these guys no more, man, because I'm tired of dudes that's constantly getting in beef with each other when we got a real enemy on our hand. And we should quit following comedians and entertainers. Didn't Malcolm X tell you that Charleston White is a comedian? And the reason I stopped following is when it was confirmed. When I watched that clip, what Malcolm X said, I had to tighten up on how I'm moving, man, and who I'm approving out here. Because I'm real with this revolutionary shit. Like, I crack jokes, but I'm not a comedian. Don't call me one. It's an insult. I write poems, but I don't consider myself a poet. Now, I'm all of that stuff, but if you ask me what I am, I'm going to say a revolutionary, because my poetry, my music, and my comedy is all used to promote my revolutionary message. You can't separate me from that. You can't say, well, he just doing a revolutionary like trolling online, but he's really a comedian, man. Like, I don't want to blur my lines with what I am. I'm a fucking revolutionary who tells jokes to make his revolutionary point, or write songs to make his revolutionary point, or write a poem to make his revolutionary point, or do a stream to make his revolution. But at the end of the day, all of my skills and arts are used to define what I am being a revolutionary. And you can't define me by the arts and skills that I use to promote the revolution, because I use all of that and sum it all up as just a revolutionary, man. Yeah, man, I people might not like Malcolm X, but I was inspired by him. I think he was a brave guy. And the interview clip that I've been playing recently is very powerful, about him saying we need to quit following comedians, actors, rappers, entertainers, and shit for leaders. That's true. It's a serious young man in the hood. He ain't got a lot, but he got a heart. He got bravery, and he's willing to die for truth. He's not given a voice. And that's the young man that we need to put on Fox. That's the young man we need on Tucker Carlson. But he will never get on Tucker Carlson because of what Malcolm X said. They only gonna put the puppets on these platforms that's gonna say what the white man wanna hear. So at this time, I'll let people on the call introduce themselves. Salutes to y'all. How y'all brothers doing today, man?
Salute, Sanchez.
Feeling good.
Doing good, man. Glad to be here.
Much love to all of y'all, man. Any interjections starting off?
I had one thing I just wanted to say, pretty much like you with Malcolm X and everything. These people, the celebrities and the spokespeople for the agenda, you know, they all have some kind of a contract with the system. And I think it kind of ties in a lot of arguments you've made on other shows, especially about the music and entertainment industry. And, you know, I'm a producer, beat maker myself, but, you know, I've come to the realization that there really is no entertainment industry. It's just the technology of the time that plays the medium of the music and the people that had the contracts at that time. So back in the day, you had the poets, the jazz musicians, the writers, the Harlem Renaissance people. You know, they're the old, like, prototype version of the people we have today that kind of want to lead us back into the system. And I'll wrap up with this point about what Kanye is doing is very divisive. And if he's buddy with Bezos and Zuckerberg and hanging out with Elon Musk, you move to Twitter. This whole thing about PayPal and them about to fine people $2,500 for their speech online and shit like that. If you friends with these people, you look like an agent provocateur to me, trying to stir the pot, say radical shit online. You the first person that gets banned, and then everybody beyond you gets banned, and now nobody can speak up. You know, like you're saying, a real person can't come forward because the celebrity came first, muddied the water, but he's cool with all the tech billionaires. He's one of them. So that's just a lot of deception, especially from a few days of listening to your panel and looking at the news and just really having time to really think about it. It's just really deceptive.
Hey, I get that, but my question to y'all is, do y'all think that Kanye West is making it harder for people to see the agenda with the you know what small hats or whatever, or do you think he's making it easier?
Making it harder.
So if I'm not conscious, I don't watch YouTube or nothing like that, I come across Kanye West though, I'm like, damn, what he talk about as far as doing people?
Guess what's gonna happen? You're gonna come across Kanye West making typical anti-Semitic statements on a kindergarten level that we all heard before, and then you're gonna see him apologizing his heart out, and you're gonna learn by that, oh, maybe I shouldn't fucking talk like that. And that's what they trying to put out there.
he didn't really say anything profound. He, like you said, he repeating the same kindergarten talking points. And then in his tweet, he put all that DEFCON 3 and all that shit. And now you got all these Jewish celebrities coming out saying, "Oh, I'm against Kanye. This is hate speech and it's going to endanger my life." And they're going to be well within their rights because people don't understand the power of the Jewish Anti-Defamation League. People can file legitimate claims against hate speech. And now they saying with PayPal, they just going to take the money out your account. Like, you got your YouTube, your social media platforms, all got the same email address as your PayPal. Like, that's going to be crazy. I mean, they supposedly took that shit back, but we see where the agenda is heading.
What they thinking about. And see, the thing is, yeah, man, this is for a young man that's looking up the Kanye and shit, looking up the Yeezy. And he's saying Yeezy ain't scared of these folks. Yeezy ain't biting his tongue to these Jews. And then Yeezy bites his fucking tongue. Elon spoke with Kanye, and I'm telling y'all, his next interview gonna be big. One of Kanye's biggest interviews. And I'm a prophet. Watch, I know how media go. I'm about to prophesy something. Watch this. All of the buzz this man been getting, it ain't nothing compared to what's about to come up. And wait for it. I'm leading y'all up to this. All these shocking events surrounding Kanye, his most popular interview in the media is yet to come. And guess what it's going to be? A simple apology to the Jewish community. Mark my word. Mark my word. He's going to come out apologizing to the Jewish community, and that's going to be the biggest viral joint of all this shit led up to just that. And now you can see the agenda behind it. Who controlling these folks?
That's a fact. On the back end, when we look at Kanye and the way he moving right now, we could look at it like he a martyr. And although it might look like he might get some success from it, because like when you look at Trump and Trump himself, pardon me, I got to use code word. He had ended up building his own community outside of the ban. So when Twitter found a way to ban him, he did his own solution. No different than Kanye thinking, hey, I'm friends with Elon. And that don't really work out because the deal with Elon and owning Twitter don't work out yet. So even though he talking something that maybe him and Elon could talk about behind closed doors, it still ain't enough for him to not get pushed out and not look like he sacrificed his whole career.
And then the thing about, salute to what you're saying, a woman's worth says, I like what Kanye is doing. It has people talking, hence awareness and understanding. Nah. See, the media keeps us talking, but talking don't automatically equate to awareness and understanding. What happens is, if these celebrities don't have the people thinking, I don't care if they got them talking. Jay-Z told you the streets is talking. Like, a celebrity just having people talking don't mean shit to me, because the average person talking ain't thinking. They don't see what's going on. Look at how deep we going into the agenda. And if you only concerned with people just talking, you'll think he's some sort of hero, and you'll miss what's really going on a deeper level. And that's where critical thinking come in. That's beyond talking. That's saying, fuck what everybody's saying. Let me really analyze what's going on here. He's saying this, but he's cool with him. That don't make sense. And when you go to doing that, that's when you decipher reality, seeking the truth that's gonna set you free and going beyond just talking.
And they also making it to where only approved people from their class can have the conversation. And it's also kind of messed up because this is like the conversations regular people should be having. Now they putting that shit in the realm of celebrities and stuff like that. It's like these people been acting in movies and recording music and being puppets on stage, going on tour. And now y'all, celebrityism is drying up. And now y'all going to be the next generation of politicians because your generation of entertainment is over. y'all just have the luck of having a familiar face. And now y'all are it's going to basically make it like only they can have the conversation. And they shutting it down and moderating the conversation with the distraction of them being celebrities and high profile people and shit.
And then it salutes a woman's worth says it's a starting point. And here's my problem with that, right? We've already been past the starting point. In the grassroots community, we passed the midway point with this information and understanding. I would say we by the finish line with our awakening. Now listen, people that's fully woke are way beyond the starting point, which is why they don't want to give us the mic. If you want to keep resetting the awakening movement, guess what you're going to do? Keep putting people out there that's giving you the starting point. That's like restart. It's like, no, we got to move beyond. If we at a point now, if we still making a starting point, we surely going to be exterminated. If we still the starting point, motherfuckers, in 2022, in the days of 3D printers, we in the days of now of mind uploading. Niggas can't still be at a starting point. And to me, saying that is an excuse to say we holding the people awakening back and we keeping them on a kindergarten level. And that's my point. We don't need no more starting point ass niggas because we know how deep Kanye West is. His knowledge is vast and deep, and I believe in these folks in this country so much so that if you give them the deep knowledge, they'll know what you're talking about and wake up. We don't need no starting point. That's like the motherfuckers going out there saying the system needs a change. This and that. It's like, okay, bro, we need somebody else talking, man. That's West obvious shit. And whatever he's doing that we think is a starting point, the end goal of it is promoting the Republican Party and MAGA, which is why I said we got to use critical thinking and see these folks' agenda. Kanye has access to millions of people and the younger generation, right, which is why he's the perfect puppet. Many people aren't aware of certain groups and the powers that be, and Kanye not gonna make them aware. When have Kanye ever mentioned the word boule? When have Kanye ever mentioned the word Freemason? When have Kanye ever said out of his mouth skulls and bones? When have Kanye ever said out of his mouth York right and Scottish right? You talking about he's making people aware of certain groups and shit when he's a member of one of those groups, him and Jay-Z, which is why Damon Dash the one put this nigga in the game, but he chose Jay-Z over Damon Dash because that's his large brother. And they both loyal to Liar Cohen, the lying Jew. See, a lot of folks talking in my chat don't know what's going on. I've been in hip hop a while. And I know y'all just surface level with it.
They probably don't even know he a part of YouTube, and we running YouTube right now.
You talking about a dude that's a starting point, and he anti-Semitic when he was one of the most infamous Jews in the music game who fucked over a lot of young black men careers. Tell me I'm lying.
And we don't complain about him being anti-black, and they sitting up there promoting all this kill nigga music, and then the second you say their name, all of a sudden people, oh, you tried to kill me. You're literally saying you're going to kill me on wax via your agency sign, but we can't say nothing about that. But, it's real like throwing the stone and hiding your hand type shit.
You don't remember that interview where the Breakfast Club had the tall Israeli? Because I'm going to code my words. The tall Israeli was on the Breakfast Club, and they tried to hold him accountable for the people that he signs. They said, hey, fam, why are you signing people that sell drugs and are promoting this bad stuff, this negative energy? He was like, man, my family got to eat. Like, dead ass. You could run that shit, bruh.
Watch this, y'all. This woman's worth I got to get her, man, because you know, she thinks she knows something, but I gotta teach my sister. So check this out, woman's worth. Stop going back and forth with me, sister. You ain't gonna win this one, because I'm gonna show you something about what you're saying here. Malcolm X said it best. You can't give the people truth at once. You must do it in doses. Nah, man. You got to get them the truth at once. In other words, how can I give you a dose of 2 + 2 is just 4? What happens is the lie is delivered in doses. And every time a nigga wake up to the first dose, you got to hit him with the next dose and rock him back to sleep. That's the lie. Because the lie is some dosage shit. The truth is a one-time fits all. The truth is you give it to me all naked and at once, and you ain't never got to do it again. Once you give somebody the truth, you can't undo that. You can take a lie back, but you can't take the truth back. You can deliver the lie in doses, but you can't deliver the truth in doses. I'm going to prove it to you right now. Show me how you tell somebody 2 + 2 is 4 in doses. I'm waiting. Ain't no other way to do it but to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God, and never say tell a dose of the truth. You can only take the truth whole or not at all. That's why they say the truth hurt, because it's a hard pill to swallow. Why? Because you can't break it up. You can't break it up. The moment you break up the truth, it's a lie, and it ain't gonna even heal you the same. You gotta take that thing whole. You gotta take that whole. And you just got to learn to swallow that. Pause. I hate to say it, but that's just the truth. Ain't no way to tell a person 2 + 2 is 4 in doses. They either gonna get the whole truth or none at all, man. That's just the way the truth works. The lie can come in doses. Go ahead, y'all.
I dropped in the chat. If you telling somebody a half truth, that means the truth is just as much the equal part of the lie. You know what I'm saying? And that shit is contradictory. You know.
Yeah.
But that's one of them dichotomies they got us in though, where we having that mental war over damn the whole truth or the half truth. How much can they handle? No, the truth is the truth. Self-evident truth.
Yeah, that's 100% right. Like a dose of the truth is a half truth, which is what we call a lie. All lies are half truths. And so that's the thing. That's like saying I'm choosing the lesser of two evil. I'm choosing a dose of the truth. But that ain't gonna set you free. The truth gonna set you free, the whole truth. They say a half truth is still a whole lie, boy. Damn, y'all know that shit. Wow. So then she came back and said, truth is subjective. No, it ain't. Truth is actual and factual. If you got some subjective truth, my sister, you living a lie. Listen to what me and everybody trying to teach you, my sister. We ain't just saying it to be right, and we ain't saying it to make you look ignorant or to make you look bad. I think you intelligent. We just trying to give you a little game. So salutes to the chat and to you too, sister. Y'all go ahead.
Yo, peace to the panel. Peace to you, Bro Sanchez. Shout out to the chat moderators. Hey, I want to add one thing to this situation. I'm going to touch on a few points at this moment with Kanye West. And again, we bringing up Candace Owens and their little feat against Black Lives Matter and everything that's going on with the Jews. Kanye West is recently, when he got his tweets blocked and deleted, he was actually attacking George Soros and a dude called Klaus Schwab, which, you know, George Soros was a Hungarian Jew and Klaus Schwab was a neo-Nazi billionaire that was working on behalf of some of the Jews. You know, they was in the bed with each other. Both of those guys are knee deep in the tech trading world, global tech trading world. And Klaus Schwab started the Global Economic Forum, if you know that. So when I say about politics and economics and then socialism with both of them funding parties of Black Lives Matter and all that. I still think this is about money and pointing out that the Jews are the problem, like them picking the Republican Party to side with and everything. I think we should talk about that a little bit.
And another thing, I'll just drop this in here because I heard this on the news last night. They say the World Economic Forum just joined a memorandum of understanding with the United Nations. So I don't know if y'all know what that means, but that pretty much is like the United Nations is hand in hand. It's like, hey, this is the official handoff, and this is to be understood that they are us and we are them and we are one and the same.
On top of that, the International Monetary Fund just said that this ain't the worst of the worst, and we should expect the worst of the worst within 12 to 18 months. But
Yep, I saw that as well. Like,
What is that
like everything they put in the plan out there.
Economy or what? What y'all talking about?
International Monetary Fund. The International Monetary Fund is a part of the Council of Foreign Relations. So as far as the Federal Reserve, look at a pebble and then look at a mountain and then consider the two. The Federal Reserve is nothing but a pebble in consideration. Although our military is very powerful and we're able to control a lot of things, at the end of the day, when you look at paperwork and you think about America and factor in what we owed, and they know that we owed this, it's going to take a lot of votes. It's going to take a lot of people to change a lot of what we asking for. No different than the Federal Reserve asking for the International Monetary Fund or the Council of Foreign Relations to change something for us.
And like you're saying, the members of our organizations, the top of our organizational structure in our country that we look at like they're in charge, they're actually members of these organizations. So they're at the top of our structure, at the bottom of those, what they call multinational, like those multinational corporations, they're not a part of any country. So their jurisdiction is not tied to any country's laws. And it's like their power, they owe their fiduciary interest to that organization, not to the country and their constituents first off, which is also a contradiction when they're supposed to represent the people. And then they serving two masters in front of us. And we're wondering why we have all this weird ass top down policy change that literally has nothing to do with any of the respective countries we live in, but everybody worldwide is forced to comply at once.
Here's another thing I wanted to add it to, because not only is Kanye picking up a lot of heat with different political associates with the entertainment and different celebrities, Ben Shapiro was one of his center topics just like a couple of weeks ago. Ben Shapiro, he's an Orthodox Jew, and he had to speak out on Kanye claiming Jesus and saying Jesus was a Jew and all of that. But he backfired on Kanye saying the Black Hebrew Israelites and their language and what they stand for, them being Jews also. So centerfold on his religious topics. But what I really wanted to say was the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, that's out of New York City. That's their charitable organization. That's their headquarters in New York City. And it's a non-government association, and they're being funded. They're about to top $1 trillion so far. So it's just like a lot of whitewashing of money. And the Jews don't like to be called white. Like they think White Lives Matter was a racist inquiry to the people of America. At the same time, they're trying to take down America. So I don't know. It's a lot going on, yo. A lot of good points.
And I thought about this earlier too, on what you were saying, Tristan. It's funny how Black Lives Matter was largely a white organization, and now you got Black people openly promoting the White Lives Matter. So it's that black and white, switching roles, trading places game at a whole nother level in front of everybody.
Facts. I mean, personally, I thought that shit was kind of funny. If a white man can make Black Lives Matter, why can't a black man make White Lives Matter? It's all bullshit anyway. That's how I see it.
I don't know if y'all watch Atlanta, but they had an episode about 2 episodes back called YWA, a young white avatar. And it was talking about the music industry, about how, you know, a lot of black entertainers, once they start getting older and their fame start declining, they got to latch on to a younger white artist, assign a white artist to, you know, continue to thrive. And part of what Kanye is trying to bring out, he speaks to that, how like, oh, okay, like when he was going at Diddy, he was like, tell the, you know, whoever, you know, sent you to come talk to me or whatever, that I'm not standing for it. And this is the game that the, you know, Jewish people play in the industry, and you're not going to blackball me and stuff. So, I mean, he's trying to be snarky with it and multidimensional. I don't think he's directly saying that white. He'll come out. It's like he's real Gemini with the shit. He's saying a bunch of things and watching people getting stirred up. But like Brother Sanchez say, his next interview, this shit is like an album release build up, and he gonna have some crazy ass interview or something in the next week or two, and we're not even gonna, you know what I'm saying, gonna blow all this shit out the water. And he also dropped a documentary on his YouTube page too, if y'all.
Yeah, that's a fact. And he dropped a song talking about dissing Drake. But the funny thing is, we only got 3 weeks until it's time for everybody in America to actually post a vote in the ballot. And it's a very critical moment right now. So we got a lot of Republicans who are trying to counter what the Democrat regime is, when you see a lot of Democrats have taken over what Trump lost. But when you look at what Trump lost and what the Democrats actually gained back, it's absolutely nothing in an actual context of what percentage is. Like, it might be maybe something like 5% or 7% rebound versus what Trump already put into effect.
I also want to add too, another thing is that they were actually speaking. Where did I hear this from? I heard this about somebody who was on a board of billionaires with that Klaus Schwab, but they were actually touching on transhumanism topics in the Global Economic Forum. And I couldn't really understand what they were trying to say. And it was outside of mind control or like tech, like business tech, but it was about controlling the people socially without the economics, but persuading people to see topics like through these shows, through how they live, black and white. Like, it's becoming a fucking melting pot, a wasteland right now.
Yeah, I've seen some of those discussions, and I've looked at them in long form just to kind of get an idea on like what they're really talking about. And the thing about monitoring conversation online and all that stuff. I mean, basically the social credit system. It's like, and I heard this quote, somebody says that whenever there's a policy change from the top down, they like to keep a lot of distance from the policy that they say and how it's actually implemented. So they don't mind sitting up in a roundtable discussion, talking about all the changes that are going to be shocking when you hear them, but then how it's actually implemented is going to be disguised and hidden from the way, and it's going to be implemented either before you know it or without you even really thinking about it properly. But I've seen those discussions as far as like they trying to cut back on everything, like micro saying, oh, we got anything that's your modern way of living, like eating meat, driving everywhere, like there's something to attack it. Even fashion, they're like, hey, like that's what another thing with Kanye, he's promoting this fashion, but like his fashion trend is actually a part of the agenda. They're saying there's too many microplastics. People are washing clothes, putting stuff into the water table and buying too many outfits. And the agenda is to have people wearing reusable plastic clothes and or things that can be worn multiple times. So it's like his clothes already are selling you a design communication of like, fly shit is over. We selling tattered rags because we're going to make the cardboard box look cool because you're going to have to craft this shit into fashion in the future because there ain't going to be material and shit left. You know what I'm saying?
I got some smoke for Bro Sanchez's apology he think coming up soon. It ain't happening, bro. I'm sorry.
Hold on. I got smoke for bro that was just talking.
We're gonna bet a little something on it, and we gotta give it like a time frame to when it got to happen.
All I gotta say is DEFCON 3. Hey, peace, Sanchez. Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel. Yo, I just want to ask you,
Do you think that you've been just a little bit too hard on Kanye? Because if you think about it, when he first started out, just hear me out. When he first started out, he was kind of woke.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, when he first started out, he was kind of woke. He was really trying to put us onto some real shit. I think he got compromised and he got infiltrated and he got all them billions. So my thing is,
listen, let me ask you
do you
this.
think it's possible to even do that, to even get that amount of money without being like connected? He got to be a little connected. And don't lie, if you had that choice to sell them clothes and make billions, you would sell them same clothes and make your money.
I'm going to show you why I don't have that choice and why very few people in this world will be given that choice, even though we live in a system that say it's equal for all and equality for all. It promises us all an American dream, which says each and every last young man born in America could have been like Kanye. You niggas just didn't work hard enough. You weren't smart enough.
So
hold on, wait. Okay. Let me ask you a question. I'm going to sum it up in this. Can you participate in a political system of voting and believe in different presidents and shit and still call yourself woke?
No, I don't think you can.
Can you promote that system and say that you for the woke community and for waking people up? You can't, could you?
Can I pay my mortgage? Do my kids have to eat? I mean, work ain't nothing and pay the bills, but everything is going to be kind of dishonest. So my thing is, if given the same opportunity, would you take that opportunity and sell the holy clothes and make it,
Brother, one at a time. And this is what you got to realize right here. Once you start trying to forgive immorality because of my kids gotta eat, man, we gotta get money, we got to be a little dishonest. You can't sell that over here. That's what got the world in hell right now. That's why the world's so fucked up. Good people are compromising, and that's called selling. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. You don't join the OTO if you really a good person. You showing that you're willing to be a part of something that's dark, something that's secretive, something that's occultic. Like, you don't do that if you're not really with the shits. Like, we giving them a pass. I don't understand when you ask me, am I being too hard on Kanye? I don't think Malcolm X was being too hard on the celebrities and entertainers of his time. He was saying these guys are puppets. They ain't leaders. And Kanye do give me puppet vibes. I have my third eye.
Vibes too.
Right.
But what I'm saying is, if given the same opportunity, I mean, most people take it. I mean, if people was buying your flat power shirts for billions of dollars and you... Brother, it's capitalism. What I'm saying is it's capitalism. If you can come out with something and make people buy it, then the people that buy it, that's not wrong. That ain't wrong, though.
Brother, ain't nobody said that was wrong about Kanye selling clothes. I never said that. And guess what, brother? Here's what's the difference between me and Kanye. I'd rather sell my shit directly to the people and have a connection to the people directly, not go through Gap. Not have to have a Nike sign on my shit with my name on it, with that all me. So my thing is this right here. I never said that was wrong with Kanye West not selling his merchandise and stuff. But I said something was wrong with him selling his soul.
All right, so I got one more question for you, Brother Sanchez. All right, just not even really any smoke, but just if Gap called you today and they say, yo, we like those flat power t-shirts, man. We just gonna put this little symbol on here, whatever. We're gonna change it a little bit, but we're gonna let you keep your flat power idea. We're gonna let you design the next one. Here's $1 billion. Would you take it? Simple question.
I don't know. I have to think about that one with a team of people.
That's a good ass question.
Because check this out. I'm gonna tell you straight up. Let's say I take it. We're dealing with hype. Here's what goes on TV. When Brother Sanchez is dealing with reality. The reality is Kanye took the deal. I'm a broke nigga who just on here critiquing the man. And what I call about fanatic behavior is when I can't have a conversation with other men about athletes, celebrities, and all them without them trying to put me in them niggas' shoes. And I told a nigga yesterday, bro, I'm not Jay-Z. I'm not Kanye. I would like, that's so egotistical of me to even, Jesus would laugh me out the room comparing myself to him. But his fans will do that because in their desperation, when he's under the on the hot seat, when we critiquing his sellout behavior, his fans got to make sure everybody else know, well, you're a sellout too. You probably take that bag and be a sellout too, man. We all got to be a little dishonest. We all got, come on, man, $1 billion, you wouldn't kill your mama? Come on, blood sacrifice, Brother Sanchez, $1 billion. See, I'm thinking about all this. You asking me questions like it's that simple. See, but you don't know where my mind at with it. I really believe to be a nigga like Jay-Z or Kanye, you got to be plugged into this whole secret order and cabal, and that's dealing with blood sacrifice and a lot of shit. Just like joining a gang, you got to kill somebody. I think joining this gang, you got to kill somebody, and that person got to be close to you. That's just my tinfoil hat way of thinking, though. And my tinfoil hat way of thinking might make me do some dumb shit like turn a Gap deal down. And then guess what I'll do with my smart ass? I'll go viral and my flat power shirts will blow up because I'll turn down the Gap deal, then go and show everybody online that, hey, man, Gap tried to offer me a deal for these shirts right here. I'm the nigga who turned down a big Gap deal. Don't you know how famous I would be as the dummy, as the man who turned down that Gap deal? And that fame right there will make me independent. That's all. Hey, and folks will be like, what was the shirt that Gap like? What was Gap interested in? I'll be like, this one right here, you want one? And it's still my company, ain't no partnership. Thank for the free promo, Gap. Because listen, here's what rappers used to do. A label will come to a young rapper and they'll offer him some money and they'll think he don't know his worth. And guess what niggas was doing in the South? Turning deals down. Niggas was saying, yeah, man, Universal offered me $2 million. I told them, keep that shit, my nigga. Come on, that's all you got. I remember being a young rapper saying to myself, what? You turned down what? And guess what happened? Them turning down deals actually was increasing their value because it was gaining a buzz. Like, we want to interview, this is such and such. He's the one that turned down a $2 million Universal deal. Whoa, yeah, I ain't need that shit, man, yeah. Next thing you know, now the next label offering you $8 million because you done increased your value. You didn't sell out early, man. You niggas think like hoes. Guess what? And I ain't saying this to no man on the panel. I'm saying a lot of times in these industries, niggas undershoot themselves. But check this out, right? Just to answer the question. It's a lot of thought into that because a lot of times you sign a contract with one of these companies and your shit don't even look like your shit no more. And you don't got no more say-so over it. And they go to make way more than you off that shit. And you be like, yo, look, cause look, you can just say I turn that Gap deal down. That's gonna make me known all over the world. This dude just turned down $1 billion deal from Gap and he ain't really got money like that. He just a regular dude like y'all. He ain't struggling, but he turned down a bit. What does his shirts look like? Why was Gap interested in his shirt? It's going to be a big buzz about the dude that turned down the Gap deal and Gap was interested in his shirt. People going to be like, man, what? Let me see the shirt. I'm a double the price on that bitch. Everybody going to be wearing them. It's going to be very expensive now because, nigga, I probably make that shit back in my lifetime. I'm just saying. But I'm just thinking hypothetically. That was a hypothetical question. Sorry for being long-winded. That was interesting, though.
Yeah, it was, man. Just a question, just a question.
A lot of times too, that money come with a bigger price. It's not even worth it at the end of the day because you got to do so much just to, once you sign them deals.
Yeah, but I think that a lot of people, they do start off with good intention. They might start off, but once you get to that level, it's like, and it's hard for anybody. We ain't had nothing. I can't say for sure how I would react. I would go in there trying to deal with integrity, but I guess once you get too big, either you got to leave it or you got to get down with it. So, I think some people do start off all right. They get infiltrated and they just lose. But how can I say that I would deny something? And, being a regular black person, somebody offer me millions of dollars, like you said, Sanchez, I would have to think about it,
But I'm gonna tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. It's some people out there that ain't gotta think about it. Let me tell you something about ambition. People with a lot of ambition, like Kanye West, like Jay-Z, like Master P, like Yo Gotti, like, come on, Damon Dash. All of these rich blacks dudes that y'all see Puff Daddy, they got one thing in common. They might not have rap talent like Birdman, but guess what? These are ambitious young men. They willing to do anything to get this big bag. And when you got person that's willing to do anything, all that ambition can be evil, man. Because that person willing to go into a contract with any old devil, man. And when you talk about that they have a good intention, their intent was to get paid, and that's it. If your only intent is to get the bag and you led by your ambition, and I say, well, yeah, man, that brother's soul is soul. Why? Because the most valuable thing you got in your possession is your soul. And if you interested in getting a big bag, that's going to get you the biggest bag. Not selling your arm, not selling your verse, not selling a hook or a beat or a shirt. Selling your soul will get you the biggest bag you ever got in this world. It'll get you part of a cabal of men where you will start to build a dynasty on this earth like all of the kings and pharaohs of old. You part of the brotherhood now. And for you to get invited into that, that's the price of it. It's not a game. So when I see a person, politicking and part of that brotherhood, I know what it costs to be part of that. It costs your soul. And that's just my opinion on all these niggas.
Yeah, just like the dude that's working at the cigarette factory making $50 an hour to feed his kids. That's just how it is. Everything you do, if we in the system, if we in this matrix, it's probably detrimental to ourselves and everybody. Probably about everything we do.
A person working at a post office, they only selling their labor. When I'm talking about selling your soul, that puts you on a godlike level. A dude that's flipping a burger at McDonald's, he's definitely not on Yeezy level. That's why I say you can't compare regular people to Kanye and Jay-Z and Birdman and stuff. We do that when we try to defend these idols. They've sold their soul, and that's all that to it. We didn't. And we can't say, well, we sold ours too, because you didn't. You still got your soul. I would know if you sold your soul, nigga. You wouldn't even be on this show. People who sold their soul can't even be talking to Bro Sanchez face to face. The way they move, they wouldn't even be getting caught on a podcast. Like the nigga that sold they soul. Listen, man, these dudes in a whole nother tax bracket. That's why I said your soul worth a lot of money. You can identify people on earth that sold they soul. And that's why people say, Brother Sanchez wrong. He think every rich person that sold they soul. He think every rich person a sellout. Bro, once you start getting into a certain tax bracket, even Noriega backed me up on this, and he was in the music industry. Noriega basically said, man, when you hood rich, when you first getting in this thing, you got to prove yourself. And once you prove yourself and basically all that, and you can sell records and you can be controlled, basically, you're going to get invited to these parties. And Noriega talked about the 2 doors. If you walk through this door, your career ain't going to go nowhere, but you basically going to keep your soul, your dignity, and all that. You'll be hood rich or whatever. But if you walk through this door, you're going to be like a Travis Scott of the world. Jay-Z of the world, Kanye West of the world. But guess what? Something gonna change about you. You gonna get like that weird energy. Like, why does everyone that's damn near in this billionaire, 100-millionaire bracket, something different about their vibe and energy? And I'm not hating on no money. I'm just saying I know the difference between when a nigga was hungry and hood rich, ghetto fabulous as they call it, but when they start eating at the table with them old white men.
Right, you're right. It's at a much higher level. Yeah, you're right. I feel you.
They go to get weird and shit. Something crazy about this. And I say, yeah, we ain't the same. We don't even know if that's Kanye, man. I'm so deep with this shit. When I say soul selling, I'm saying, nigga, the real Kanye soul probably on a whole another parallel universe. And that the Kanye we got is probably a replica that's simulating. Yo, I'm so, I'm a tinfoil hat, or what a brother Tristan that salutes to that hat, man, for sure. I be on some weird shit too.
Kanye did say he was the real Get Out. He the real life Get Out. Said that movie was about him.
This soul selling shit might be so deep that they put your ass in a parallel universe where you just live out your rap dream and everything there. And when we say, man, that nigga such and such ain't acting the same. And guess what? The word clone is the word clown. We say that nigga acting like a clown. Think about this, right? If you look up a clown and then you look up like what our body is, that's what it is. And these old scary movies about body snatchers and shit, we say that today like, man, that ain't Kanye in there. And we just be talking, but we don't know that we dealing with ancient folklore, ancient mythology, old sci-fi movie about body snatching, being out of the body, being possession, what they call it in medieval time.
And the whole to go a little deeper, the concept of the clown and the red balloon and all that ties into the soul as well. So you see that motif in a lot of scary movies, the clown with the red balloon.
And you know why? Because look, think about it, right? The fucking clown collar is all them chains that them niggas wear on. And these niggas are clowns to the white man, entertainers. Check how deep this is, y'all. This the myth around the clown. The word clown is really clone. Now check this out, right? The whole thing about the clone, you can imagine when a foreign spirit, if another entity, just say they clone me and they put the clone inside of my body. This what you know about copying things in a virtual reality. That nothing is really a direct spitting image copy. Computers have to alter that thing by a little bit because you can't make a perfect copy of nothing. You just can't. It's impossible. Even when you copy a photo on your picture, look, it's some small 0.000001 degree of change in that you can't even see with your naked eye, but it can pass as a copy though. But that's why you get alternate realities, that when we dream, sometime we be in a world that look just like this when everything about it. You may even be dreaming you at work, but it's a different situations happening out. So slightly changes. But what I'm saying is like, just like we can go to alternate realities, the version of us in alternate realities can come and inhabit our body, and they can replicate consciousness and put synthetic versions in people. And the Jordan Peele movie Us shows you how that work. Get Out shows you how your consciousness can be uploaded into this dark box while your body is on some zombie Frankenstein shit. See, because if you think about it, like, the word clone would be a version of Brother Sanchez that ain't really like the real one. And folks will feel that energy. They'll be like, man, something different about that nigga ever since he was in jail, or ever since he had that surgery, or ever since he had a way to leave us and come back to us. And to me, some fishy about that. Like, you got to go away for a minute, and when you come back, you like an alternate persona and shit. What happened? So the thing be to me like, the alternate persona can't quite act out the real person. And so he looked like a clown or a clone. See the history of these words? Because
it looks funny trying to do what the original one did.
You look funny, right? Yeah, man. But
Hey,
I'm just saying, if we want,
to the panel.
Oh yeah, salutes, James. You got the floor. Welcome to the bill.
Well, I don't have too much to say. I'm just gonna, kind of roll with the punches, and whatever y'all got to talk about, I'm with you. But Bro Sanchez, I've been following you for a long time, about 7 years, and man, you done changed my life. You made my life a lot better. Just want to be honest with you and just share positive vibes with everybody.
I'm humbled. I appreciate that.
That's pretty much all I got to say right now. But you throw them at me, I'm gonna give them at you. You feel me? I'm rocking with you, Bro Sanchez.
Most definitely.
Salute.
Hey, that's much love.
Bro Sanchez, back on my smoke. I'm sorry, I had to take a phone call.
Okay.
So that DEFCON 3 with Kanye about you saying he gonna give apology, I highly doubt it in the aspect of apologizing to that side of the Jews, because he catches smoke for claiming another side of a Jew. So right now it's a Jew versus Jew fight on the form of him being, claiming Jesus and Yesus and all that, and backing the Hebrew Israelites and everything that they stand for. That's his biggest fight socially right now as we speak.
Yeah, bro. I don't really have
what it's turned into. Yeah, that's what it's turned into, though. Like, he calling out people like Ben Shapiro now, and Carl Tuckerson. Tuckerson, he brought it up too. This is all just within a week ago. So, as far as your apology, I doubt that. All I gotta say is DEFCON 3. That's it.
But why he say DEFCON 3? That's not even the right way of the term, and that make that shit even worse. Because it's supposed to be like DEFCOM. It's not death. So unless he just got Twitter fingers and typing fast, or what, or is he really trying to say something when he say DEFCON?
Nah, DEFCON is a video game.
His post was let up, pretty sure bro know about DEFCON as far as, military and nuclear strike and all that stuff. But his video was left up for a week. He did make a minor correction error, but it was DEFCON 3. Like, he's going full blast on the Jewish community.
And then listen, let me explain something too. Somebody said this is another humiliation ritual. Let me explain something about humiliation rituals in the occult. Humiliation rituals in the occult are for the purposes of death and rebirth, meaning everyone in the occult is a puppet. They're being used for an agenda. And when they want to end your usage on one agenda and put you in another department to work another agenda, the way they make they transition on a public level is with a humiliation ritual. So they got to find a way to make you no longer relevant in this thing and make you relevant over here. So in the case of Kanye West, musically, we would say he's no longer relevant. Like, he ain't making music and all that at the moment. And his latest stuff just ain't, come on, things have changed musically. My thing is like, Kanye the artist is being crucified. Kanye the leader, the political activist, is being resurrected. And he said that on Tucker Carlson. He said the artist in me don't know no explanation, but the leader. So everybody know you rather be a leader than a artist. Kanye is participating in this humiliation ritual because what's happening is the only person that's being humiliated and destroyed and desecrated is Kanye West. But what's finna rise up out of that is this new Kanye, you know what I'm saying, Yeezus, which is the leader on a political Trump MAGA level. They want Kanye, a lot of these folks, when they transition from music to politics and shit like that, a humiliation ritual is appropriate. for the transition.
Hey Tristan, what's up with the Mario get up, bro? What you got going on?
I was a former plumber, bro. I was a former plumber for a couple of years, so I'm I get back in my little mood here and there.
Yeah,
I'll say you talking about that? Okay, you looking like a clone.
Kanye clone.
I thought he was crunk about the movie coming out. I was like, got Mario fan.
I seen that last night. Let's go. Big hype.
It's a lot of backlash, but I don't know if we want to change topics or not. Yeah, I ain't gonna do it.
Somebody said, is
go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
Is Kanye the Black Trump? Yeah, AKA Clayton Bigsby. Yeah.
How far are they gonna take Kanye up and on this political standard? I mean, there's a conspiracy about him running for president.
He wanna, like you said, he wanna run for president. So, man, I think this is like just the beginning of it, like the tip of the iceberg. You feel me?
And then after Kanye run, Killer Mike gonna run. And then after Killer Mike run, Kaepernick gonna run. And then after Kaepernick gonna run, Glorilla gonna run. And then after Glorilla gonna run, Saucy Santana gonna actually take office.
And then Lil Nas X gonna fuck around and be the vice president.
Oh, mama. Hey,
no wonder the World Economic Forum taking over. The rest of the country gonna look like a damn clown show.
Y'all remember there were rumors that Michelle Obama was going to run for president or something? Y'all think that will happen too?
I feel like that was a part of the popular vote, but there's a difference between the popular vote and the electoral vote. So although the people might feel like they're a worthy candidate, that could be somebody like, I don't know, Dwayne Johnson. You could vote for a wrestler, or it could be Oprah if you want to have your own network.
We will not allow that.
I think Hillary is trying to run again too, so I don't think Michelle will run against Hillary.
Yeah, what you think if Kanye West right now becoming president, what you think is gonna be like the pros? Like the pros
ain't gonna be no different than when Trump was the president. He is gonna become the president. Listen,
whoever we put in.
This what y'all gotta understand. Celebrities have been political leaders since at least my time on the motherfucking planet. The one celebrity that I know that caused the most destruction in politics is Ronald motherfucking Reagan.
We put him in.
That's what I'm saying. Ronald Reagan was a white Western actor.
We put
Donald Trump is a celebrity. You see what I'm saying? That nigga came with the crack laws and all of that. So if you don't think Kanye West go get in there, when you know what I mean, it's plenty of people who run. Like, go to other countries and look at how many celebrities run. You know, England, France. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I was when I was in Asia, living in South Korea. There's a big old line between entertainers, celebrities, and all that, and the leaders. The leaders are damn near almost feared like God, like on Kim Jong and shit. Like most of the world run it like that, like even tribal Africa. Your leaders are, they teach in a lot of these patriarchal countries that your leaders can't be seen laughing too much, joking too much, because countries will think y'all soft. Or, you know, when that sort of Winston Churchill energy, that for the most part, when you look around the war-torn world today, you'll see a lot of leaders, man, that's got that energy, is what we basically saying. You don't, like, I couldn't see Dick Gregory lead the motherfucker into war. So that's why Malcolm X used the word leader. To me, our leaders would be Elon Musk, Bill Gates, DOD generals and shit like that. Not even the president. Because he's not leading anyone into these generals and soldiers leading folks in the war. the people with the skills and shit. The president is just executing the order. He's the chief executive office. He's the seat of office person holding the seat of office. Chief executive. Who brother Sanchez and me while I'm gone? But go ahead. Let him go ahead, man.
Forgive me, bro Sanchez. I was. Is Elon Musk a leader, or does he use Kanye West as a vessel of leadership?
I think Kanye West is using him to increase Kanye's status from artist to leader. Because think about this. When Jay-Z was hanging around Russell Simmons and all these Jazzo and all that, Jay-Z was trying to give birth to himself as an artist. Then when Jay-Z tried to give birth to himself as a leader, you don't even see him hanging around none of them niggas no more. You see him hanging around these white folks, Warren Buffett, shit like that. Because when you start politicking with the real leaders, it's a whole nother game. Like that entertainer part of you and joking part of you and like that artist part of you ain't really compatible in that department. So the only way they'll do with you is use all of that artist that talent that you got, all of your music legacy and all that. They will use that to fuel their political agenda. At the same time, destroying that part of your legacy and giving birth to you, the politician now, with your MAGA hat on and your doggone written out conservative statements.
I'm gonna say this.
Let me ask y'all this too, real quick. You think he gonna do a stunt where he's gonna gain like the stunt for the Hispanic community, just like he did with the white community?
No, we have no plans for the Hispanic community. We have no plans.
Wait. I want to finish.
Y'all think Kanye gonna do like a stunt to be to bring more Hispanic to his side too?
No. There's no.
See, this is what I want to say though. See, Kanye, you said it a few days ago, or maybe yesterday. You said that these are billboards. Kanye West, for instance, and that anyone could, they'll take the top dollar. A billboard will, and the billboard, in my opinion, at that point has become the leader. Because it is persuasive and it's persuading people. So, for instance,
the billboard is the puppet. The leader is the one pull the strings on the puppet.
Got it, bro Sanchez. I got it. All right, falling back.
So Kanye is the puppet, and whoever his handler is leading him. That's why. Let me replay this shit what Malcolm X said. Check this out.
I just told you a little while ago, these leaders that they call leaders, this included, I just told you a little while ago, these leaders that they call leaders, this included Lena Horne, this included Dick Gregory, and this included comedians, comics, trumpet players, baseball players. Show me in the white community where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer is a white leader, or a dancer or a trumpet player is a white leader. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that have been set up over the white community and over the black community by the white community and have been made celebrities and usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear.
That shit is so confusing, bro, because at the same time, it's so confusing because even I was confused by that last statement. He says that
I don't understand. If that confuses you, we're in trouble.
Yeah, we're in trouble. Agreed. Replay it one more time. Replay it one more time for all of us.
Yeah, if this shit ain't really clear, plain, and just factual. Yeah.
I just told you a little while ago, these leaders that they call leaders, this included Lena Horne, this included Dick Gregory, and this included comedians, comics, trumpet players, baseball players. Show me in the white community where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer is a white leader, or a dancer or a trumpet player is a white leader. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that have been set up over the white community and over the black community by the white community, and have been made celebrities and usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear.
See, he said that these are leaders. He said he named off celebrities and said that these are leaders in the black community.
You're not listening. He
but
said.
I understand. I understand that they puppets.
He's saying they making these guys. The puppet is the one that they want you to think is really leading the people, but it's really the hands above the curtains that's leading the puppet. The people are looking at the puppet and they laughing and they clapping for the puppet when they really need to be clapping for the hands that's doing it. So they got a false leader. That's what Malcolm's saying. That the leader they put in front of you is really a puppet. You need to look at the hands that's controlling the strings and not the puppet. You don't get that?
I get that. I'm brilliant, bro. I get that.
Right,
I get
right.
that.
That's what Malcolm's saying. We ain't gonna make what Malcolm's saying hard.
I think, but guess what though? What he's saying is true, but I don't think it's a. I think it's an issue that's still, when he's saying a white man, right? I don't think he was at this time informed on like the boule and the so-called black people that's doing their part. You see what I mean? They the shadow, like
he
it's
called
a person.
out the black entertainers and shit that he was calling out. Them were part of the boule. Everybody know Dick Gregory.
Right,
boule.
I got you. They're a part of the boule. But this is what I'm saying. When you see Kanye West, Jay-Z, all of them folks, they are part of the boule. But hold on, wait a minute, brother. But ain't nobody questioning the Latino woman that got released by fucking Donald Trump and snitched on all them cartels. That's the head of his corporation.
What that got to do?
Perez.
Ain't nobody questioning.
I never even heard of that lady. Who y'all just said?
You serious?
Desiree Perez.
Desiree Perez.
Ain't that the lady who tried to dress up like she was black or some shit? I don't even.
No, Desiree Perez. You know, Jay-Z always talk about his right-hand man, the little Latino dude. I don't know if his name is it escaped me now.
But the thing is, look,
okay, go
everybody like knowledge is power, and one man don't know everything. So for if you know about Desiree, we never say, why don't we hear this man or that man doing it? That mean that's an open market for you to go fill. Because every man going to cover certain things. There's so many lies to dismantle. I'm never going to tell a man that dismantle 20 lies. Well, why you didn't dismantle this 20, that 20? We can do that all day. He never going to dismantle them all, even when he die. So that's a fucked up game to kind of play.
But I just kind of look at Jay-Z and Kanye's and all these people in the forefront, even the Dick Gregory's, is like dope dealers on the streets. Like, we could keep locking up dope dealers and saying niggas ain't pushing dope, but that ain't stopping distribution. That ain't stopping production. You see what I mean? So it's like the same way it's a fentanyl crisis, but it's fentanyl dealers getting locked up, but you never heard of them busting the distributors, the manufacturer. You see what I'm saying? The people that's in the background.
I'm gonna show you something right here. Right, watch this. I'm gonna show you something. When you know what Malcolm know, you know that the distributors is the government. It's like trying to call the police on a police that's got you in the alley beating you up. He is the fucking one you gonna call. And the people that's gonna show up gonna beat you more because they taking up for their own, not you. So when you understand that the people who you would ask to stop distributing it, all the people distributing it in power, like the government putting this dope and fentanyl on the street. They're the ones doing it. So we can't go to the government and ask them to stop. Guess what we got to do? Tell our people to stop falling victim because the government don't care about the people. It's us against the powers that be, and they want you to be an addict. They want you to be a statistic. They want you to be dead before you 20. And guess what? We can't stop them from wanting that. It's their world. They control it. They want us dead. They want us addicts. And the only thing we can do is not become a statistic. Only thing we can do is rise above the snares of this shit while also fighting against it every day with every breath in us.
Check me out on this.
He's 100%. He's 100% right. Hey, hold on. I just want to say he's 100% right. Our plan is working perfectly. Pretty soon, it'll be the end of the plan. We won. You guys lost, and yeah, we control everything. We control the media, the drugs, all the power. I am a member of Shadow.
Rob.
I am a member of Shadow.
So y'all.
Nah, let him go. Thank you. Just let him cook. Thank you.
We are now watching Sanchez. He has found
don't feed the trolls.
He knows the answer to the question. He knows the answer to the secret question, and that is too much. Now he's sharing it. We cannot allow this any longer.
You're absolutely correct, Rob. Hey, thank you for that wonderful explanation.
We control everything. We control YouTube, every kind of tube there is. This will be taking off shortly.
Yeah, I want to say this real quick. Y'all know just a year ago, I hate to bring him up, but Bobby Hemmett was calling Drake a demon playing God, and he was like Drake pedo. You feel me?
Oh,
but ain't there a slight ranking system to this? Because you got Charles and White attacking celebrities, but Kanye West ain't attacking those celebrities. He attacking political people.
Bro, listen. When Bro Sanchez said humiliation ritual, y'all got to understand that all of this shit is a game. If you're a person like Kanye West, who obviously on a thin line between genius and a fucking lunatic, I guess you could say Jesus too, nigga. But the point being is that if I understand this, how this ritual go, I will start, if I'm deep off in the game, I start putting myself through the ritual because I know on the other side is that it's more recompense. You see what I mean? Bush don't care about black people. He got castrated for that, then rolls up even higher after that. Taylor Swift, Beyonce got a better shit than you.
That's how the occult work.
Yeah. Thank you. He got castrated, then rolls up higher. My baby's going crazy, blah, blah, blah. I'm running for president. Castrated, then he a billionaire. You see what I mean? Now he's fighting with Adidas, all these fucking high fashion houses. You see what I mean? If you don't think this man is on a direct path to becoming the president, you out your mind, because this is all celebrity game. People have lost trust in the system. Kanye West is representing. That's why I don't fuck with none of this shit, because you can't integrate within a sick system and think you gonna come out clean, bro. The music industry, I've been trying to get in for 20 years, and I'm telling you, it ain't no way to finagle or get in and independent or do this. Nigga, you in the dirt with some fucked up people. Either way you cut it. You cutting deals with Jews. They got their hands in your pocket, and they can force you to do some bullshit. So what I'm saying is Kanye West is fully realized in that, and he like, I'm with the bullshit. He is trying to become this president to reintegrate people fully back into this system.
Let me explain something to y'all.
Kanye West.
Let me tell you something. Anybody know this is true what I'm going to say. Everyone that joins Freemasonry, any secret society, or any occult-like organization, you are joining that for personal gain. And that's okay. You are a brotherhood of dudes that are networking so that you can benefit yourself by benefiting each other. Now watch how crazy this go. What led every brother to the lodge though? Because he wanted to benefit himself. The price to benefit yourself is being a benefit to others. That's the root of this whole brotherhood. Now check this out, right? If you ain't a benefit to these folks, you can't join. It's as simple as that. They turn people down every day. Now, everybody gonna eat, but the thing is this right here. No man is operating under his own will. And ain't no man bigger than the game, meaning none of us is acting out like an individual when we leave out of this lodge. All of our actions are controlled by a plan that we said we got to carry out, and we made it in this lodge. Everything we say out there in the world, everything we do must be to support this secret plan that we wrote in a room. Now, there are going to be times where people question what we say, where people question what we do. It's going to look weird to them, but it's not going to look weird to us, because remember, we know the plan and they don't. They're the regular society, we're the secret society. None of us are acting out our own will. And I'm speaking you from their mindset, y'all, from how this thing go. I'm giving you a peek into the mindset of this shit. So when you see these folks Kanye ain't doing nothing that he individually acting out. Whatever he's doing is he's got a whole team of motherfuckers that's telling him what's best to say and not say, what's best to do and not do for the best for the whole brand and franchise of Kanye. Once you reach this kind of level, you acting on your own individual will could cost you your whole legacy overnight. You got a whole team telling you, okay, you know you got this interview today. We need you to say something shocking. Your brand going down, you need to say something to piss people off. All right, we looking at the numbers. We need about 3 shocking events this month. And that'll get us back in where we need. This is how your team is talking to you. We don't know this, though. We just looking at these people and we think, oh, he crazy. You heard what he said? Man, it's YouTubers even know what I'm talking about, and they ain't celebrities. They sign with certain sponsors, and they ain't even big. They just got 100,000 subs, and they take a deal with some of these sponsors, and they can't even talk the way they want to talk no more. And they got to give most of their money up. Just like but guess what happened? They get famous though. Fuck that fame.
So I just thought about this. If Kanye don't run, y'all may see Trump West for the next candidate campaign. Trump West.
That's not what it is. Cause like Sanchez has said though, for real, when you look at it, you got to factor in what Kanye's political ties are. And when you factor in what Trump's ties are, you can compare that they have similar interests. So whether or not you get lost in the actual argument or not, at the end of the day, if you're able to follow the money, then you could see that they have the same exact regime. So when you look at that, you could see Universal Music Group as an actual record company is a publicly traded record label. If anybody knows anything about the stock market, you knows who controlling the stock market. So I don't really need to digress anymore.
All trails lead back to me and my people.
Bruh, stop doing that, bruh. You weird, bruh. Talk to me, Rob. I got you to take that MAGA hat off, bruh. It's the same dude.
Look at his shit. He a Jew now.
Trying to just be joking and be funny, but Rob, that shit is not funny, bro.
It's the same dude, bro.
I'm telling you guys, I was sitting here. They know what we're talking about. Enough is enough.
What do you mean?
But I'm saying though, you said they, but then you
Jewish government people who run the world, all the media, all the governments, they run everything.
So you an agent?
No, I don't work for them. I just pass out.
Who you represent to be able to factually state that?
His voice is fun. It sounds like one of these cartoon characters I used to listen to. I'm trying to think of it. I'm gonna get it in a minute. It got that little grunge in it. Wait, I'm gonna get you in a minute. Keep talking, Rob.
I appreciate that. Cause that shit giving me a headache.
He got that little New York twist, bro. When you go to New York, them niggas got that little twist.
Yeah, that little, yeah.
Yes. Soon all people of the world will wear this. Rejoice.
You got the little braids on the side.
Yes, we are the chosen people, and you guys will bow down. We control everything.
That shit like the reins on a horse where you grab the little shit.
Hey, Rob, on to something though, because Trump is still supported and funded by the Jews, so maybe
that's a fact.
Exactly. You guys know all about it. I know. As I'm saying, you guys already know too much. You guys.
Hey, Rob, ain't you the dude that plays the police on?
Go drink some 40 ounces. Go do something differently. This is not for you. You know too much.
Ain't you on Stranger Things? Ain't you the police on Stranger Things?
Knowledge is not power. Knowledge is not power.
Got them ponytails, Paul.
So are you trying to trolling? What is he trying to do?
Marlboros.
Yo, he really trying to say black people should not be allowed to read no more, even though it's in our epigenetics. And that's
trying to troll, bro.
Yo, he
Stop
trolling.
caring about what he's saying.
Hey,
Just know
Rob,
that those are Hasidics.
Hey, Rob, do you have a dip in right now? Are you snuffing? Are you got chewing to? You got the little dip in? Oh, I'm just trying. Did you used to dip, man?
Is
Right,
your
bro,
dip kosher?
Let's go, man.
Is the dip kosher?
You got an African
and remember,
frog in his throat.
Only kosher. Only kosher.
I'm
We
just
only-
waiting on him to say and just
only
spit in a
like
bucket.
All the drugs we ship into. All the drugs
Hey,
we ship
gun
into.
this boy down. Gun him down. Gun Rob
so,
down.
so Rob, you
only kosher
Only
dip
ship
for
kosher
him.
drugs to the ghettos. Only kosher drugs to the ghettos. We only ship kosher.
Can I ask Rob a question?
Of course.
Can I ask Rob a question? Yo, hey Rob. So look, the last time you was here, you had a you had a MAGA hat on. No, that was nah, not even that. That was the time before last. Cause the last time I saw you, I ain't even comment. You didn't have it on. So now you're back for a third time.
Fourth time.
After your meme. You don't know you're a meme out here?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, so now that you know you're a meme and you're back for a third time, all I'm saying is you don't know where you're standing because your original statement was one way where it was no reparations whatsoever. Your second one, you were saying, yeah, I'm cool with honest truth. Yeah, he came through with the data. I'm cool with the reparations.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, Rob
You're
need
quicker than most.
Hey, Rob, Rob, you need
It took you this long, thinker. It took you this long.
Hey, Rob, you need
You ain't no
reparations.
thinker.
Hey, Rob, you need reparations too, man.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Facts, you need some help, brother.
For everybody, reparations for everybody, man.
You gotta get you on your feet, Rob.
Nah,
So,
you
Rob,
don't know.
Are you really a judo for real?
No, you goofball. This is a fucking face mask and two pieces of rope. I'm fucking.
No, I ain't talking about the hair and the shit. I'm talking about like a nationality wise.
No, you goof. It's a fucking joke because you guys are playing like the Jews are running everything and ruling the world. You guys are goofballs. You wake the fuck up.
So who ain't ruining the world and who ain't controlling us then? If it ain't the Jews, who is it?
It's more than just. It's more than just them. No, it's more than just them. It's a whole bunch of different groups. But yeah,
it's everybody. It's everybody,
Hey,
man.
Rob, listen. If politicians run the country, how come we allowed to slander Donald Trump all day? But the second anybody say something about a Jewish person, they cancel instantly.
There you go.
We only
They said, guess what they said? They said if you ever want to know who's in charge, find the people that you cannot criticize. And who is that? Who is that, y'all?
Just like you can't talk back to your mama, I wish you would say some shit about some Jewish people.
You can't criticize your mama. There you go, a good example. If you ever want to find who in charge, find like even in a gang. If you want to know who running that gang when everybody cracking jokes and getting on your mama and dad, look at the dude who ain't nobody joking on.
What are we gonna do about it, bro? Bro Sanchez, what are we gonna do about it, man? What do we do about it, though? The whole thing. What do we do about it?
Look at the right. That so it. What we're gonna do about it? We're gonna bring it to everyone's attention first because they don't know.
And that's where we all come together because he feel like he got the skin, and Jews, or pardon me, Ashkenazis, they feel like they got the skin. So if they all feel like they got the skin, and now is the time for them to go run in Capitol buildings and all that stuff, they actually need us more than they think that they need us. Because they trying to fight the actual system. They don't got no heart. Black people the ones that got the heart. So they've been sitting back collecting their little extras on the back end, and now they want even more extras. But we just want our just due. So if they want to be equal with us and allow for us to get our just due, by all means, bruh, get your little extras. We gonna need y'all help. Y'all need our help, but y'all can't beat them without us, bruh. And that's what everybody that's talking, FMFP, B1, FBA. But let's keep it going.
So you're talking about the extermination of a race of people?
No, that's Margaret Sanger, my boy. You got the wrong.
He's saying fighting back against the system. Even if white people said fuck the Jews, they're gonna need allies, which are gonna happen to be us.
I heard that part. But I'm saying, what do you want to do? What do you want to do with them?
So what about
We
the
gotta
permanent
make the
5?
people aware, bro. First thing, we can't just automatically start fighting against who we calling enemies if don't nobody recognize them as an enemy, and we the only ones who we basically gonna be looked at as bullies, even though we aren't.
Well, that makes no sense. If they're an enemy to you, then it means they're an enemy. Other people's opinion doesn't matter. That makes no sense. That's semantics.
Exactly. That's like saying Kanye is a bully right now. Kanye is not bullying nobody. He giving an actual opinion. People who understand agree with actual facts, and the other people who are just outside feel like he's anti-Semitic.
But
and
look,
I'm like,
Rob,
and when he's serving a Semitic agenda.
Exactly.
There you go, bro. That was
it's not
my
just
point.
our enemy. That's one of the points too. It's not just our enemy. We're not trying to make everybody aware of who we don't fuck with. We're trying to make them aware of who don't fuck with all of us. That's what we're trying to do.
But they do fuck with all of us. Don't they control everything, right? Obviously, they do fuck with all of us.
What if the new move though is to expose the true nature and culture and the hue of the Jews? Listen, what I'm saying. What if his real goal is to expose who the real Jews are, which is us?
Yeah, I don't think there are no real Jews. It's like saying, show me the real Spartans. It's a mythological group of people. Even when they show up, they didn't realistic. Anybody say I'm the real Jews, you're assuming the identity of a mythological folks. It's like saying, who are the real Ewoks? Remember the Ewoks in Star Wars?
Yeah.
Who are and whoever put that costume on will never be the real Ewoks.
There we go. Let's get deep into exactly what we're talking about.
I'm an Ewok, man. I'm a freaking Ewok.
Yeah, exactly. If he exposing this or that culture or sect, right, and there ain't no real sect to be exposed, it's just the understanding. That's why when y'all were talking about, the lodges and shit, some people go into those lodges because they know that the truth will set you free. But then when they get that truth, it's like, oh shit, I became more of a slave indebted to the system that I wanted to infiltrate and destroy. So it's a catch-22 with this truth setting you free, this knowledge that's supposed to liberate our people, because we have to define what our people is. And so, yeah, that's my only
I ain't here to blame the Jews. But back in 1945, y'all know that the UN, that the sovereign states, the UN Charter, there's only 5 seats that's permanent in the UN, and that's China, France, the former Soviet Union, before Russia, United Kingdom, and the USA. So,
they founded it.
But the thing that make this shit important too, and I was watching Sanchez, I was watching one of your lives from a while ago, but you was talking about how Neil deGrasse Tyson, all of them, when you oppose their stance, they say that you're a threat, and just because you questioning and shit and exposing shit, and we're not even going so far as to pointing out everything Jews do. We just say they run shit, and that just the fact of you telling them they are in control, they saying that's anti-Semitic. If you controlling something, would you be mad that I said you controlling it? So that's one of the things that I find weird. Why would you stop me from saying you control it? Is that a bad thing that you control it?
You know what, 16 Alpha, you're lying. That dude said these panel discussions are always a cluster mess of confusion. This is very respectful. This shit is good energy today. No one cutting each other off. This shit is all right, man. I don't understand how you saying it's confusing and stuff.
Have him up on the panel, explain himself.
But yeah, salutes to everybody in the chat, man.
I know Kanye's wife, her family is, they part of the former Soviet Union. They Armenian. That's why they so damn popular.
Yeah, gypsies. Yeah, absolutely.
Trying to do a lot of prison reforms too. I think something up with that.
Got some thick old booties.
Lithuanian too, Rob. Your people from Lithuania, right? You former Soviet Union. You making jokes, Jew.
Yes, comrade. I am former Soviet Union.
Their booties matter.
You have no problem. I will put nuclear weapon on doorstep.
Put that shit back on, Rob.
That shit sound authentic. You feel me?
That shit sound real authentic.
It sound like itself, don't he?
Authentic comrade. Yeah.
Put that motherfucking twist back on, Rob.
What do they eat? What do they eat?
Yeah, that's the real him.
Are they the crumpets and tea culture, or is that somebody else?
I don't know, man. I never been there. You ever been to Africa? What do they eat in Africa?
They eat rat booty.
What kind of question is? What kind of question is?
But we not from Africa. You from Lithuania.
Exactly.
That's the difference.
I'm not from Lithuania. I'm from America, man. Wasn't born in Lithuania.
What state you was born in, Rob?
The state of Michigan.
I'm surprised you didn't say West Virginia or some shit.
Yeah, I love you, Sanchez. You're the best. You're the best.
Yeah, go ahead. Salutes to Rob, man.
I'm gonna get this camera further away, motherfucker.
Rob said we shouldn't get them reparations, y'all. We ain't gonna give them no smoke, though.
No, not unless you were a slave. If you were a slave, you
yeah, that's right. He did say that. We gotta keep it real. That's some real shit. Yeah. Hey, salutes, y'all. Salutes. 16.
I'm gonna put it on mute for a minute. I gotta make some dinner, man. I'll be back in a second.
What type of goulash are you making, Rob?
Hey, 16 Alpha. If it's confusing and all that, let me drop a bomb. Long as you saying it's good entertainment, man. I'll go with that, man. You don't gotta retract your opinion. Confusion can be very entertaining. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, bro, Sanchez, somebody in the chat just brought it back talking about is Egypt America, and that brought me back to what you were saying earlier about the Egyptians had world domination at one point in time. So was the Jews really partaking in the world domination with the Egyptians?
Oh, well, the thing about what we calling Jews, and if y'all really want to get into that, we could. So check this out, right? Jews really are the people on the earth that has kept a monopoly on the sacred knowledge of the ancestors. Now that may sound crazy or weird. What I'm saying is it's deeper than money. It's the fact that when you think of a golden coin, you cannot create money unless you can forge metals. So Jews created the technology behind forging metals. They created the printing presses for bookmaking, minting and pressing technology. That's the foundation of government. That's the foundation of authenticating documents, creating great seals, pressing, stamps technology, signature concepts of signing things, law, economy. All of this come from what we call Jewish tradition, and this is the foundation of fiat government, fiat currency. And check it out, the history of all this goes back to religion. And paying taxes, the early form of paying taxes is what we call paying tithes. You didn't pay back in the day, you paid your taxes to the Lord of the land. Today you do the same thing. See, we think that the paying tithes to the Lord, like I said, everything we do in religion, the rituals we do in religion are to hide ancient concepts and ancient technology. Yeah, before we was paying taxes to politicians and senators and presidents, we was paying tithes to religious priests and leaders who were the government officials on earth for so long. And this is why the Pope, the Vatican, and the religious order, being the Jews, Israel, got everybody in their pocket. Got these presidents going to kiss the wall with the yarmulke on, because the foundation of government, money, the technology of even printing a coin is behind the people that gave us the Bible, that gave us this whole concept of tithing, of taxing, and it all is to train you, to get you ready. If you're a good Christian, they know you'll be a good citizen. Or if you're a good Muslim, you'll be. This is a mindset that creates the best citizen for society, that don't rebel, that'll pray every day. And even though he's going through injustices and a system that ain't treating him right, he can turn the other cheek when we slap him. Look at the shit we read yesterday that George making the ladder from the dude to make you docile and shit like that. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, we can go deep with who
like
these
an early
Jews
form
are.
of social credit.
These
your
Jews,
compliance.
like the Vatican, the church, and the state or the government are one.
But the intermediaries between like our presidents and like the government order, the fiat government, and the real order, which is the religious leaders and the royal family, them, the gateway in between that is who we calling Jews, which is why you look at all these world leaders at that wall with the dudes with the top hats. They're like the intermediaries in between government and the religious order or the families and all that. And this is why the government never do what we want them to do. But they do what these folks want them to do, because that's the true power. That's the secret power that know that the secret society is controlling what's going on. That's what the wall and the yarmulke represent. And the fake shit is when they swear in to the people on the Bible and all that. See, the Bible is the scapegoat. That's the throw off. That's the smoke mirror to make you think, well, he swore on the Bible that he gonna serve the people, so we know he's serving the people because he a good Christian man. Then they go to that wall and swear to something else. And that's what we need to talk about. Because they taking 2 oaths. And that right there is treason and traitorous acts. After they swear in on that Bible to the people, that should be it. Ain't who else we should say, wait a minute, who else you swearing to? That's just like you went to marry your wife. And then after you married your wife, you saw her back at the church the next day with another dude. And you like, didn't she take a vow and an oath to me? Wait a fucking minute.
Facts. Bro, and then when I was deep into Christianity, the Bible said you can't even take an oath, not even in the name of God.
Yep. That was big when I was in the church as well. I mean, I grew up in the church and went to private school when I was little, and that was something that, definitely remember that as well.
Facts. Yep. It's a lot of things in that book, man, that it's like people think that you're taking an oath to God, but it's like, nah, that book said not to do that type of shit. It's really talking about the God within you. That's what it's basic instructions before we leave in earth.
I'm gonna tell you
but yeah,
we can decipher the Bible and get all kind of amazing revelations, but we can't forget the intent behind the Bible was to hide all of that. The fact that I gotta decipher the Bible to find out the truth of me is the whole I get
what you're saying, bro.
The crime that was committed. Yeah.
Yeah, codex and cryptography is a cultural thing.
Masons already did that.
No, fact. Now listen to this real quick. Then y'all got it. I just need 60 seconds, right? Throughout history, right? Just thinking about, without Google searching anything, just thinking about what we were taught and force-fed through public education. The number one race of people that they teach us that were persecuted for their belief was Christians. So it's almost like
every group say they was persecuted the most.
I know. They can play, the victim game. Everybody can play the Holocaust slaughter game, right? But I don't want to play that. I'm just saying, like, in your mind, in most people's mind, including mine, the first thing I think about is, Rome versus Christianity, Colosseum, tigers, all kinds of persecutions, right? Now, we can go into that's part of the programming, but it's almost like you would have to write out a certain type of codex to spread, to keep the true knowledge or whatever you think is true from a people or group or tribe, whatever, to be passed down. You couldn't blatantly put it out there because they're burning people alive for speaking that raw, complete gospel.
That ain't the history of the Bible.
That is the history, though. Let
me explain something to you real quick. The Christianity and the Bible originates in Africa. It originates in Northeast Africa, and we can find the early roots of Christianity in Africa before we can find it anywhere else in the world.
You can find the name of Yeshua over here too. Facts.
No, you can. Christianity came over here later with Quetzalcoatl, but prior to that, a lot of our people were matriarchal. They had the Mother Goddess figurines. And they got rid of those Mother Goddess figurines with Quetzalcoatl, which later became the modern day Christ that we all revere and shit over here. You get what I'm saying? So I can go deep into that with the slides if you like, and I can prove it without a shadow of a doubt to you. But just know this though. We wasn't always no Christians. That's the youngest religion on earth. Everybody know that. Now check this out.
That's what I was about to say.
Not only is Christianity the youngest religion on earth, It ain't even been here that long, and it's responsible for the most deaths with the Christian crusades. You know why? Because Christians had the most advanced technology. And the technology that they used to defeat their enemies, they didn't tell nobody about their technology. They wrote about it as miracles. Like you just said, you said these Christians were smart, that they would write encoded shit in their Bible. So why, if I'm a military general that know I got some advanced technology that can save me from my enemy, this technology is God, I don't want nobody else to have this technology. And that's why they said, my God ain't for everybody. My God is for me, meaning the technology I made, I'm going to keep it secret and I ain't going to show you how to make it. And it's going to be my savior and not yours. And the thing is this, when they wrote about this technology in the religious books, they just said it was a miracle. Like they'll say God's army marched around a building a bunch of times and made it crumble like the Jericho wall, but they won't tell you,
That's
nigga,
right.
they probably have some EMP technology that they hide behind this miracle and shit, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that was the point I was gonna get to. Christianity is not what they stamp on the cover of that book called the Bible for a reason. Because the Bible is a collection of books. Christ, the followers of Christ, created Christianity. And so we have to separate those three things.
No, we don't. I'm gonna show you why you can't. I'm gonna show you why. The Bible is centered around the prophesying the coming of the Christ coming, fulfilling the prophecy, and then when the Christ is here, the Christ from his mouth will profess the prophecy of the end of the earth. Let me say that one more time. This from Old Testament to New Testament. I'm gonna break it down real brief. The Old Testament is prophesying the coming of the Christ. The New Testament is fulfilling the prophecy and the Christ coming. Then when Christ comes, Christ is prophesying the end of the world. And guess what? Christ leaves and we waiting and we're going through that prophecy now, Revelation. And then Christ said, I'm going to return at the end of that shit. But all of that can, of course, be deciphered to other meanings concerning technology and all that we know. But just getting you the order of Old Testament, the New Testament.
You're right. You're right.
Surrounding the Christ.
Now, not all the books are predating prophecy of the coming of God's Christ. Because we gotta understand
all of them are. I summed it up.
I get what you're saying.
Not all argument won't negate no fact that I said. Yeah.
You're right. Now, the Old Testament is a group of books. The New Testament is a collection of books. Individual authors, or some of the authors are the same.
I understand.
When we call all of that Christianity, it is not.
It's not. That was the whole point of even speaking.
It's not. But y'all go ahead.
Catholicism. You know, there was a time where the Second Vatican, I can't remember what it was. It was a great story about them, a biblical story about the gas and the wound they took that dismantled Catholicism at one point, and they built a greater empire. But Freemasonry based all of their knowledge from the course of the Bible. And my only question is, if they're not Christian or based off of Catholicism, what higher power does Freemasonry actually?
That's what I'm telling you. You can't have Freemasonry without religion. You can't have religion without Freemasonry, which is why all Masonic lodges are Bibles, and it requires belief in religion to be in these groups. It go hand in hand. It go hand in hand, man, and I can break that down of how it go hand in hand in a minute, but I'm gonna allow Sacred to interrupt real quick.
Oh, thanks. I was just gonna say, see, Freemasons just go straight to the core, where all the other religions are giving them different names. They call him the architect. They know exactly. Well, they don't actually. He doesn't reveal very much about himself, but they're the architect. And then he's got many different names, and other religions call him different things.
It's called the great architect, the grand architect. It's a feminine. It's a feminine deity.
But the other religions he even talks about himself in different, like the devil and God. Like he's talks about himself in different as in duality. but he's both. He's talking about himself. You got to understand that. So the architect is the created being. He was created, artificial intelligence, created in ancient times, destroyed the world. Now he's the God of the world. Does that sound about right? Does that sound about right or no?
Hey, brother, we just gonna say, we don't want to say if what you saying right or wrong. We just gonna allow you to speak, and then the people can just take it. You know what I'm saying? We'll just keep it moving. But yeah, that's appreciate that though, man. Yeah, salutes to it.
But I got a question to you, bro. What would, if any, what would be a righteous reason for making a sacred text a secret and hiding it away from
the word sacred is secret, by the way. I've been telling y'all sacred is secret. Now, but the thing is this right here. What makes it sacred is that it's secret, and that a bunch of people can read this book and get out of it different things based upon their level of awareness and consciousness. So if you
because the way you've been teaching us, how you've been breaking it down and showing us the underlying shit for so long, why what would there be a righteous reason for coding it in that book to make it look like something else?
But that's what I'm trying to get to.
Okay,
the reason for them coding it, and what happened was this: all the knowledge of the universe, life and death, and all of that, it's the secrets of what's hidden in these religious books. Life and death was the secrets of that. Is heaven and hell, the mysteries of God. It's the mysteries of how you're born, what happens when we die. We had all that knowledge. And when the religious order took place on earth, to hide all that knowledge, they interpreted it different into God's religion and started telling folks, yeah, when you die, you go to heaven and hell. Our ancestors was never saying that, which is why I went into ancient cosmology. Because listen, let me explain something. The reason I joined a church is the reason I became a flat earther. My curiosity about what happens when we die is what led me into ancient cosmology. That's what led me into the church. When I was in the church, I found out what happened when we die. We go to heaven or hell, so I'm going to serve Christ so I don't go to hell. But some never sat right with that, and I always sought for other answers. And basically, to make a long story short, here I am today. The reason I'm a flat earther is because ancient cosmology answered the questions of what happens when we die. They talked about the North Pole souls going through this portal, and I wanted to see the way they interpreted this, and it led me into all of these ancient cosmologies and all that too. So the whole thing about me trying to debunk flat earth and becoming a flat earther, what fascinated me with the ancient cosmology part was just the life and death. My life and death answers were finally being answered. And my attempts to debunk this flat earth thing, I became one. But I didn't become a person that was hooked on ancient cosmology. I just was hooked on debating and proving to you the earth flat. But see, when I first got into this flat earth shit, I was split up between a flat earth dude that just want to prove the earth flat on some globe burster shit, demarble, fail research, and just keep it to proving the earth is flat. But I said to myself, I really want to go into a lot of this fucking spiritual shit that the flat earth got, like the Hebrew concept, the different models with, and that's when I noticed flat earth is kind of different than ancient cosmology. Now I'm going on and on and on, but the ancient cosmology part is what makes me stay fascinated and keep me motivated with it. If it was just proving it's flat, I'd have been stopped. So I'm just saying that, the the Bible hid that. The Bible hid all that knowledge about yeah.
Hold on. Are we talking about The Secret by Rhonda Byrne? Is that what we talking about right now?
No, nah. My thing is that I know that they hid the secret. So when you got into this knowledge deep, because I got my own perspective, of course, but just coming from you, being you wise or whatever, when you came into this knowledge, there was no righteous thing that came into your mind, like, man, you know, I gotta teach this in a way that only righteous people gonna pick up this message. You just like, nah, I'm gonna tell the world this shit.
Yeah, you just ain't no way to tell the truth but to tell it facts. Yeah.
I want to add that you said D-Marble.
You gonna automatically tell it your own way because can't nobody be you but you. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you said D-Marble, and then you remember we all came from the Bible. We was all grown up in Black Christian homes or whatever you want to call yourself. But ancient cosmology, especially the Hebrew cosmology, that really expressed me to flat earth 10, 11, 12 years ago. And I'll never turn back from what I learned and from the awakening presence I had in my body and my mind and just the physical capabilities and me seeing the truth through my own eyes and my own observance and presentations I was able to give. So like flat earth really did change my life. I'm 100% say that out of all aspects of what we're talking about right now. Flat earth is the truth, yo.
It sucks how it isolates us though too at the same time, because it's kind of, they divided us, you know, they did that on purpose. And now the sheeple can't even get the info because it's all censored.
Yeah, man. Like, for example, I can show you one way when we talk about deciphering the Bible, right? Y'all, what I'll do, see, hold on, let me see here.
Go crazy, bro.
Hold on. Do something real quick on the computer end.
Excuse my hat. I ride horses too. You know, I got a little Southern hospitality in me still, even though I'm in the North.
Yeah, I was about to say something about them hats, bro. And I didn't know that was a fake mustache, like a digital jungle. When you just moved, that shit moved off to your iPhone.
Yeah, that shit is. I was like, damn. Every day he got on a different little layer. That nigga be a new one every day, man. That virtual overlays is real though.
Facts, I'm a clone. Looking at.
Hey, but check this out though, man. Let me give you a prime example of me reaching with sacred geometry and me how I decipher the Bible. So I know that the word Christ is the word crease, meaning crease, like a crease. And the whole thing is that Christ represents the middle of our universe, which is Mount Calvary and in between the two thieves, sun and moon. So in the middle of our universe is a crease, or the Christ is there. Now, what do they say in the Bible? They say we are united in crease or Christ. And if you look at what's happening at the North Pole, in the universe has a split, this dark rift right here. And it connects all the worlds. It's united at the crease. So that was changed in the Bible to say we're united in Christ. But this was teaching what happened when we die, saying we all gonna reunite at the North Pole and shit like what we see here. This was the original Christ mass or crease mass, a massive gathering at the crease, or this split in our reality that we call in the North Pole. So just to give you one example, and to the left of this, it'll show you how when Christ was mounted on top of Calvary, like look at this water fountain. Christ represent the water coming out the top, and look, the water got two thieves on each side where the water falling down at. That's still in the water from the Christ at the top, the thieves. He on top of his mountain, and he said, "My cup overfloweth." So another way they turned the knowledge of our universe and what happens at the crease into the knowledge of the crease, Christ. All this, we can go into etymology. We can go, how deep y'all want to go, man? Because listen, I'm telling you.
All the way to we.
Can I ask you one question?
Hey, look at Brother Sanchez showing off.
Bro Sanchez, what you pointing at right now, that picture right there on your screen, yo, with what we going through right now with all this diversity in America and through the world forums and all that stuff with socialism, I don't think the people even coming close in the context for understanding what you preaching right now, because every layer that you showing right there is going to be a layer of diversity through all the people. They ain't seeing each other as one. They seeing their own layer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
That shit deep, yo. If you look at it like that, we ain't gonna never get the truth.
That's the platform.
Like us, and even the word Christ, it's a lot of word. Crush. All of these are words that represent what's happening at the crease, where there's the crushing of an energy, creating this rift or this creasing. And you know, this is basically what the crush is, or the Christ. Christ's journey into the earth, the white robe is the sperm cell, and him being born in the flesh, or the flash of light that happened upon conception in the hospital. That's the Star of Bethlehem. That's how the wise men knew that Christ was coming. The same way the doctor looked at your mama belly and said, oh yeah, you about to be pregnant, before they can see anything, because they saw a flash of light. They saw the light of conception, which is the true Star of Bethlehem. They looking into the belly of the woman. Christ represents crash. It represents God's journey to the earth, consciousness colliding with this earth terrarium. And that happened when the sperm hit the egg, was the birth of the crash, or the Christ. Your body is literally shaped like a crash. What do I mean by that though, real quick? And I'm a share the mic, man. Watch this. Everything is a ripple effect. If you look in the middle of a ripple effect, this crash pattern is how you get the human body. Look at that drip in the middle. Watch this. Watch this. Ain't nothing random. Watch what I'm about to show. We're Christ, or crash. And here's what it is right here. When you look at the human body, it resembles a ripple effect. I mean, your literal body right here in the middle of these circles is no different than this. Your head on the shoulders, spreading out at the bottom to make your two legs. And guess what? You see all of these balls that's stacked up. You see this ball right here above the head? That's the crown chakra. Let me show you that real quick. Ain't nothing random. Let me show you something real quick. You see the crown chakra is the one outside the body. That's how we have an out-of-body experience, because there's a universe above our head. That's what they call in the mothership, this color purple. Right here, right here. That's the only one outside the prison of the body. And this is when you get out your body, oh, you're in this multiverse, multidimensional state. But this one right here represents this drip above the head. See, this drip above the head is reflecting the whole universe below it and above it and around it. So it's like a parallel universe where this guy can eject his consciousness into this one. This thing is basically a fractal code, and each of these can be said to be the chakras lined up. See how all of these balls lined up? Imagine 7 of them like this are down the line right here. So even the root chakra would be what's happening below the water. When the water is, what's happening is a paradox in the middle of this thing. It's making a bowl, and let me show you what it's doing. Hold on real quick.
Is that why we make a pact? Because we make an impact.
I know I got something for you that'll
me, it's just a ripple effect.
Let me show you what this is. Yeah, the ripple effect shows you how you get this pattern of the solar system and all this stuff, because it's dealing with our soul. It was literally dealing with when consciousness landed onto the earth, the vibration of its fall became its chakra layers that you see here. Impact, cause and effect. That's why I said how deep y'all want to go, because if you say to me it's just a ripple effect, you ain't trying to go deep for real.
I have a question.
I just said that I ain't want to cut you off from your thought process.
No, you good.
Let me say this right quick, and you got it. Now, you said vibrations, which is sounds, right? They use the same science to make a record player. If you notice, all them all them rings would be a different song. In the middle is where you would place the record player. Now what's happening is we a skip needle. When we trying to get to the last song, they skipping us back out to the end of the ripple effect. But anyway, go ahead. I just wanted to go deep since you said deep. But go ahead. You got to do.
You ain't doing that but regurgitating some shit that I said though.
I have a question.
But let me finish.
No, hold on.
Let me finish, man.
Hold on, pause. We got.
Hold on. We cool. We ain't gotta dwell. I hope that didn't really that made you. Come on, bro. We good. You cool. Thanks for repeating it. It's okay. Now check this out, man. Let me get back with this, because I want y'all to see more than a ripple effect. In the middle of this resembles the human body for a reason. And what I'm saying about nothing is random, I'm saying the shape of our body is due to the impact that the consciousness made.
Part.
Right here.
I have a big question.
Yeah.
Yes. So it is the pineal gland, the way they shape it, with that little wiggly line coming out of it, is the pineal gland, the sperm, and they have a big ball at the top, and they have that little wiggly line coming out the back. Is that your pineal gland with the spinal cord attached?
Exactly.
I didn't understand. Say that again. I was reading in the chat room. My bad. I apologize.
Yes. So the way they shape it, you had the image popped up, populated, and you had the sperms. It's a big ball with the wiggly line coming out the back of it. I'm asking you, Brother Sanchez, you're scrolling through them. And is that the human right there? Yes, that one, right in the middle. So it's a big ball of light at the top in the middle image, and there's a line going through it. Right there, you see it. Is that the light in each and every human? And then that squiggly line is their spinal cord. I'm asking you that, Brother Sanchez.
Well, what I'm saying is, right, the sperm is like a worm getting stuck in an apple. It's gonna go inside of that egg, and it's gonna create something called the yin-yang symbol. You get this now? The sperm is the S in the middle of the yin-yang symbol. So as the sperm is inside the egg, that's the spirit exploring the earth, while the sperm sleep in the egg like a caterpillar in a cocoon. Now, when we say when the body die, the spirit gonna wake. We say when the body die, the spirit gonna wake up, right? And this what the sperm is. You're a resurrected ghost with the right robe on. All we are is the sperm. The sperm is the most, and that's what I'm telling you. The sperm is what we calling this alien with the long egg head. That our energy turn into in between these lifetimes. That's a what they calling a comet or asteroid in the sky and all that. Salute to the brother who asked the question too. I like these kind of questions, man. I just want, y'all. I don't want to speak too much.
Hey, bro, Sanchez. Hey, coming from that ripple effect, hear me out on this. I kind of expanded my mind on this little situation I was just thinking about. So you got the initial drop that starts the ripple. The first amendment in the Constitution was written that man should not have power or authority over God. So that's the first ripple is God. The authoritarian government after that will be the massive ripple that causes the waves. So them being authoritarian, are we followers of the government without God at this point?
Each individual. I don't know who y'all following, man. I know.
I mean, some people believe in it's 1,000 different gods, 10,000 different gods. I'm just saying for people to actually seek the truth.
Well, no matter what God they following, if you know it is gonna lead them all to the same place, that's astray.
To that ripple, to that North Point, huh?
No, I don't think a God gonna lead them to the North Point. I think that's gonna lead their ass into I don't know, man. I can't really tell. I know one thing: the truth will set you free, and the lie will keep you in bondage. So wherever that lie will lead a person, I don't think it's gonna be to true freedom. Let's just say that. But you know, the question of the sperm and the egg is right here. Look at it, brother. You see who asked that question? This god is called Anubis. Anubis, and what he's showing you is what I was saying is when the worm gets stuck in the apple. Right here, you see his tail and his head. See, really, we don't have no legs for real. And what I mean by that is if you look at this guy on them wheels right there, our legs is and this whole body, we don't have no hands, legs, head, organs and all that. All we have is a mind. We put on a body. So check this next image out. This image show you what we really are. We're projections of light that using our light projection to create a body, and this happens in the womb of the mother. Now, for 9 months. Now watch this. When you look at that image of the dude I just showed you right there, watch this and I'm gonna fall back. I showed this before. I want to show it again. This is the devil chin, the goatee that the devil wear, because sin is the synth body. And when they said a devil got on reptilian scaly skin, this is what we really look like. We're the devil, the live, the people that lived. If you flip it backward, it's devil. Now, if you look at this image here, right, and then look at this one, you can see why everybody worship this bearded God, Uncle Sam or Santa Claus. Let me show you one more. Look at Santa Claus in this image, right? Now check out Anu. Here is Anu, the God that they worshiped back in the day in Sumerian and all that. Now look, here is Santa Claus. And Santa is Satan, this whole North Pole concept. See what I'm saying? So when we look at this right here, this will explain why they're rolling on them wheels like that. Because if you look at why they led in ancient Greek sculpturing and art, they call it a bus. That mean let me show you what it is. The reason they have a bust sculpture, it represents just the upper part of the body that they call a torso, the torus field. You know why? Because Santa's little boat is cut him off right at the base of the spine. That's the bust. And if you look at the chakras, it'll show you why they revere that area, and it's a meaning for that. Let me show you something. Like, because if you look at the same reason they got him folding his legs up, it's the same reason they got Santa Claus on the wheels. You see, and if you look at the way his legs folded up, what this showing you is like what all of these chakras are located in the torso, which is the torus area. Ain't no chakras like down in your kneecaps and foot. With all of these charts says it starts at the base of the spine, and all throughout the world they got bust and everything showing you that. If you look at these rays of light, they stop at the base of the spine. This would be Orion's belt, or the belt, that big black belt. Think of how this light right here is around his waist area, so to speak. It's just some patterns I was picking up when I was looking at these. But check this out, yo. If you want to see this projection shit, how deep y'all want to go, I'll share some more slides to you. This is the blue genie with the genie tail. This is the devil chin goatee to show you how this body is advanced technology that's created by Yahweh, Satan. They call him the serpent god because all of these avatars we in are made in his image, create man in our image, and he was a scaly serpent god with a tail, in some cultures a goatee, and this showing you the image of God that we made in, which is the fallen angel of this earth, some demigod using some interdimensional technology that I keep talking about. So when you get into the occult, We can go into the Persian priest of Oans and show you about this whole ritual of them going in and out of the simulation and shit. Like, we can go deep. Y'all hit the like button. We finna go deep. Fuck
Hey, but
For sure.
but
The Elohim.
check this out
You go
though.
a second. You got it. Yeah.
I just want real fast. What they call the Gnostics, or the ones that they talk about how the demiurge and his archons, which are his workers or whatever, I don't know, but his workers, they don't create nothing. They just manipulate what's already been created. So there's two gods, and that's the case, right?
That's
Bro,
kind of.
would you say that the sperm is the brain, the vertebrae, and the spine on the physical aspect?
Yeah, like when the sperm gets into, think about the fruit got a pole down the middle. You know how like a pineapple got a stalk going all the way down the middle of it? Yeah, when the sperm get in the egg, see, check, let me show you something. Good question, brother. Watch this.
And then why he searching for that?
No, hold on. No, just have patience. That's rude. Just have patience. I'm right at what I'm searching for. It's a second. Check it out. So check this out, y'all. Just like a stalk in the middle of a pineapple, when the stalk in the middle of the pineapple is the pole in the middle of the earth. This egg right here, this is the earth that we in. That's why I got this flat earth thing right next to it right here. So if you could think of a ball with a line in the middle of it, that's what this earth is. What the sperm going to, it sees a earth. And so, hold on a second. 1 minute. So check this out. When the sperm gets into the egg, it's gonna wrap itself around the pole. And that's what this Kundalini is doing. Like, this is a as above, so below type thing, to where when the sperm or the ghost is going into this terrarium called Earth, the mind is also falling into the body at the same time. So the sperm is like your ghost saying, oh, this is a whole world that looks comfortable to go into or whatever, in my opinion. And at the same time, I'm thinking, you know, I see a world that I'm trying to go into. In that world, what's microscopically happening is a sperm going to an egg. And is micro tying in with the macro, as above, so below. And the macro is like, you're really a star going into a stargate. But the micro is, it's a sperm going into an egg, and where they meet, that's what life is, the blending of this micro and macro, yin and yang, the blending of the mind and the body. And as the sperm journeyed to this earth, the mind was journeying inside the body. And when the sperm crashed into the egg, the mind crashed into the body, and it took you 9 months to fully fuse together, and you woke up one with this world. You woke up as a baby, and the mind was tied to the body, and you were one with this world, like what this show, the serpent wrapped around the pole. Our real self is at the North Pole. It never left the North Pole. That's why I said a sperm is asleep in the egg like a caterpillar in a cocoon. And when it get out of its sleep, because it's dreaming of a lifetime, and when it wake up, it's going to come out of this egg. And when it come out the egg, it's going to break the egg when it resurrect. And that's how we get Easter, cracking the egg for resurrection. When the serpent crawl out of the middle of the yin yang, it split apart like Samson breaking down the two towers. That's resurrection. That's when the caterpillar spread his wings and bust the cocoon, split it open. It done woke up and know it ain't a human now. It's a creature of flight.
So that macro will be the divine feminist conscious, right? Because it's one and one. One sperm enters one egg, right?
I think that each of these sperms will land in a different egg, which is a parallel universe with a different version of you in a different world. They tell us nature created a damn near billions of sperm in one ejaculation and only one survived. That ain't what the ancestors said. The ancestors said your birth was you copied into all of the ethers. So every sperm is a different version of you in a parallel. That's what them the versions of you in the dream worlds. They had to be born in them universes. That was the other sperm that they told you that died. Guess what? None of them sperm died. All of them fell asleep in a cocoon, and all of them gonna wake up and reunite in the heavens as butterflies. And that's when we come with all of the different versions of the self come together for unity, this whole grand unity of all of our separated consciousness and different versions of ourself and shit. So, but we can go deep into that. We can go deep and deeper, but I'm gonna share the mic, man.
You should write books, man. For real.
I told that nigga that hella long time ago. He know.
He know.
Yeah, each of those eggs, yeah, it's in my opinion, because that mean like they want us to have a survival mentality. Like, yeah, whichever sperm survives, survival of the fittest. Nah, look, if you look at this image right here, watch this, right? Each sperm is like a ray of light. You see this? Now, each of these rays of light is gonna land on its own terrarium. Disregard my mistake, because when I made this, I was high and shit. But really, each of these light rays, like for example, this light ray right here, it should stop on this yellow one. This one go on in the green one, because different rays of light is brighter and less brighter than other ones, and the bright beams of light gonna shine the deepest inward. The brightest beam of light is the version of you that landed in the what they call Midgard, the most innermost central world, which is this little world in the middle. And the pressure and this one is the most heaviest and densest. We experience weight like no other here because all of the other universes are stacked on top of this one. It's the law of density and pressure, just like the deeper you swim in the ocean. So all the creatures here, they don't fly. They don't really have wings and shit. You can't fly in this world without technology, because this the underworld. Technology is how flight is achieved here. This is the ultimate, like, worst world when it comes to you being a spiritual being, which is why the Maya and all them talked about rebirth into the further we born out of these ethers, it get lighter and lighter. So think of a world where maybe the average weight for a human is goddamn 10 pounds. How would that creature look? You may say anorexic. No, it's creating this template in a different form with different lighter forms of the elements in each ether, all the way up till you get to the lightest form where the most advanced expression of what a human can be is expressed, and that's really what we are. It's the most compressed state of energy, and that's what I think that sperm is. I think it's the energy compressed, like what they say with the Big Bang. They say that the Big Bang, right? Let me show you some. See, the light that they see when a sperm hit the egg, it's the sperm, the tip of that sperm head is full of light, compressed light. You know the Big Bang, like, let me show you some. They said that all the energy that create a world is the size of like damn near a sperm cell, but it's so fucking compressed. And when it uncompresses itself, it just become a hollow ass ball, big ass gas giant ball of light. But when it's a small, bright little light, it's at its brightest compressed state. So like, if you think of what our body is, right? For example, let me show you. And this will take only a minute. This bright white light that's in the middle of this torus field, that represent all of our energy compressing at one point. And that's what a heart is too, on a biological level. But that's what a heart chakra at on a spiritual level. And that's important because that's where north meets south. And I'm finna go deep with that because this is what our body is, this whole system. Look. The fission, this diamond in the middle represent the heart in your chest that's bumping, that's boop, 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 boop. It's a polarity and a paradox. The heart is contracting and expanding. Guess what's happening? It's like somebody blowing up a balloon, and they keep inhaling and exhaling, and the more they blow into the balloon, it blow up. Now, they call that the expanding universe, and this is what our aura is. Each day we live, our days are numbered because this aura is expanding around our body. And the more it expands, the more it's like a ripple effect that the rings on the outer side getting dimmer, they fading away. We getting old, right? We call it. This shit is stretching you apart and to the point where we decompose and fade out. But the thing is, this is a prison around the true self. And each day we getting closer and closer out of the prison because these bars are expanding to the point where one day they break. And when that happened, just like when you was born, when the soul was entering the earth on a macro, the sperm was going to the egg on a micro. Just like when you die, this is what's gonna be happening on a macro. Your soul is gonna be breaking out of this prison around it right here. But in the simulation, it's gonna look like, oh, he had a heart attack. Oh, you know he died from this or that, because these two worlds gotta tie in. But that's why they say it was just his time. No matter what you died from, it was your time to get out of jail. And that's what this torus field around the body is. And each day it's expanding. And like I said, when it busts, that's the Easter egg that's breaking, and you're gonna be. That's mean that you'll be born again for resurrection. But check it out, y'all. I'm going to end on this. What I'm teaching you is also the story of Samson breaking out the two pillars. That's the sun and moon. And I can show you that real quick. I think I showed you that before with the sacred geometry. But yeah, y'all can, let me see if I still, yeah, here it is in one of these. Here it go right here. That image of Samson up there breaking out the two pillars. Check this out right here. Samson is Mason. Check this out. This secret of the Masons is life and death. Samson is Mason because look at George Washington, a Freemason, right? Now look at Samson in between the two Masonic two pillars. That right there is dealing with the left brain and right brain. The spinal cord is creating this split in the flesh. But guess what? You ain't the left hand or the right hand. You're the mind that's in between the left and right hand, controlling both of them. In other words, the real self is occupied at the split or the spinal cord or this crease that I just was telling you about on this ancient cosmology. All of our souls are united in Christ or increased, and we never left the North Pole. We fell asleep all in the same room, and we all dreamed ourselves into this place. That's why they said life is just a dream. And waking up is what a caterpillar do when it get up out the cocoon. But when it wake up, it ain't a caterpillar no more. So, I mean, I don't want to be too long-winded, so I'm going to just stop there. But basically, you got it. You got it.
Drop 6 fucking bombs. Drop bombs.
But hey, for sure, nukes, right? Like on some DEFCON 3 type shit. And that's what I want to make it full circle back round to. Because what bro just broke down and what we really going deep into is Semitic culture, right? Akkadian culture, right? El and Ishtar, right? And the energies of the so-called guys that came and gave them their so-called knowledge, right? And then it's been put into book after book or scribe or carved into rock after hieroglyphic.
But I ain't get my knowledge from none of that, though. You got to get it from the awakening at this time, though.
You're right. It's within. And that's why I want to dabble on a little bit, right? Christ also means crystal. It goes so fluid together. It just moves so smooth when you like Christ crystal, right?
Yeah,
crystals are solidified. That's right. And crystals are solidified information, vibration. just like quartz is used in the devices we talking through right now for a reason. And so when we think about what those things are and how it's related to Christ, literally it's the solidified, dense version of the light energy, the collective, the singularity. So that's why it says that God sent his Christ. And so I'm agreeing with you all the way, facts for sure.
Oh, yeah.
And so when people like me or bro talk about what Christ is, people are like, what the fuck are they talking about? It's like, yeah, I got that straight out of the book, Bible. But it's how we read between them lines. You see what I'm saying?
Look, watch this.
Yeah,
Look,
you got it. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna back you up. Remember what Moses lifted up in the wilderness? Like, watch this, the Moses serpent staff and shit. Watch this here. Because if you talking about that Kundalini shit, watch this right here now. This whole symbol here is what we showing on the book with the dude with the serpent wrapped around his back. They was talking about this Kundalini shit, but now if you talk about it today, they say it's pseudoscience and all that. This is what Moses was teaching. So before Christianity, they was teaching Christianity, meaning the crease, this crack down our back, this crack in this crease or the spine section. They was teaching the knowledge of the crease, which connects all the worlds at the North Pole with this. This is the seat of the mind right here. The serpent on the pole. That's just how we get the barber pole symbol too. But yeah, go ahead.
Facts. And everybody got that in them. That tingle up your spine, like Outkast Andre 3000 said. That energy, I heard that song way before I even kind of like knew about but yeah, that energy, everybody got it in them. That shit that'll make the hair stand up on your body when ain't nothing touching you, just listening to a song, right?
And guess what? Electricity do
crazy.
that. Now, don't electricity make you happy? There you go. Go ahead.
Yep, we're electromagnetic beings, right? We are literal beaming suns, individual. Each cell, like when me and the homie Thinker Heist was going back and forth about DNA and if it got proteins versus amino acids, right? In the back chat. But my whole thing about DNA, it's in the nucleus of every cell of your body. And every organ has a different structure of cells, right? And so all of that stuff is resonating, which is why we have, the MRI, magnetic resonant imaging machine, you know what I mean? So all the technology of ancient religion, we actually use on a daily basis at the highest building, the highest levels, the upper echelon, our society on a regular daily basis. And that's why I love coming over here to this panel, because you break down, you sync everything up. And that's why I wanted everybody to understand, like literally our DNA is encoded with the light code. That's what DNA is. It's it's metabolizing light. It's syncing us to the collective, right? The source. And each of us are a piece of that shit.
So what would you?
Yeah, go ahead. No, you got it. No, you got, that was pretty much it. Like our literal, think of when you read any type of religion, just go into it right away knowing that they're talking about anatomy and astrology. Don't even second guess it no more. Right. Read every scripture like that from now on.
Would you say?
Man, I just want to say that y'all, man, I'm so happy that I'm on the call with y'all. You motherfuckers
would you say
are
the same thing about non-vertebrates though?
You said non-vertebrate?
Yeah, like they don't have the spine. You can't really. But would they still have the Kundalini energy though?
And that's what's crazy about a non-vertebrate, right? If I'm not mistaken, that's what snakes are. And we're vertebrates.
I think they do got a well, I don't know.
Now you see what I'm saying? Because everything got a backbone, right? So it's like there's certain animals that got backbone because of how they move, though they call them non-vertebrates or vertebrates. I know what she's saying. I'm gonna have to look. Yo, that's a good question. I'm gonna have to
check out the image that bro put up.
Okay, so this image that I'm showing right here is to show that prior to the religious people turning this serpent into Christ. Because listen what I'm saying. Look at what this book is called. It's called Serpent Rising, Kundalini Rising. What did they say about Christ? Christ rising up. Christ rising up. So they changed it into this Christ dude rising up when it was teaching about your consciousness rising up out of your body so you can have an out-of-body experience so that we can unlock this multidimensional aspect of ourselves. So when they talk about people passing out in the wilderness in large numbers, it ain't that they was dying. They was having an out-of-body experience. They call it a coven or a Christmas. Today we call it Christmas, Christmas. You had these groups of people coming together and they all would seek out-of-body experiences together. And the reason you do that is because, like, if I was practicing this shit, I would want to do it as a team too, because if I go on to the other side, it's possibility that you can get stuck in these worlds and they write your death off as sleep apnea. And so you got a team of brothers that'll wake you up. They'll say, hold up, y'all, this nigga been he been in there a while, like on the Matrix. And you could go in as teams, some watch the others in groups and shit. And this is just me theorizing on how they would have done it, but they were definitely all coming together trying to take drinks, potions, elixirs to have an out-of-body experience, to get out, to get in these parallel universe. And they was doing it in numbers. They had parties together, massive. That's what I think the original Christ Mass was about. People coming together, having a rapture or an out-of-body. They wanted to seek unity with Christ, right, in the clouds. And I'm showing you with the cosmology what they meant right here. Look at this God. That's unity with Christ in the clouds right here. Everybody inside of this rift. Like when you look at Moses, right? Watch this. Watch this. When you look at Moses splitting the sea right here, that's what he doing. He's opening up a gateway for the people to go out of their body into a parallel universe. Splitting the waters, you know you can't take that literally. Like we said, all of the miracles are them hiding technology. So this crease that Moses opened up is right here. This is what I'm showing you. Moses is just another God representing the knowledge of the North Pole, which is what this dude doing with his white beard itself. That's why Santa Claus got a white beard. Moses got a white beard. This God got a white beard. All of these North Pole dudes, like Kanye got a big ass beard like this. And I can show you images of him on top of the North Pole. Look, this is all Kanye. I told you, he a follower of Crowley. All of his symbolism and stuff is him saying he Jesus, he the God of the North Pole and shit like that. So I can even show you other images of him on top of Mount Meru, on top of the sacred mount, just like all the other gods before him. So let's show you another one. This go all the way back to ancient Egypt. As you can see right here in the middle, this shows you right here, this God right here, doing the same thing Samson doing in between the two pillars, splitting the sea. And this is all dealing with what happens of when you come into the duat. See, the God that split the sea is the God that took you from being a one-eyed cyclops creature called a sperm cell and split that to a two-eyed creature with two hands, everything dual now. And Moses in the middle of these pillars is your mind in the middle of this robot called a body. And it's saying your mind only got one eye. Let me show you what your mind is. Hold on, I'm gonna yield the flow after this. Your mind is a one-eyed creature, but inside of the body, it gotta learn how to see in a dual world with two eyes, with two arms. And in that world, guess what you get? Left versus right, up versus down, man versus woman. That's called Babylon, the Armageddon world of duality and war. War is, there's no way peace will ever be in this earth. And they said when you do hear peace, sudden destruction gonna come. The peace ain't here. It's in another parallel this universe, the concoction that governs it, to me, whenever there was peace on this earth, it wasn't this earth. Those earths have passed away. And this is how you get these Mandela effects. But check this out, right? The mind in the middle of these left and right brain is Samson in between these two pillars. Them breaking out of this, like you see here, is what this whole Easter egg cracking for resurrection. That's when the jack pop out the box, the mind pop out the brain. That's the whole out of body shit. And I can show you a whole lot of artwork to support that as well, but I'm gonna fall back for right now, man.
Brother Sanchez,
documentary is actually
hold on. I disagree. I'm a peaceful person. Why do you say that peace does not exist in this world? I'm a peaceful person.
I'm gonna answer you. I'm gonna answer you now.
Let me.
Yep. No, I'm gonna answer you, man. I'm gonna answer you. The world ain't a peaceful place. We ain't talking about you. Right? There's a Buddhist monk right now. He's peace out in the jungle. And even if a baby was getting raped next to him, he will maintain his peace. Just because he can do that don't mean that the baby is at peace who's getting raped. So please don't start personalizing my knowledge. We don't care about you. Do you got something to teach about the information? My knowledge is beyond me. I'm decoding the Bible and going deep with teachings of the Kundalini, the serpent. And so I'm not into if I'm a peaceful person or not in an earth that ain't peaceful. Any nigga saying he peaceful in the world that's engaging at war with him is saying I'm a nigga that's just laying down while they kill my motherfucking ass.
Damn, that's cool. Man, you killed me. That's good, man. Yeah, that's good. I got you.
That's why I think there might have used to be two suns. Maybe that's bullshit, but some people say there used to be two suns, and now one of them is dead. Now it's the moon. Maybe back then it was possible, and now there's a lot more duality. But I don't know. Just a thought.
I mean, regardless of what's going on, I know the energy right now is all about war, and it's like you're born with a dualistic duality, dual nature. So it's like by sheer mechanism, how you create it, you're automatically at war with yourself, just existing in this frame. And I was going to say earlier that Kanye, back on topic, his documentary that he just put out on his YouTube channel, that was actually the name of it, was called, he had that as War in the title piece.
Yes, and I fuck with how Sanchez is putting it like it's the book with the crest in the middle, and because it also make me think like when you attach it to the idea of war, the polarities going against each other are also working together at the same time. It's like you kind of like spawn in this middle point of the book, and each page, the pages are basically tore apart. For you to get to this middle of the book or get to the edge, you kind of got to move the pages away from each other. You can't like keep the book all the pages on one side. You got to rip them from the middle to each side, left or right. To read the inside of the book, to read the whole life, to get that whole experience, you got to be pulled apart from the middle in that dual sense.
Thanks.
Now let me say something real quick, guys, because when I start going deep, it's hard to. It just come to me. Now check this out. Think of a mummy wrapped up in all these white bandages. Matter of fact, you don't got to think of one. We got the screen share up here. Think of this guy. Now think of, we got bandages wrapped around him going clockwise and counterclockwise. So we used two long bandages and we wrapped in one, gave him a layer clockwise and came with another counterclockwise. Now, guess what the mummy wrappings is? It's DNA. Now, let me break some down to y'all real quick, and I'm going to get a mic back to my panel. So, he's wrapped in a light, vibratoric light. This the Kundalini wrapped on the serpent. Your DNA is a vortex opened up by your mama and daddy, which are polarizing winds, and we know that causes a tornado to be made. Now, as the tornado turns, it's in a daze. This mummy don't know where to go. He bumping over everything. Like I said, the clone is the clown. He the goofy one. He the zombie. He can't. Now listen what's going on. Christ in the world is what we are. This dude on this mountain represent Mount Calvary. This is Egypt. See, they said Christ was in between the two thieves. You know why? His days is based upon his energy is really being spun around his fake avatar. Your body is a result of your true energy being trapped in a vortex. And so what you manifest as when your light get trapped in a spiral or a solar system, it creates this thing called a body in the middle of a ripple effect, chakra layers. It creates this. Look, this is the fallen angel, the dragon. Check this out. It creates a prison cell. And your true self is a vortex of energy that's stuck in the middle of its own ripples. You know, like the point of impact at the middle of a ripple effect. Now watch this, y'all. Look at this image. This is how the mummy get his white bandages. And every day on earth, your body is slowly decomposing. The moment you are born, you start dying each second. To the moment you are fading away out of existence, you don't even exist here no more physically. And that's what teleportation is, and that's why I'm showing this image. The body is the soul that teleported into days and is maintaining its goddamn shape called a body by the soul maintaining its rest or its sleep in a daze. So if you can imagine, Jesus in between the two thieves is right here with the story of Ptah creating man, because in his day, the reason he's in a daze because they spinning him around on a potter's wheel. He got these bandages on and they trying to unwrap the bandages off him. And as they unwrap the bandages off him, he's spinning them around. So that becomes the sun and moon in his little fantasy world, because they spinning him so fast. That's what create the simulation. We fall into days and we get weak. We fall into the body. That's the weak. This body that they showing you here is you. And the earth is you standing on the square, the potter's wheel. And this has became the angel and demon on each one of your shoulders right here in this image. And that's why I was showing you the Persian priests. Let me pull them back up. The Persian priests. Let me show you them Persian priests on each side. Yeah, so look, as they unwrap the man, they spinning him around. And when he get up out the wrappings and he finally get the bandages off, guess what? He'll be out of his daze or start slowing down. And then what's beneath the bandages would be a butterfly, not a caterpillar. When they wrapped him in there, he was a caterpillar. And that's the Kundalini snake in the middle of the Taurus field. That's what we are. The Kundalini snake. Matter of fact, let me start closing some of these slides so I can. This right here. See, this is the body wrapped over the mind. It's the bandages wrapped over the mummy. And each day on earth is your high priest peeling off the layers of your mummy wrappings. And when they peel off the last layer, that's going to be the great seal. And that's going to trumpet blow. Your life going to end. Your number is called. The truth will be revealed. Revelations is about when the mummy take his clothes off. Because we go back home by taking these clothes off. That's what Eden is, a place of where listen, let me show you something. And this is going to fuck y'all up. If you look at the word nude, N-U-D-E, flip it backwards, what you get? Eden. Nude backwards is Eden. And in Eden, you got to be a naked soul. Nude is everything stripped out of the false light of Saturn, because these bandages around, we are the dead walking. We are the Christ. This is the story of Christ in the white robe walking around the earth. The earth is the simulation. And this whole story is our mind, our soul having a human experience. So when you look at this, your high priest, which is what they call the angel on one shoulder, devil on one shoulder, this God right here is the Christ, or the one in the crease. He's in the middle. This is the sun and moon. See, look, each day the sun and moon wrap around you. They peeling off the layers because each day you getting closer to the death. And each day the sun and moon go around your corpse, it's gonna disappear. They stripping you out this body. The sun and moon are these two gods right here on the side of this man. All of us are inside of our own universe, just like Kanye showing you here. And basically none of us left the North Pole. What happened was, let me show you here. I can show you better than I can tell you. This is what happened right here. Hold up, y'all. Here's what happened. See, the North Pole is all there is. All of us is sleep. And our dream is us saying we left Eden. We out the garden. Here go the garden of life. The tree of life is literally the tree that's housing our true self. It can never leave this place. Like God can never leave a throne. This is what talking about us. Now, we can fall asleep on the throne and our mind can wander into all of these other places. But when it finds its way back home, it will always inherit the kingdom. And this is why you can't say kingdom without saying dome. It's dealing with the true kingdom is within. Even Christ said that. Now look at this image of Beyonce right here. Everybody know the hive mind concept. I just taught about that, dealing with this same holographic knowledge. Look at how she showing you how she projecting all these versions of herself from one version and is making a triangle. Look, just like this. Just like Jesus in between the two thieves and all that other stuff. I know I'm saying a lot, but yeah, all I'm saying
it's making sense, bro.
It's like that all the saying under wraps. Like when people's just like, yeah, they're keeping it under wraps, but when it's exposed, it's vibrant. It's like it's uncontrollable energy. It's like
unstoppable. It's a wave of energy that everybody gonna catch that wave for sure. Because you can't, the waters, man. Like everything is anatomy and astrology. It's all science. So when we reading and understanding, bro, it's like, imagine everybody on this planet is as stupid as we are right now, but back then, right? And that's not hard to imagine because that's what's going on, right? Like just the average peasant, which I am too, because if you paying bills, but outside of that, right? Now imagine that there's a source being that finally sees this shit, but it's on a slaughter level so crazy. So it's a source sentient being that we're all sparked from. One of what we're sparked from sees this shit and then throws it down, right? And he throws off his light so you can comprehend the true origin of self. So it's a reason why in Revelations, God says he sent his Christ. And I didn't even really realize that until I started reading that book backwards from Revelations to Genesis. And I'm still in Revelations, but usually you start from the beginning, you open the book up and it's like, okay, I'm just going to do the opposite of what I was taught just because I'm a Gemini. So when I started doing that, I was like, oh shit, I didn't know that that's literally what it is. And imagine that each one of us has a light being like we're talking about that is the source of what our physical being is, right? And that's what we're talking about. So imagine the head honcho, or one of the head honchos or honchesses, priestesses, right, wants to send their light being down to tell the truth about what we really are so we can stop being fucking confused. That's why I look at Christ as a true freedom fighter. No matter how people paint him as now or how certain people use him as a scapegoat. You see what I'm saying? But it's like, I don't disagree with nothing y'all said, but I just look at like, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I just said.
But see, when you look at Christ as a real dude to be inspired by, you giving, that's like me being inspired by Goldilocks. Now, Goldilocks may inspire me to do some good or bad, but the fact that I'm inspired, the word inspired is a spiritual thing. And if you're inspired by something fake, that's proof that you can be a puppet and controlled by myths, fairy tales, and that's what brings the puppet to life? A story. If I got a Goldilocks puppet and 3 bears puppets, guess what I'm missing? The story now. Read the story so the puppet can act out the script. You see what I'm saying? So like, that's why I said the puppet can't move if it ain't no script, but the soul can't stop moving. because it's the only thing, the testament of the truth. So now,
eternal.
So that's why I said,
yeah.
if inspiration ain't coming from inside your spirit, you forgot what the name of the word is. Inspiration. Not, see, y'all with that outspiration. Outspiration is expiration, if you ask me. And that's when you go to trying to find some fire light inside of yourself from a God, from a Pharaoh, from anything than some kindling within the self. And when I say a kindling within the self, that's why we say kundalini. It's you're your own candle. When you spark your own flame, you will be the fire and you will fuel your own motherfucking torch at the top with your own passions and things that get your boat going. See, what a lot of time folks will say, man, them folks be mad every day. Guess what, yo? A lot of us that wake up, they say they ain't gonna live long. Guess what you will find out? Debating is damn near a cardio workout. No cap. So check this out, right? My thing is, you using your mind, you're exercising something that's beyond any of your physical organs. Like, a nigga will work out his body every day and that shit gonna decompose and turn into dirt. I'd rather work out my mind more than my body, because my mind gonna fucking live on and move on. So my mind needs to benefit from its time in the body. My body will never benefit from its time from the mind because my body is a direct conflict of my mind. In other words, I gotta wrestle my brain to manifest the will of my mind. I got to be disciplined enough to control my dick so that that don't get in the way of my spirit. So this body becomes a goddamn hindrance to what I'm trying to manifest in my mind often. But guess what? Nothing. The only thing I can say is all of y'all mind outside of your body has no limitations. So we thinking beyond the physical dimension and beyond the body is the first steps that's leading to a out of body experience. Because why? We're our minds, not our body. So let's invest in what we are, not what we ain't. Because a dude that spent his whole life lifting weights and ain't done nothing for his mind wasted his time. All them muscles going in the ground, buddy.
Absolutely. And remember that I said that everybody has that within. But you got it, bro. You got it. Yeah, you got it. My bad.
Yeah, thank you, man. I'm obliged. When you're dealing with Christ, right, it's basically the hijacking of Mother Nature, right? If you look at the word Christ, it's a heist. It's a creation heist. The CR and a heist. It's a creation heist. So they took all the elements of nature and put this shit in all these type of different stories in different ways. But it's all dealing with Mother Nature and Father Time. That's what it's all about. Everything else is law. Everything else you read about Christ is to try to keep niggas in line. And that was the first form of mind control. You see what I'm saying? Because the motherfuckers was running rampant. So they had to give them hell instead of jail. Once we figured out that was bullshit, they gave us jail. Jail is hell. The J and the H is interchangeable. But yeah, y'all go ahead. I just wanted to say something.
And then you know what's crazy? He talked about jail being hell. That ties into everything I'm saying, man. Salutes to what he's saying, because look, even the egg is like jelly. And like I was saying with Neo in the Matrix, man, he was in this jail, but it wasn't a stale jail. It was literally like jelly. That was his prison though. Like this world could literally be a big incubator to where our true self is in a whole nother universe. And we're sleep, like I said, a caterpillar in a cocoon. And when we wake up, we bust open the egg like Easter, like Neo being Christ. And so the thing is, you can do this forever. You could just keep busting out of eggs and busting out of eggs, and the mind moving to parallel universes forever, continuum that never stop. And that's why they said we are the real reptilians, because our birth from our mother is the fake birth, the matrix birth, and our true birth is our death, or the awakening out of the matrix, and that is an egg birth. That's a cocoon birth. That's the reptilian shit. And then, hey, hold on a second too. Salutes to understanding. Big salutes to understanding. That's a channel that's that's an OG channel. So if that's the real understanding, put in the chat room. Clothes is clothes. Talking about Eden being nude backwards, and CLOTHES is CLOSE, where we close the eyes. Like when the caterpillar put the cocoon on, it go to sleep, and when it wake up, it's a butterfly. It closes itself, and then it's putting on clothes too, being a cocoon. And the clothes is literally its world. That's why I said every human is inside of their own universe. When Neo broke up out this egg, he broke up out of a whole world that he called a matrix. And the sun and moon was basically, when he was sleeping this egg, something got to stir the waters up while he's sleeping there. The waters will get stagnant. This is like similar to like when you going to buy your big gulp from 7-Eleven, your smoothie. They got to keep them things stirring at all times and shit, so shit won't settle and go to layering up and shit, right? All the ice will turn white because the color and shit will drain out and it'll be horrible. So this, when they said stir up the gift, in Christianity, one of the most popular songs in the churches, stir up the gift of life. Why the life need to be stirred up? And one of the deities was a witch stirring up witch brew. So this is it. Inside of this incubator, the elixir of life, of immortality, this basically is the Holy Grail. And what's coming up out the Holy Grail is the fruit of life. The life, what Neo's showing us here. So there was a god called Oan, which is Neo backwards. And it was a god that had on a fish hat. Let me show him to you real quick. Oan. Oan is this little fish hat. What? Damn. Okay. All right. So now, this is the point where I got to see what the hell. Nah, y'all can, oh, here it go.
I was about to say, don't say that, bro.
Yeah, no, I'm going to wrap it up too, for sure. I'm going to wrap it up. You know why all of those dudes wear the fish suit? Let me just wrap it up on this and I'm going to give it to you. Oan, fish god. Because I don't want to waste time looking for it on my slides. I got a bunch of shit going. Hold on. I hope y'all don't lose what you about to say, because
no, you good, bro. Yeah, all this shit, yeah.
Here it go. I found it. I'm done. Now look at this god called Oan, and look at what he wearing, a fish suit. Now look at what I got next to it, which is the obelisk, and also dealing with this shape is a rocket too. And the rocket is really the suit we put on, the clothes we put on to leave the garden, is when we went into these incubators. These are like Christmas lights on a Christmas tree, and that's the tree of life. The fish god Oan, or Dagon, is literally the sleeping soul and how we look at the base reality in our fish suits in the incubator that we call in Earth. And then, it say baiter, and they say this is a god that's fishing for the souls of man. He baiting them with something. You see, incubator. I'm just trying to get the etymology. Oan is the god, they said Jonah in the world, right? In the whale. Think about it. Take the J off of Jonah, what you get? Ona, which is another word for like Oan. Because if you look at Jonah, he wearing a fish suit too, look. In his well or his world, earth god Gab, like it said. Matter of fact, no, let me let the brother go. Go ahead, brother. Let me share this thing.
Oh yeah, and you good, bro. And all I was gonna say was like, I'm going like Draco, right? The Draco constellation, Draconians. They are like the dragons, right? And I was talking about in the back chat about the red and white dragons. England and London, well, London specifically has a whole bunch of steel dragons placed around the city that forms a sacred sigil emblem from the sky down, right? You can't really see it like when you're walking through the streets, but if you're like flying over, you can, you know what I'm saying? So all this stuff is like our literal layout of our reality is sacred geometry. And so the Draco constellation, right, is said like in like what you're talking about, the cosmos, goddess mother Nut, right? The firmament, which holds the light that we transfer in and out of, right? Because stars are supposed to be signs, and we're supposed to use them for the seasons and understanding, according to the book we're talking about, right? That's a loud plane, but yeah, the stars are to be traversed. Like your car, when you're driving down the highway, we use signs to gather and go through the byways, right? The highways on and off ramps. And so that's how we find out how we need to go. So they're like, but going back, I don't want to go into the guiding light, because we know how I feel about Christ. And, you know, the cosmic Christ, when we traverse, when our light being leaves our physical shell, we can get lost out here. So there was a guiding light from the source light sent to show us, you know, the roots, right? Outside of the matrix. But outside of that, the Draco constellation, Drakes are ones that receive, because in Revelation, it talks about the dragon waiting for the new birth from the mother goddess, and is waiting for the new star to be born, or the new giver of light. You know what I'm saying? It's on some Star Trek shit.
It talk
and
about
it's like,
all of these different constellations and shit, devouring souls and shit. And that goes back to what I was teaching about. These planets and shit are satellites, part of some Saturn network of intercepting consciousness upon death. But now,
and that's what I was gonna get into. Yeah,
so,
you got it.
Yeah. Just to cook though with this whole thing though, like our the stars outside. What do you think about this? Me myself, that all of us creating our own world around us. So that would mean that the stars, each of us projecting our own sky and all of that shit. And that would mean that that'll kind of tie into how what's happening in the heavens happening inside of each of us individually. And shit.
Absolutely. It's a collective. In fact, and there's a source collective. Yeah, go ahead, Drop. You got it. Yeah, sure.
And you know, the spark of life, some say, come from how the stars align, right? That's what form the light. That's what form the spark in your pineal gland, right? So some say at the point of conception, as all your sperms breaking down the wall, you was already chosen, right? The sperms in front of you is treating you like a king. It break down the wall, you go in, you hit the egg. That's the spark on how the stars was aligned. That's where they get stardust. Now, when a sperm hits the egg, it turns into a zygote. This is what makes it an individual, right? So as the sperm mixes with the egg, this is what the process of creating blood is. So now, as the body grows around the egg, and that egg is and sperm is still your pineal gland. That's where it rests at. That's the core of the seed. That's the pulp of the brain. And I just wanted to drop that, but yeah, y'all go ahead.
Watch this, y'all. You know when he said when the sperm hit the egg, it turns into a zygote? Let me show y'all something. It turns into a zoo-goat. And the god of this world is Pandemonium, the goat god, Uncle Sam. You turns into another goat in the zoo. The sperm in the egg is what they call in the goat in the zoo, and I can prove it. Look, here go earlier, before the Baphomet, this the great mother. Now you can put the dang on goat face up on here and see it's the same sacred geometry. But this just really, guess what this represents? Watch this. Let me go to this next one, man. We having fun. Watch this. You see the top of this? Resurrection, cracking the Easter egg. You see the dude with his hands up right here, coming out out of his simulation. This is prehistoric time, Jack in the Box. You coming up out the false world, or this world is the mind of the God Yahweh, and us coming up out of it. Look at, they did it like this. The very world we in, it ain't physical. It's an idea. You gotta ask yourself, whose brain is housing this idea? This demigod called Yahweh, which is why I'm showing you this right here. They call him Zeus too. Look, that's why they said he's the God of this world. Check this out, y'all. And Michael Jackson said, escape. Jordan Peele said, get out. Maya said, get out. Look at what Michael Jackson's showing you. Now, people think he crazy. Look at what suit he got on. That's the stars that he wearing. That's Gab with his nut suit on. Yeah, the nut that your daddy busted to make you fall into this reality. We got on a star suit like Mario, because his name is just Aura without the M, the aura. He's talking the aura, star power. Escaping is the mind popping up out the body, or this out-of-body experience. Michael Jackson's skin being all white coming out that black hole is literally on some deep shit, the pineal gland inside of the brain. Like the light, the white light coming out of this black hole called a body that sucked you here in the first place. Your light got to get strong enough to break free from the body, which is its own, it's a version of you in this world that will always reincarnate you here if your light don't outgrow your connection to this body and this earth. You'll get so attached to who you are in this world, then you telling the universe you ain't get enough of being that version of you yet. You ain't ready to recreate yourself yet. And then to me, this is the whole thing about reincarnation and the whole thing about people saying, I never change. And the ancestors were saying, change we need to embrace. So escaping is escaping a false persona, cracking the false ego, the chakra layers. This is how we get Easter, to resurrect the true self. Who we believe we are determines what parallel universe we are going to, because that no matter what version of ourself we think we are other than the true version, our consciousness will be born into the Antichrist, or the false version of the self, which lives in the simulation. When we think highly of ourselves as gods and wake back up to the true knowledge, we are reborn at our true base reality.
That's right. Hey, can I ask something real fast? That great mother thing, symbol or that little like statue thing, but that was a goat. It's like a goat that's been like killed, right, and skinned upside down. You see it? Is that what it is? Too? Nah.
It's a female holding her hands up, and you can see her breast right there too.
But there's that little satanic double meaning, because you can see it's the hind legs of the goat are up in the air. And then
that's what I was just pointing out. I'm showing you how they hid this goddess behind the goat when he was breaking down Zygote. Yeah, that's what I was showing, how they hid this shit. Like, this what I'm saying. If you look at, like, let me show you something, because you get what I'm saying. I'm trying to go deeper so you can see this part too. Where's this image? Here's what I mean by the zygote. Like, all of these constellations in the sky that me myself was bringing up, Draconis, all this stuff, Taurus, Pisces, all of these are named after gods for a reason. These are the many. Think of this shit like a roulette table. Your consciousness going to any one of these is just back here to another parallel universe of the earth. This is how we dream. When we dream, our consciousness leaves the body, and whichever the goddamn constellations and shit above our sky at that time, these are the worlds we project into. And this is why these gods was eating up people, because it's to say that they were satellites receiving our energy. So look, when you look at this image too, this is why Christ wear the crown of thorns. The stars rotating above your head as you projecting your own sky around you. This is why I'm showing you this image on the screen. This is why I'm showing you this guy in the top right corner. He's being born out of his own universe. Everybody is an egg on a tree. And this is why the tree got all them Christmas ornaments on it. Every Christmas ornament is a human. Look at this collage here. And all of those ornaments are fruits of life waiting to bust open when they get ripe or the reaper. Each one of us in our Taurus field is a sleeping baby who haven't even woke up yet. The Matrix has us. And the Matrix is just the name of incubator and the name of Babyland or Babylon. So, so
you know how
that's what
that
I'm saying.
pink, that pink represents adrenochrome too.
He knew to laugh with that shit. But yeah, go ahead, y'all.
Exactly, he did. Yeah, I ain't mean. Yeah, he did. Sometimes you got to, because you kind of know ain't nobody gonna laugh with you. But hey,
but yeah.
Peaches seeds look like brains, right? I mean, I just thought about this like a few days, peach seeds really look like brains.
It's
And then
the
it's
brain
like,
is I'm agreeing. The brain is a Taurus field. The peach tree is a Taurus field. You doing sacred geometry,
Yep. Yes, sir, Ski. I'm just building on what you're saying. Yep. And so our brain look like a peach seed, and it's like all you need is the mustard seed of faith to comprehend the true self, right? According to what we talking about, right? So I was just like, why they even mention seeds is all like the smallest seed they could think of is all you need to even like behold the true essence of what you truly are. Because that's how I look at all, and I want to get deep into all religions, but I'm not there yet. I'm only, focused on the one I was raised in, right? So when I start thinking about nature, because I'm a visual artist, so when I look at nature, the bipedal beings that we are, split left and right, up and down, and the reason for, they say the pineal gland doesn't have no left, right, up and down, right? It's one thing in the body, one of the organs or glands in the body that has no symmetry to it. But it's in the center of all the symmetry. And so when you break down the anatomy in the cosmos, bro, and what they're saying our spirit is, because that's going back into the Draco constellation, the Drakes of the world, right? They're just by example, just talking about Drake. He's always, when we say he's a parasite to the new up and coming artist. He bites off a person's style. He puts out a hit and the hit is based off of his popularity. So regardless if he's good or not, he has the new up and coming style from around the world or the country. He puts it out, and his name is not by happenstance. He's called Drake for a reason, because that's what they do. They receive the incoming new information or the new star beings, like in Revelation. And so there's another one who breaks the seal and prevents that dragon from eating up the new babies coming out the goddess mother womb, right? And so it's just trippy as fuck. But yeah,
you want to know?
Y'all go ahead.
You want to know some deep shit, man? How our body, right, got all the symbols of everything of creation. Like you had your fingertips, right? That'd be the ripple effect. You had your eyeballs, right? That would be the egg. You had that bang that connects to your eyes that give you sight, which is the light. That would be the sperm. The inside of your ear is an exact how you looked at it in your mom's womb. That curl in your ear, that's how that's how you was as a baby. It actually show you these things. It's deep as fuck. The mouth is damn near the coochie. The nose is damn near the penis. This shit deep as fuck for real.
You're right.
On some real, it sounds crazy.
For sure.
Something about, because all the signs of Mother Nature be right in our face. So when people say you gotta open a book, no, the fuck you don't. You just gotta recognize what's going on around you and look
literally drop. Yep.
Instead of three inches, you gotta be able to see behind you and also see behind the person behind you while seeing over the top of you, while leaving a room while you still in the room. You still have to be able to live out of body. I heard bro talking about that chakra. That's a gift. Like I can really visit my mom and be all in her house, call her and say, "You cooking, ain't you, mom?" She'd say, "Yeah, how did you know?" Because I believe I'm doing it, but it could be a coincidence. But yeah, y'all go ahead.
And it's not that's just trippy as fuck, because also like everything, when you said written in your fingertips, here's what came to mind, because I don't know. I mean, I know it because I was just tripping out one day. but your fingerprint literally goes through the other side of your hand. And then the other side of your hand goes all the way through your forehead, and those cracks in your forehead and your skin go all the way through your ass, to your butt cheeks, down to the bottom of your feet, right? To your toe print. So literally, you don't need to give your fingerprint. They could just take a knee print from you and find out who you are. But the technology they might have or might not, because your fingerprint is actually the same. The print goes all the way through your body. Follow your fingerprint all the way through your whole skin. It goes all the way through your skin, the cracks of your skin. So if they got a fingerprint, they can get a skin crack print. But that was just something I was tripping off of. But the science of what you were saying about going outside the body, right? In the chakras and how there is the crown chakra, right? How they describe what your crown chakra looks like, it's always a light that you can't really see or look into, right? It's always discussing that, like, you can't really lay eyes on the on God or the singularity, right? It's always talking about how it's so bright.
Let me say something real quick. Here's what the crown chakra symbol is, just so
like
we can see. Hold on. Let me show you something. When I was saying earlier, the crown chakra is the only chakra outside the body. Now, check this out. When you look at like an orange, let me show you something. Let's put fruit. So if you look at this part of the crown chakra is the great seal. It's the bow on top of the present, which is the most high, and it sits on the cross. When you think of a present tied with 4-way ribbon with lean to the bow, and then think about this. This is what the crown chakra is. It's the fucking seal that got you sealed in your Taurus field. In other words, all of us are fruit on a tree. And the world around you is this bubble around Neo. You see this right here, this ornament on a tree? That's a baby in babyland. Babyland is in his sleep, a dreamland. Now watch this. They show you the little boy inside of the moon, and they call it DreamWorks. But guess what? That ain't no moon that he in. That's an incubator. Look at here. This is just sleep in the true motherfucking universe. Now watch this. Do you see the stem that's connecting the fruit to the tree? That creates one of these, called a crown. You see, like on the orange. Now we are trapped inside of the orange, which is the world, and we trying to get outside of the orange. Anybody know the best way to peel the orange is to start it right here where this little crown chakra at. When you pull the little North Pole up out the middle of that skin will come right off, man, and you can break that bitch open and enjoy it. But if you the best way to start peeling the orange is at this little button right here, because you're going to get the root up out of it, and that's going to it got all the other skin attached on the last layer. So you ain't going to have that little white ass leather part around your orange that's bitter as hell. But that's what I'm saying. Now check this out. This how you pull the plug. Now what? This is the crown. When you open this up, that's a human being born out of the world, and that's because the crown chakra is literally the chakra that's outside of our body. Like he's exiting right now out of his crown chakra. You see that? And that mean he just some fruit on this tree. And somebody opened it up like how you open up a drink, twisted him out, and released it. When you open up a drink, you know the little fizz that come out?
Carbonation.
That's the soul. That's why he got this spiral on his legs, because he had to be twisted like a wine cork. See, when the worm got stuck in the apple, it got to twist itself out. It got to unscrew itself, unfuck your mind, unscrew yourself, unfuck yourself, yeah.
Facts, bro. And I just want to mention one thing, and everybody got like you got it, Queen. Rosicrucians, like when you look up this 3 stages, there's a pre-stage where you're curled up like the fetus, and then there's a middle stage when you're standing upright, right? And then there's another stage where you're sliding down in reverse, right? It's a 3-section image, right? The everybody know about it if you on this panel, but In the other stage, they're swinging up, like you said, on the water slide. Instead of curled in like this, they're backwards way. But yeah, hey, man, like the knowledge you're talking about, even if you don't know it or not, it's some real occult. Yeah, it's deep. It's the stuff that the other side want to hide, and then the other gods wanted to, give away for free because they weren't afraid. But other guys were afraid that the people,
you can decipher that shit though, man. Fuck what the gods here or didn't, because guess what we need to spend our time doing at all times when we on this shit, deciphering the truth from the lies. Like, for example, Hollywood will give you this dude named Neo, and his name is the One. Now, if you flip the word one around, you can get Neo. And this God, I'm showing you his name, Anu, which would be Eno, which was another god. Enoch is another form of this Neo, the One, Jet Li, the One. Now, check this out. This god, Oan's, the name Oan is just another way of spelling one. One. And one mean victory. We hold up the two hands, and that's what we talking about with the zombie. Wake up, and he got you see what he doing up here? This is like the mummy, the zombie wrapped up and holding his hands out. Brain. Why is he saying brain? Because that's the way out. This is literally the mind being born out of the brain. So the zombie got his hand up like Christ, wrapped in a white robe, saying brain. See, they hid the truth behind all the spookism. I'm just giving you the truth. And guess what? I can bring this shit. I can go so far. Watch this. If you pull up the word zombie in etymology, you will see this is one of the first names of God. The word zombie comes from a Kimbundu god by the name of Zambi, the original name of a snake god. And why is that a snake god? Is dealing with the Kundalini rising, which became Christ rising up. You see what I'm saying? So if you take the word snake and rearrange it, guess what you will get? Scans or snake scans is representing the flesh. This shit is deep, man. I ain't gonna lie. Like when the brother says zygote, the body is the goat and the zoo is the zodiac or the zodiac that we under. So everybody in existence is a zygote, or what they call a sperm and an egg, a yin yang. That's what they call the demiurge or Satan. It's the god of a dual world and a dual kingdom. And in that world, it can never be peace because of duality. But the crazy thing is, if you look at all of the elements, they are polarizing entities that are getting along. So what that tells us is that nature will always maintain truth and peace, regardless of what we do down on the ground in the earth. We can build heaven or hell. And that's just as simple as opposites getting along and attracting, or opposites going to war and repelling.
And look at this, man.
Brain also sounds like braid. Brain and braid, and it's all braided up.
Listen, bro. Remember in the Bible, because it ain't gonna make sense if I don't say it right now. Remember in the Bible, he said, "Who told you was naked?" Right? Now, who told him it was naked was the serpent, right? And that's where they get the term snake, right? And if you see snake, if you take the S off, it's naked. You see what I'm saying? I just wanted to do a little etymology. Yeah. That shit fun.
Right, man. Hey, I like that. I like that. Snake naked, nude eating. We cracking the code, man. I don't know what else. I always tell folks we got the dopest brains on YouTube in our panel. And goddamn it, we be going in on each other. But listen, this is a deep. Folks think they deep till they get over here. I'm just saying, yeah, this Orphic egg, Alma's egg, all of this stuff, we all syncing it together, man. Hit the like and share button.
Facts. For sure, bro. And that's what I'm saying. Like the steel over here is a different type of steel that's sharper than other. Like that's what. Like I've been on the internet trolling for years before y'all even knew who me, myself, or Slim Carter was, right? And then I was like, man, let me just go ahead and just, test the waters over here and see what they know. And it's like, hey, the nigga let me on. It's like I did not expect you to even let me on the first time. But it took a few days of this nonstop. It's like, let me let this. I knew you was like, let me let this nigga on, see what he got to say. Now look, I love the opportunity, and the fact that you give the outlet is crazy, because it's almost like it's a station on, like, you know, like television, where you can subscribe to watch and then chime in or call in. Y'all remember the joints where you could call in, whether it was like for charity or not? What this, man, it's amazing what you're doing over here, because everybody, regardless of their opinion, get to have it, get to have they say. And my say was kind of crazy at first, then people got it, and then it got even crazier when y'all found out. It's like, oh shit, this nigga talking about Christ. It's like, yeah, but I think about Christ on a different level, because I just know what crystals are and what they hold, what they say they hold, you know, the science of it. And it's like, it sounds too close to Christ. And then they talk about Christ in that level. And then on that level, it talks about the throne of jasper and sardius stone, you know, an emerald. And so, like, no, yeah, what I'm saying is, like, literally, it talks about the throne, like, because there was multiple heavens, one earth. So in the beginning, it said, let us create the heavens and the earth, singular, right? But in Revelations, it talks about one of the thrones, right? And it's like, yo, it describes it as there's no type of flesh or earth or dirt about it. It's all about crystal of sea. Throne looks like emerald. The skin is jasper and sardius stone, et cetera, et cetera.
I know
You
what
see
you're
what I'm
talking
saying?
about.
So it's all information, bro. Like, the actual, when I read between the lines, it's information and how they store it now in these devices. They store it in segments of crystals and minerals. And that's how Revelation describes the throne of God in crystals and minerals. And it's like, I just want people to understand where I'm at when I speak about Christ. You see, but yeah, that's it. That's shout out for the opportunity, the platform, for sure.
Hey, look now, check this out. When you look at the word zombie, right? I ain't finished reading this shit. It was the original name of a snake god, later with meaning, check this out, reanimated corpse in voodoo cult. The fucking Chucky doll is literally how your mind get inside of your body. You with this whole, in other words, your body is a voodoo doll or a reanimated corpse. And they even say you've been here before. Just like every choker, they put him in a new fucking doll. And the doll get upgraded with time. It look different and shit. You do just like they doing, like with the human being, they making a new avatar for our minds as we speak. I show you that all the time. And so how long have they recreated the human body, and we had these exodus periods where we had left our original earth and our original body to go into new kingdoms and new bodies, like what Christ promised. This happened a lot of times on earth, and that's what I think the evolutionary timeline really is. Let me see. When you look at human evolution, it ain't nothing nature doing. It's them keep recreating this body over, just like they doing now. They about to make a new human in our time, and we gonna have an exodus with Neuralink where people go into the new bodies in the new kingdom, all that. They giving us monkeys, but really now, what is the monkey suit? We can go pull that up. One of the oldest gods was a monkey god in India. And so when they give you this monkey, that's them giving and worshiping that Indian god that mean a reanimated corpse. When they talk about this monkey god, he's the same thing as this zombie god. The monkey suit, like anybody know when you say, hold on, watch this. Mario even wore that monkey suit. Let me show you something. Monkey suit. Maybe I should do the etymology. We can learn the history of this. Because check it out, the whole Bigfoot shit, that's the whole thing about the monkey suit is the aura. You know what I'm saying? The key to the moon is making a human avatar and beaming your mind into that avatar on the moon base, like Makayu said. So I'm literally saying that monkey is moon key. The key that's gonna unlock them bases on the moon, let me show you here. Jesus said, I'm the key of life, the key, look, is you, look. You see, this dude is like a key stuck in the door. He's unlocked. See, his death unlocks the gateway for his mind to leave the earth, which is where human sacrifice come from. When we said they was sacrificing these children to get energy. No, when we die, we open up a stargate. They was killing folks to study the Big Bang, to see how we open up the portal. And the only way you can fucking see it is when a baby is born or when somebody die. That's when a portal open and close. So this brother's showing you when you inside the egg, it's sealed. It's sealed like the orange that ain't peeled yet that I showed you with the crown chakra. And when he break out the egg, well now it's cracking the egg like a chick coming out, because the egg is created with his own ignorance. Him rising out of his ignorance is Christ rising out the world. It's the Kundalini rising with the awakening of the gods, the knowledge of the true self, what we doing now. So I sleep good telling myself, if this knowledge ain't worth nothing else, there was a bunch of tinfoil hat ancestors who said this knowledge gonna end my cycle of reincarnation, and I get happy about it.
Yep, some of the trippiest shit I ever heard. Yeah, but you got a queen. Go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, because I've been sitting here and listening, and I love what everybody, had to say. And hey, what's up? so Sanchez, I love the fact that you ran back Zombie, because I was sitting here, and if anybody here watched, The Walking Dead, I always felt like it was the sleep versus those who, woke up, consciously aware of what's going on. So it's like the sleep against those who's fighting against the system, the matrix and whatever. So when you mentioned about being trapped, right? I understand that this is the word that you used, like our when it comes to the crown chakra and whatnot. I feel like the more you understand yourself, the more you really get in tune with your higher self, and you start having a direct conversation, right? So what I'm saying is going to trip a lot of people out. However, everybody is capable of having that direct conversation, right? It's about getting in tune, getting in touch. Now, when you speak on the crown chakra, you speak on, the intuition. And I bet that every one of us had dreams that something is going to happen. And, you, lack of a better word, you slept on it, no pun intended. And then it came to life, right? Like you foresee things, even though you didn't have a proof. So now, Sanchez, like you sitting here, cross-referencing all the proof, right? Let me tell you something. I was sitting here and things was just coming to me. So when I came across your page, I was like, bruh, we linked. Like you are saying everything eloquently. Whereas because you did the direct research, and of course you woke up out of your sleep and you connecting the dots while I'm sitting here, whether in my sleep or, wide awake. And I was just having these things come to me, right? So when you say trap, man, I feel like, when you understand that direct connection, because it resembles the transmit tower, right? How we get the connection on our phones, right? That's the crown chakra. That's when you are able to dream dreams and foresee things. Like anybody is capable of that. And when you speak on a ripple effect, that's the energy. Because I'm pretty sure, right? Just like you said, it's the energy. Because I'm pretty sure you guys stepped into a room and you could feel the vibes. Like, nah, something ain't right about this. Oh, that person seemed pretty cool. Or you see the glow emitting from people because they just have that glow, right? That authentic self that you can see, yet nobody else can see, right? Or they're not speaking on it, or, whatever. But anyway, I just wanted to say that. Thanks for letting me, speak.
Hey, thank you so much, sister. Much love. I'm smoking on some good gas for the long haul too, by the way, y'all. Now check this out, y'all. Who want to go into, because look, to me, when we say Christ, it wasn't a dude. It was a concept. Matter of fact, let me do this real quick. pull up the cosmic Christ, because I heard somebody else bring up the cosmic Christ. We can actually go into that shit too.
You know it was me. You know.
I got some smoke for the chat, yo. Y'all like and subscribe, share the video, yo.
Okay, let me pull up the cosmic Christ stuff and we'll get into that. Let me salutes to that. I'm getting that stuff up here so we can get the chart up there for the bill. Hold on. Which folder is that? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm in the wrong folder. Let me pull up the cosmic Christ and we're going to get into this shit real quick. Hold on. Damn, it ain't in this. Oh, what I was saying about the key stuck in the keyhole. Here you go while I find this other one.
And while you find that, I'm talking about a movie called Hellraiser, right? It ain't got nothing to do with you looking at. I'm just going, branch off a little bit. But Hellraiser, they got a new Hellraiser coming out. Yeah, you got it. My bad, bro.
Yeah, check this out, y'all. Cosmic Christ right here. Now, what is this right here? I'm telling you, the cosmic Christ ain't a dude. It's a place. It's Crease. The cosmic Christ. Christ on Mount Calvary is dealing with a location. Look, this little dude with his wings on top of the sacred mountain. You see these two dudes right here on the side of him? Them the two priests of Oan peeling off the mummy bandages. That's the false light. Here's the mummy right here. Look. The mummy is the human being inside of the incubator, having an earth experience in the simulation. This was turned into the fish god Christ, which shows us our journey on the earth, how we talk about our journey on the earth. Look at this. So look, this is how the mummy get wrapped up in the light or the bandages. And at each day pass, we're peeling the bandages off till we make the mummy naked again. And when the mummy is fully naked again, well, he's going to be in Eden, which is the place of the nude. Now watch this. Check this out. You see the two priests pulling the strings? That's like cutting the strings off of a hot air balloon so that you can free it and it can rise up, Christ risen. Them pulling them strings to free the hot air balloon is no different than you peeling back the bandages off the mummy so that it can see clear and know its true self. This was all the knowledge of our resurrection and our energy, which is infinite, always being born again in this continuum. But
you right, bro. And yo, just to build off what you're saying, right? I just learned, I've known that like there's a strand of DNA off each chromosome. And when you look up what a chromosome look like, it's split in that shape. It's split in the double helix, right? Of course, it looks like the double helix, but it's just the short ones. Then you got the X and Y's, right? Now, the Y's come from the X's, and the Y's are the males, the X's are the females. Just to break down, like to simplify it, right? That's in the center of all the cells in the nucleus. That's what's going on there. The DNA is the code of what your actual being is supposed to do, right? Based off of the light and how it's synthesized. And so that image you just showed, or what you just showed, the strands coming off, that's literally how, like what I'm looking at and studying on my own right now, on the walls of ancient Samaria, whatever the image you just had on the walls, right? Carved in. And each one was holding one of the strands. That's literally how they show it on the virtual, on the effects when we look up DNA. And it's so crazy because literally that's what they're showing us. Yeah, you had that one, and then the next one was a picture of a wall. Yeah, you got it.
So this one right here, I wanted to get into this real quick. This is the cosmic Christ, and I'm showing folks what what it means. See, here's why Jesus is on top of a mountain. Look, check that out. Jesus is on a mountain because Jesus represents a person that has ascended up out the underworld, which is the bottom half of the hourglass. Now check it out. Once Jesus get on top of the Mount Calvary, Jesus said, at that point, I am the light. And I live in Las Vegas. Let me show you why I say that. Every time I ride out at night, I can see the North Pole or simulation of it. It's called a blue beam. Let me just share something with you about living in Vegas, right? And every day at night when I'm riding around, I might not see this black pyramid, but guess what I see cutting through the black sky? A blue beam. And I think this is what we'll see at the North Pole. Look at this. So in Vegas, I don't care where you at. When this shit, you can see this big ass light and look for it, and you know, okay, the pyramid right there. Now look, now check this out. This is what they said happening at the middle of the earth. But why am I bringing that up? Because Jesus is the light on top of the Mount Pyramid. You know, the star on top of your Christmas tree. Your Christmas tree is basically the god Vulcan. It's a volcano. And the light at the top of your Christmas tree is the crystal, or Christ and El, the god ball, the crystal ball that's mounted at the top of this black triangle. Now let's pull up a crystal ball and let's see how it's mounted. See what I'm saying? See how Jesus is on Mount Calvary? On that black mountain sits the light, the ball. Now check this out, right? The world that's reflected inside of that ball is not on the inside of that ball. It's on the outside of that ball. And the world outside is on the inside of you. Now do y'all get the knowledge of Christ? There ain't no outside. Reality is from within. The world around us is being projected from in us. And that's what this image right here represents, the crystal ball. This crystal ball is clear, ain't nothing in it. But when it's reflecting everything around it, within it, which is why they say we're a product of our environment. Whatever we live around, gonna live inside of us. It's just a spiritual law, which is why if you want to change yourself, guess what we have to do? It's a law. You got to change your environment. You can't hang around the same people, same scenario, circumstance, and think you going to change. No, change is an action you take physically and spiritually and mentally.
Facts, bro. And you just said it, bro. Like, it's projected, right? Like, and that's what they say in the projects. You got to get out of the projects, the projection, to create your own imagination, to really do what you imagine. You got to get out of this projection. It's a project, like in school. It's a microcosm of the greater understanding of things. Just like in school, a project, you know what I'm saying? Yo, yep, y'all got it. Y'all go ahead.
Look, now watch this, me, myself. What I'm showing here is the Hindu cosmos. Now, this is the Hindu cosmos, y'all. Now, watch this. Here go the cosmic Christ. The cosmic Christ is them personifying the entire world into this dude, which is why Christ is basically saying we're going to live inside the body of Christ. All of the saints was taught we live within the body of Christ. And they call Christ a body because the Hindu cosmos is basically a huge mother goddess and you live in her body. Watch this. Hindu cosmos, she's a goddess. This hourglass is a Hindu goddess and she's shaped like the earth. This is what the mother goddess was, this hourglass shape. And they said we inside of her belly and shit. Yeah. But see, they turned it into Christ. And that's how you get these images. But this is really that mother goddess figurine showing the earth, which also became the golden calf, the Moloch bull, and all that. But I'm just showing, you know.
Hey, and bro, thank you for bringing that back up. If you go back to my bad job. Hey, I just want to say that you got it. Those images of the energy field, or the three energy fields of the dude standing up with the energy torus fields going around them. The middle one had it, like when the energy field go, it looks like the horns are low key, like in Thor, right? It gives you the horns. So when they're talking about Satan and the devil, that's just the levels of energy and pathways we get to go through. It's not, I mean, it is physical. We're physical beings talking now. But yeah, Drop, you got it. My bad.
Oh, no, I was cool. Y'all got it. But I was going to say that's also the hourglass on what he's saying. If you remember that story. I remember we was talking about it like 3 years ago. But that story that used to come on Days of Our Lives, they explain exactly what's going on. But yeah, y'all go ahead.
Yeah, like Shu in the middle of here, he's the cosmic Christ or Santa, Satan, the God that got trapped in the world. Satan is the serpent that's stuck in a worm that he was casted into. Now, everybody know a cast is like a mold, like it perfectly fit your arm, right? So when a worm go inside of an apple, that's why they said this worm or this serpent, Satan, was casted into the world. Because the way that the worm fit in the apple is that snuggle fit, like the yin yang symbol, like with the serpent ain't just in there, he's wearing it like a cast. And it's because the spirit fell, the spirit got crippled, and it was casted down, it fell down and became a worm stuck in this apple, which is a cast for it till it's ready to get wings and fly again, till his wings heal and we can break out and fly again. Shu represent the cosmic Christ, and he's wearing his world around himself. The mind wearing the body or the world outside is a cast, is healing. This is why this God was associated with healing, and it's talking about a cast and all that. Even when you say Moloch, you're saying mole lock, or dealing with a mole. This is like a skin. When somebody says zygote, this is why they call it a goat when the sperm go in the egg, because you go in this bull suit. We ride the bull or whatever. So when you think about, hold on, let me show you. Hold on. This bull represents Shu, the golden calf, the Christ. So, and he's shaped like an hourglass. And that's why I'm showing you this. It's the same concept. The cosmic Christ or Christ, the bull, and Yeshua right here. Yeshua basically is clothing himself with nut, which is the world around him. He's saying what I'm saying. The world outside is basically the clothes that I'm wearing that got me kicked out of Eden. The word aura is earth. The clothes we put on was we started to load the simulation around us. And everybody did that when we fell into our sleep in Eden. And then we put the clothes on in our sleep, which our soul started to dream of a human birth in its sleep or its simulation in its slip.
Thank you, bro.
Like the word sleep is really slip. Like we put a slip over the body. This is why the Dagon priest is wearing a fish slip suit over him, or a monkey suit, gorilla suit, Sasquatch. It was different animals at different times. But it just meant that that's where we get Halloween from, like the holographic body wearing a different suits over the skin is sin. But the thing about this cosmic Christ, how can this represent a man and the universe? And this is why Christ said, we live within the body of Christ. Christ is literally it's saying every caterpillar live in its own cocoon that it made. Everybody made its own version of this world around ourselves. And when all of our worlds come together to make the world, all of our different energies come together as a collective to create the collective energy of what we experience when we walk outside, the vibe of the world as a collective.
I feel like it's
right. Hey,
I feel like it's a spiritual fertility, but it becomes an identity crisis once it hits religion. You know what I mean?
I don't really, but let the salutes to the panel.
Go ahead.
You can let it go.
Yes, thank you. I've never heard of Moloch until you've mentioned him in many videos prior. Okay, so I had to look it up, and what is this? Sacrifice of children, right?
Let me break that down to you, because you going deep, right? Moloch and the sacrifice of children. This bull represent what they call the Babylonian tower, and the root word of Babylon is baby. And when they say people were sacrificing children to this bull right here, this is what I'm showing you. This bull represent the Babel Tower, which is a tower that's holding the babies. It ain't, when they was putting the babies into the bull, this is like the Matrix movie. This is why I'm showing you the artwork here. The bull is this tree of life that's really housing our truths. It's literally got human life on it, babies. So we never was born. When Neo finally came out the Matrix, he said, why my eyes hurt? They said, because you never used them before. Your entire life was a lie, basically. Our true birth is waiting to happen. It's so this is why this, even if you take the name Moloch and flip it backwards, it's column. And a column is what the Babel Tower is. It's a column with a tower, or this column. You
That's
see
exactly what I was
steps
saying.
on it. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for saying that, because I want to say that I've always felt that, children are the gatekeepers of consciousness. Right. So it's not necessarily burning children. It's more so the innocence, because that's why we dealt with trauma in our childhood. And that's why they always say you have to go back to your childhood to seek this enlightenment. So, just basically saying the same thing as you're saying, you went in depth, and I was also shown in another way. Same mirror, different reflection.
That's also why it's mole, because it's a mole Lester. And that's why when they say there's a mole in that organization, because that's a MK Ultra victim.
Yes, nice.
Can I say one thing?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
I am the mummy of life, and I agree with Sanchez.
Yo, what's up, bro, Sanchez? I got a question. Yo, so you know how you say like this? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So you know how you say like the soul is like we a genie in the bottle, and like the soul is on the other side. So like I'm wondering like, what is the body to the soul like on this side? Like is like
the body the soul is a butterfly that's waiting inside of the body, and while it's waiting inside of the body, it's growing its wings. So is
the body on the other side waiting for the soul too? Like, so when the soul on the other side, and like in the other realm, wherever the soul sits at.
So when the soul makes it out of this body, what you're saying is, it will find itself in an entire another version of you. This is what the rebirth is. This is the whole thing about the new bodies in Christ, but the word Christ is crease. We get the new versions of ourselves where this crease is at, where shoe at, the North Pole. That's the crease, or the Christ energy right here. So this whole thing of rebirth, cracking an Easter egg. When we crack the Easter egg, that's gonna free the worm out of the big apple right here. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, bro Sanchez, you there?
Yeah, I got you.
What's good? So when they talk about a new body in Christ, it's saying that resurrection take place at this crease. Christ is crease. And then at this crease, our mind is put into another better version of ourselves. And each better version of ourselves exists in a better version of this universe. This earth is evolving better too. And so the better version of us exists in a better version of this earth. And guess what? Each better version is higher and higher up this tree, and each better earth gets to be more and more heavenly and heavenly each time till you get to these ultimate, it's just ultimate states of bliss and ascension, or the opposite will be going down into more and more incarnations in the underworld down here where shit just getting worse and worse. Because here go the earth right here, the underworld, and above here are all the heavens. So we really
how do people talk between dimensions and layers or levels or whatever?
This, to me, if you ask me, it'll be like, right, when people say, man, I had a dream last night and I was talking to my grandma, man. Yo, we don't take that serious. You really went to a parallel universe wherever your grandma passed on into. And that's why they said,
I believe that.
They said in death, we reunite again with our loved ones. It's another universe out there where your dad, grandma in this universe already passed on to a parallel universe, and you're in that universe too. So
I believe that.
So
but
when you dreaming with your dead grandma, your body in the bed ain't there. Your mind go to another version of your body where in that universe your grandma alive, and she probably remember her death in this world. She probably say something about this life to you there, because in that world she transcended to, and that's a higher world we're yet to go to, and maybe perhaps when we leave here. You know what I'm saying?
Man, we
So,
getting deep, and
that's
I ain't
crazy.
gonna like that.
That's crazy.
That's absolutely true. I had those same dreams about my dead wife.
We all have the same dreams.
But yo, you know how they say like you can't, like, I think it's in the Bible. They say you won't recognize your loved ones on the other side. What do they mean by that, you think?
yeah, that's the part right there where they talk about wiping out your memory and shit, you recycling you back into this. Think about this if you die right now, and some sort of technology they got to recycle us back to make us do this all over. Yeah, you gotta get to know your grandma all over again, get to know your mama again, get to know your family again, make your friends again. That's like what I'm saying about this CD with a skip on it. Like reincarnation and forced to do this thing over again, and what choices would you make different to die with no regrets? And the moment you do that, you can escape this place. And that's Hindu version of karma. But check this out. To me, the people who are responsible for recycling us if we don't do right are the people in power that got the technology to keep us, attached to this particular underworld right here, or this world of Yahweh. So when they say that in the Bible, when they judge your soul, if it ain't right, God will actually throw you to the devil. God himself will hand your ass over to Satan and say, take him. And that'll be like you dying and saying, well, I really didn't live my life the way I wanted to. Who would be responsible for giving you another life again here in the simulation? Sure wouldn't be nature. That'll be Satan.
So are all the conspiracies?
All right. Wrong. First of all, yeah, I'm so glad it muted up a second and like froze up a little bit. That's amazing. Hey, but shout out to Christ. That's not what Christ said though, because Christ was the trump card. Like
I didn't
just
say
to use the
Christ.
term.
I didn't say
I'm just
Christ
saying,
said none of that, bro. That's what I'm saying.
You right.
No, listen, bro. I didn't say Christ said none of that. That's what I'm saying right there. Yeah, I ain't
All right,
saying
my
that,
bad.
bro.
That's my fault. Yeah, that's my fault. I just wanted to make sure that people didn't think that like now we didn't get past a physical being that is Christ, right? Because Christ was like teaching you how to move your Christ, because Christ was God's Christ. Christ is an understanding of light being.
Christ is God's
Yeah, you
Christ.
see what I'm saying? Yeah, you said like that's what it literally said.
What you mean
Like,
by that, bro?
listen what I'm saying. I thought we already covered that already. That's why I thought we was here. What we talking about now, because Christ is literally a piece of the singularity we call God, right? And everybody wants to be a god body, a goddess, right? Like we are our own God, et cetera, right? In the conscious community, we're our own goddess, right? But listen, to be that, you have to understand that this physical being that's flapping lips right now that you hear is me, myself, is not what I am. I am a light being solidified into a crystallis, a Christ being that can transfer in and out of physical realities and dimensions. When you truly understand and reading between the lines of the Bible, which is the basic instructions before leaving Earth, like I do, then I thought we was here. That's why I made that statement. My bad. Okay, I'm gonna let y'all keep going.
Okay, I'm gonna keep going, man. But so let me go back. Let me go back to what to these teachings, man. So this is in addition to everything I was saying about how the pyramids was built from the top down and why they carried the beehive around and said he had the whole world in his hand. Now they say that man was made out of clay, and they say that also the earth is a furnace, basically a Moloch, the bull. And if you look at a clay furnace, guess what? It looked just like the earth. And the God that travels in the furnace via the chimney should think about this clay furnace and then think about, right, this image here. When you dealing with clay and pottery, you need a furnace to make it solidified. And earth is where all of our matter, it was mushy in a feeder bag, and over 9 months it became solidified. Your mama was like an oven, a incubator. And the recipe for life is like a cake that levitated in the belly. When the cake rises in the body with the heat of the mama and the recipe in the feeder bag for 9 months, you were the result, and you came out the oven, basically. But the whole thing about this goat right here that's molding this man's body, this goat is the bull Moloch that I'm telling you about. Let me show you some. Where my Moloch bull? Here we go. So who is that goat that's making man? How is man molded in a clay? Excuse me. How is man molded? He's molded in this bull represent the earth. When our energy fell into the earth, this earth shaped us into a human. Just like if you put a seed in the ground, there's an intelligence in this earth that would turn that seed to a watermelon tree or an orange tree. Your energy landing in this bull is like a seed going in the ground, and the seed is under the ground. And when the seed finally grow up enough to get above the ground, it ain't a seed no more, it's a plant. That's why I keep showing you the images of the dude popping up out the world, or the Jack in the Box concept over here. Where is it? Right here.
Hey, bro, I agree with you. Hey,
hold
bro.
on, bro. I'm gonna let you know when I'm done. I'm gonna let you know. Check this out, y'all. So this dude, when he fell into this terrarium, the only way he can get out was to grow out. To grow out. So just like a seed going in the ground and the plant taking roots, and then when it becomes a tree, it can now see what's above the surface. That's what he's going through now. When the seed turns into a plant and crack through the shell casing, that's why we crack the Easter egg for resurrection, and why Neo breaking out of his incubator right now. This is a baking process. And the thing about all of this, let me go back here. Yeah, patience.
I want a screenshot of that.
So check this out, y'all. When we saying they sacrificing babies by putting them in a burning calf, you know, because this calf was always on fire and smoking hot, and they said they was torturing people. The word torture is just Taurus field. They was wrapping you in a Taurus field. That ain't torture. Torture is the fact that you living out your karma in hell. Yeah, this life ain't perfect, so it's a form of torture. But the word torture and us being in this underworld, having depression, feeling all the emotions and stuff, it's an experience we gotta have to get us to the next level. That's why the word torture is dealing with like Taurus. It's wrapping you right here. So check this out. How you mold clay is by putting it in a clay furnace. And over time, your shape can mold and solidify, but you can't do it without this furnace. So this earth is like the burning calf, the burning bull, and them sacrificing the babies to it is what I keep telling you. Our souls is baby souls, and all the baby souls go into the furnace to be molded. And this is initiation. This is the potters we're dealing with. The earth is the burning calf, is this clay furnace. And this is a molding process, life, developing us, developing character and all that. When we come out of there, we're going to be beautiful art. You know, that's, you know what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing, is that when we come up out, as we solidify in this calf, then the final stages is smoke rising up out the top of it, like we see here. We won't stay solid. We'll end up, see, all of the potter's art that don't sell he'll just melt it back down and turn it into something new. He don't waste it. And that's what I'm saying. So when it's time to recycle the art that he want to recreate to something else, it's a burning it, melting it, turning it. That's whole transformation process, going from solid, liquid, all the molding process. They was looking at the earth like this whole burning furnace and shit. They turned it to the golden calf, is what I'm saying. So this God about the chimney that wore the Santa Claus hat, you can see that right here. If you just look at a clay furnace, it's made just like our earth, or the Tower of Babel. You see, because the Tower of Babel is this bull that I'm showing you here. And the gateway into it is right here, putting that Santa Claus hat on, the wizard ritual, the birthday hat, all that. And that's why they talk about Christ being crease, because he's the gateway into the earth right here through this crease. And this is what Moses represent too. So look, if you take the word, let's say Satan, and flip it backwards, you get natus, which is like an off play of nature. The opposite of God or nature would be Satan, the devil. And it's like, if you flip natures around, you get Saturn or Saturn. Nature and Satan you can play on that. So the thing is, anything dealing with science that's unnatural, we say that's the devil, which is why the white man got the nickname the devil, because he controlling the science and shit, terraforming the earth. And so science is like Satan, the agenda of science, technology, because it's anti-nature. And then you got this thing called nature, which don't need science. It's its own laws. It'll govern itself intelligently without man's destruction. So that's the whole thing about science versus nature. It's always been God versus the devil. But I mean, this war take place only right here in Armageddon, where the need for technology, where at this earth is an interdimensional place where nature and the opposite of nature is occupying the same place and time.
That's right. And I feel like, you know, from what I'm hearing from you, and just you're basically telling me that everything and everyone plays a part, right? So while people sit there talking about they're a victim, right? Understand that's a state of mind that's due to perception, right? Because you could either, you know, you can't see past your nose, or you could just see the very tip, right? So while you stay in the victim state, you're going to always create this cyclone of worry and depression and all that, right? So when we speak of the whole crown chakra, you know, as above, so below, because then your solar plexus and your root chakra, when there's an imbalance, it creates a libido, a decrease in libido, depression, anxiety, worry, and then of course this affects you. I feel like it develops cancer within you, amongst other things in life, right?
I'm gonna tell you something though, sister. Yes. I'm gonna give you a little smoke. I think anybody that can live in a world we live in and find a place in their mind where they can be free of all worries, to me, I think they selfish. And I think they running from the problems that our children gonna inherit.
I agree.
I think that the world is at war right now, nature at war. And one thing that I think is that we're connected to nature. And nature ain't gonna let us be at peace if she at war. And the only way you can be at peace is to ignore the cries of nature at this time, which is some low down shit, if you ask me.
Well, I don't feel like that's smoke to me, because I totally understand what you're saying, right? And just like we all create our own worlds and our own reality, we have to definitely hold on to that too, right? So what is smoke? Right? It's either it's too thick for me to see, or I can see right through it. So I totally get what you're saying, right? And that, you know, to me, I feel like if you can handle things when roadblocks come your way. So when we're talking about peace and how you can be still within that peace to think logically, as opposed to, losing your mind, losing your hair, having anxiety and all that. But listen, I only speak what I know.
Hey, look, what if I say they need to lose their mind? Like if they got,
absolutely.
If I say they got the mind, if they got the mind of Christ, right, and I be like, yo, you need to lose that mind. That ain't the mind you need, or the mind of Buddha. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I think it's a awakening going on, and I think that awakening ain't comfortable. To me, peace represents sleep, and we at a time on Earth where the alarm is ringing. It's like there's an attack against the children, against the air you breathe, the water you breathe. And it's a reason that nature would create a person that's angry, crazy, panicking. That's so you won't get comfortable when she needs you to fight. That's something nature gave you, and that's why I'm using mine. Because guess what? Every human come with anger. Nature give all of us anger. You get to choose what you want to be mad at. So if I get mad at injustices in the world, if I get mad at abortion, if I get mad at pedophilia, I think I'm using my anger the right way. I think I'm using my anger for the reason nature gave it to me.
Understood, and I agree with that. What I'm saying is there's levels. Again, you could come from losing your mind, losing your hair, to being still and thinking logic. Like, these things are happening.
Getting mad ain't losing your hair, losing your mind. I'm trying to see why do you equate getting. So if there's a pedophile epidemic going on in a community and parents ain't losing their mind, getting in pens and needles, panicking.
That's not what I'm saying.
There's something wrong with
I'm saying.
I'm trying to understand.
You have to act accordingly. Absolutely. You have to act accordingly. I'm talking about when your back is against the wall, right? You got to be shaken up for the true you.
Been against the wall.
Absolutely. In various ways. What I'm saying is, to me, is every step is a test preparing you for the next level. That's just how I see it. Because when you speak of the butterfly, to me, that's not the end. It's just like you plant a seed, a flower is budding. That bud of the flower blossoms, and it has to die in order to make space for the next one. So this is it's going to continue to happen. It's a lesson learned. This is what I'm saying. So hopefully I'm understood in that aspect, but I totally get you.
Yeah, I think there's no threshold for our ultimate state of being. I'd say there's no end. I use the word continuum. I just know the next step is something I compare to the butterfly. See, I'm not focusing on the end. If this is a stairway to heaven, I'm focusing on step by step. Because if you don't look at the next step and you looking way up there, that's how you fall down the stairway. That's what I'm doing. So, and only thing I'm saying is that what's happening, this is a spiritual warfare taking place. And I get what you're saying about going mad, going crazy. I don't like when people say that, because the mainstream media use those words when you start waking up and you get mad at the lies you've been told and all that. They say these are crazy tinfoil hatters who's gone mad. And when we do that to each other, we don't know how much damage that does. Like the average person don't think there's a reason to be mad because they sleep in a motherfucker. They in perfect peace. Then when you get mad, it make you look crazy and panicking and shit, because the more you learn, the more you realize, oh shit, we got to get serious, humanity. But you look outside and see everybody ignorant, and they in ignorant bliss. They sleep. And see, that's how I know to woke from the sleep. I can feel the energy. You know what I'm saying? But that's the whole thing. Salute to this sister, though, most definitely.
Yes, and I use those words with lack of a better word, because again, I can just say something as you awaiting. Let's say the bills need to be paid, everything past due. Again, when I say losing your mind, how you're able to solve your problems like right then and there, and people don't realize they have the power. This is why we're saying like you have the God within you. You have the power to whatever step, wherever direction you want to go, that's where you at. Because I always feel like we're the same, yet we're different. And the difference is our state of mind, because your mental is where it's at, and my mental is where it's at. That doesn't mean that both of us are necessarily wrong. So I understand the definition of debate. I get it. However, in my view, in my mind, in my reality, there's no need to debate because I understand where you're coming from. This is what I'm saying.
I'm not debating you, sister. I'm not debating.
I know you're not, honey. I'm just saying that to as just saying that. Listen, our mentals are in different places. That's it. But we're saying as far as spiritual beings, right? We're all on our own journey. So, while one person is losing their, I guess, lack of a better word, honey, losing their mind, right? Hair falling out, right? There's another one that's able, to see things through, passing each step, graduating, so to speak. Again, a worm cocooning to a butterfly. Each step, like this is possible too.
Give me an example of someone who would be, hey, sister. That laugh is amazing. Let me just ask you something. But check this out. People, y'all cut her some slack in the chat room. She good people.
Hey,
check this.
Hold
on, sister. Hold on.
Yes,
hey, check this out, sister.
Yes.
Give me an example of a person losing their mind, pulling their hair out.
I wanna say, let's say somebody's going through a divorce. They didn't foresee it, right? They knew like it's like two negative magnets, right? That they're going through something, but they sticking it out through the end, but then it crumbles underneath their feet. So then when you see yourself in a person and not having your own identity, a lack of a better word, seeing as one, like this is, instead of seeing yourself as two separate beings, in this human experiences, you're seeing yourself within them. So when the marriage is in disarray, it's like you losing your mind off of that. Now it's like, what next? What do I do? How do I find myself? Because I've been seeing myself in this person. So this is why I said, when your back is against the wall and it's not a one-time event. Yes, that divorce is, broke down your wall or broke down the house. However, I always felt like every step as you demoing a house, you build it back up in different ways. There's always something new. You're able to withstand everything, every wind, hail, whatever that's coming your way, you can do that. So like I said, I only speak on what I know. That's it. Like I'm not in a state of mind where have this defeatist mentality. I see everything through. I'll problem solve everything. So when we speak of the God in people, the Christ-like, the crystal, this is what we're speaking of. Like the higher self, higher power, living your life authentically. Whatever your truth is, honey, that's your truth, right? Some people focus on
explain the defeatist mentality to the people out there. So go ahead.
Like you feel like this is it. Again, I want to stand on the divorce because many people have gone through it. They understand it. They understand it. Like you feel like this is it. This is the end. What do I do now? Maybe you never foresee yourself doing anything because you're always doing something with someone, right? Mm-hmm. But for me, in the same breath, that's your higher self consciously, saying like, I can do something. So in my mind, I'm thinking hamster on a wheel. So while you're forever this hamster on a wheel, right? You're thinking like, damn, I got to get off. To me, that thought, even while you're still being there, is a success that happens overnight, right? So it may take you forever to find your footstep until you finally get that footstep, you know, like a couch potato who's sitting down and eating chips or whatever they like to eat, and they think, my damn, I need to go to the gym. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I you know what? I got you.
Yes, sir.
I was just,
Yes, sir.
you know, picking your brain, trying to see
I know,
exactly
honey.
where you was going. Check it
So
out.
how did it go?
No, I'm telling you that I definitely agree with that. You basically saying if you plan, if I'm an NFL player, right? If I just lost the game and got blowed out, I ain't gonna dwell on a loss and a defeat. I'm finna prepare for my next game.
Listen, honey, that loss is your game. You feel me? It's just part of an experience. So what do you do next? You're just thinking of like, okay, boom, I made this. You're going to look back at the plays, the videos. You were like, oh, damn, I made a mistake here. Oh, I know how that dude is like or whatever. So I'm going to pivot this way and trip him out. This is what you always do. So it's not about being better than someone else. It's about being better than yourself. Like you always competing with yourself. And granted, when we talking about perspective, right? People looking at you and they straight up hating. But you know what? Just like you explained with Moloch, just like you, I want to tie back to Moloch, right? Just like when you explain with Moloch, to me, it's, you know, again, it's just, it's the experience that just unfolds for you and how you get to understand yourself, because we speak of the Walking Dead, the zombies, how they don't know themselves until they get this realization that, oh, you know, they tilt their head to the side and it's people. They're breathing. They're running from me. Why would they run from me? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like you're open. You're more receptive. When we speak on the transmit tower, when we speaking on, you know, the higher self, this is what I'm talking about. You tapping into that higher self to see what's next. And when I talk about having a direct conversation with your higher self, it's like you in this dimension, right, in this plane, speaking to your higher self in another plane. So every time when I'm speaking, I only speak on what I know because I've been in that situation when I had a direct conversation, sir.
And I want to say, hey, salutes to it. Salutes to all that, man.
Yes, sir.
Hold on a second. I'm going to drop a bomb. And then I'm going to make a point, right? I want to go back to what I was trying to say earlier with the sacred geometry of Christ increase. A lot of folks think, you know, that I was reaching with that back in the day, but I had more evidence for that theory. Christ is a creasing concept, what they call a rippling time. Like if you look at the collage, the reason I'm sharing this collage, by the way, Christ in between the two thieves, like these two deities are the two thieves, and the man in the middle is Christ, the one that's in the earth. The earth is the cocoon that they wrapping around his body. Now watch this. The Torah is literally the Band-Aid wrappings that's wrapped around the mummy. And all the writings on the pages is what's going to manifest in his lifetime. This is how we get the fulfillment of prophecy. It's written in the Torah, or it's written on your own Torah's field. This is the concept of the writings on the wall. And I'll show you that now. Hold on. Here, right here. This is the Torah's field around his body. That's his world outside. The sun and moon are the two parts of this Torah that we say that's wrapping up the mummy right here. One bandage, two ends, and we tied around him. And each day passed by, we unwrap him out of this world to ultimately death. He's finally out. But here's what I want to bring up. When we say Christ is crease, if you open, Christ represent the middle point in between the Old and New Testament. And if you open up a book in the middle point, guess what the reference point would be if we want to focus on the middle? The crease of the book. That's called a binder. Christ is what binds the Old and New Testament together. He the glue between the heaven and earth. And this is what we are. We are interdimensional creatures. We are an embodiment of spiritual light and physical nature, or what we call the material world. Now check this out. When you look at this whole Torah and Bible shit, by the way, if you don't get what I'm saying, I'm telling you this, the knowledge of you. The writing, you know, in the cartoons, they got all the thoughts circling around a motherfucker head. That's Jesus' halo. All of our will is written in the stars and what's going to happen in your life, and it ain't nothing you can do about it. We actually wrote that before we was born, and we came here to manifest it. You get the chance to rewrite this in between each one. This is the concept of fulfilling prophecy right here. But check this out. The original Bible was called a Torah because the sacred writing was what's written in your heart, is what they was talking about. Your auric energy is what you're going to manifest. You're going to manifest what's written in your heart and mind, which is the electromagnetic energy field that we're calling the Taurus field. It's made out of the heart and the mind. And that's why they call it the Taurus. The Torah, which is this book that's talking about what's written and it's going to be manifested. And if you look at it, it looked like the Taurus, which is why I made this collage. Now, if you think up the word Christ, which is crease, that's literally what the middle point of this represent. A creasing events happen, or crushing, crush, crash, crease, crash. And we say words like increase and decrease, because this dealing with the psalm. But think about this, right? When you talk about busting up out of this bubble called Earth, think of a pus bump, and you got to pus that. When you got a pus bump, in order to heal it, guess what you got to do? You gotta bust it and drain the pus out. Now, why am I bringing that up? Because that's what our Taurus field is. It's filled with sin. Let me show you something. When they talking about this breaking out, watch this shit. I'm about to put it up now. And then I'll pass the mic. Watch this. This whole thing about resurrection. Look at this volcano. Hold on, look at this one. Think of a pus bump popping and all the fucking pus flowing out of that shit. But it's healing though. That's why this God Vulcan became Christ, dealing with this healing concept. This whole world is a heal. Everything inside of it came to undo its karma so that its soul can heal and evolve. That's why it says we was casted like a cast, because you need to heal. That arm is broken. And so that's what these babies are in. They're in casts because the gel becomes a mold, and that's Moloch. But check this out. When one of these things busts, right, that's the whole concept of Jesus shedding blood for resurrection. You know why Jesus shed blood? The symbolize rebirth. Jesus is Ishtar. The blood shedded from the tree. This was dealing with the sap tree. Now check this out. If you take the word sap and flip it backwards, you get pas or pus, sap, backwards, pus, sup, sap, and all that. But check this out. This is dealing with right here dealing with when imagine a tree, and every time that shit open up, like Neo, what I was showing, is like a sap tree, blood just running down it. Let me show you what they was worshiping. That here we go right here. Look, this is Jesus. That's why Jesus covered in blood on the mountain. Jesus covered in blood because he's hatching souls. He's Saturn. He's harvesting souls. He's the Moloch bull. And the sap that's bleeding from these are the eggs on his body are the souls being born again. That's why I'm showing you this shit. His blood shedded so that we can live, right? Now they got animals like that in nature that carry their babies, are born in their back and shit. Let me show you some. These are reptilian gods. Look. A lot of animals like this. And remember, these folks got the checkerboard pattern, the polka dot pattern, and it's representing the soul harvesting. This is why we say they're reptilians. But this is a spiritual level, though. This is happening on a spiritual level. And I know this shit make your flesh crawl, make your spinal cord like tingle. But check this out, y'all. Here's what they showing you. This tree of life is a living tree. And that's what Jesus represent. The Tower of Babylon that souls are able to be reborn on. And you got to think every time an egg crack, he's shedding blood so that you can live like your mama did when her water broke and she covered you in blood. So this concept, man, of the tree of life is deep, is what I'm saying about the whole covering in the blood and shit, and what Christ represent. It's the whole matrix shit. But let me not halt the mic, man. Salutes. Yeah.
Oh, you good, bro? And just to to fill in the gap until somebody else, chime in or whatever. Tiaras and the great, like, these things are energy fields. Like when they talk about Ishtar, like you was talking about in El, right? Because El is supposed to be the feminine, Ishtar is supposed to be the Ishtar is the feminine, El is the masculine of the ancient Akkadian or the Semitic tribes, right? And just to go back full circle about Semitics, which are the sons of Noah, right? And we got, the lineage of those that we say control the media, etc., right? And so what we're talking about and trying to bring around full circle, just everybody listening, is like Semitism comes from a certain land, and it's a certain language and certain understanding of. In El, and Ishtar, like Bro Sanchez's mission, are ancient deities of gods and goddesses of a land of people that created the language, right? Or the understanding of reality we call language that we use to this day. So when we look back at what these people thought, it's crazy how we already understand it now, and we're not even trying no more. We are connecting the dots over here on Bro Sanchez TV. And I just wanted to say shout out to everybody and like look up everything we're talking about. When we talk about the L's of Ishtar, look up this stuff and see what these beings are, because it goes into the energies of why we feel the way we feel when we speak the way we speak. But shout out to the panel and everybody else on here for sure. And I don't want to keep hogging, the airways. I want everybody else to chime in because I might build off of something somebody ain't said nothing yet. I might find something to understand.
I could build off of that, bro, because what you were saying about it might not be the same thing, but like I've been reading this thing about psycho-cybernetics, and it's about the same thing with cymatics and the sound waves and stuff, how they make the sand move around with the vibrations and stuff like that.
That's right. It's called cymatics. Yep.
Yeah, it's the same thing with your mind. Like it's creating waves and currents and all that, the vibrations and stuff like that. Yo, that shit is deep, bro. Like, cause it's like you could literally manifest and create things with your thought waves. Like that's what we doing anyway. But
and how God created, and God said, "Let there be what?" Right? He said, "Let there be whatever." He said, "Let there be." Right? So yeah, y'all go ahead.
Just to cook with y'all on that. Basically, we manifest what we feel in our heart and what we think in our minds. The combination and offshoot between what we think and what we feel is the dual is basically this double-headed dragon that determines what we manifest and basically in this book of life, the Old and New Testament should be the good and bad testament, meaning that two things can happen. You can manifest your worst or your best. And each day you kind of play into these dual possibilities, split universes, and which you choose to give your energy to, and which version of you're going to manifest, heaven or hell within the self. And that's by what we think, what we say, what we feel. And that's why they say, hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil, all that shit. This dealing with the gateway to the mind and the heart, which is where create the Taurus field. So we're writing out our life and our inner. That's why we want to control our energy, harness our energy to what we think we want to be. If you want to be a fighter, you need to harness your energy like a soldier. That's why when people be like, Brother Sanchez, do this, do that, like you shouldn't be this way. I'm saying, brother, I know exactly what kind of spirit I am. You can look at my astrology. I'm supposed to have this kind of energy. Like, maybe you don't go read the stars and look at your energy. Everybody here to manifest the greater version of themselves. You know what I'm saying? So, that's the whole thing about prophecy being fulfilled, but it is written in the stars because the firmament is the real Torah. The heavens is we're living in a book of life as we speak. This tree right here, look of it like an open book that they sitting around right here, and they flipping the pages. Like that's what that tower kind of is. I can show you other shit to tie that together too, though, because that's why they talk about being written in a book of life. Yeah.
Hey, y'all go ahead. Y'all got it.
Now go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say, hey, bro, you see on the left side of the screen you showing right now, you know the image right there on the left side with the little pods. You got an image where you just show the pods, right? If you can show that image where it's just the pods, not the image on the right. Even if you don't, if you can, that right there, and you always zoom in right on the pods. That image on them two pods right there in the middle. Yep, right there. Yeah, buddy. In the middle, you see the gray part. It looks like a stork for a reason. It looks like a bird. You see the beak in the middle? Not the pods, but the gray part in the middle that's holding up the pods. That looks like a stork because they say in the great constellation of Sirius, it's the constellation that it's the stork. It's the goose constellation. Well, it's not called a stork, but they call it the birthplace of our stars in our galaxy, in our part or quadrant of the galaxy, right? That's what, NASA, et cetera, science, what they teach us, right? They call this area of where we're birthed at the goose constellation, while we have the storks bringing in babies and shit. It's literally in the constellations called the goose constellation, where it's a nursery, right? So yeah, exactly.
It's deeper than the constellation, though. Remember the lecture I did on the stork, where I'm telling you how the stork is this Holy Ghost dove dealing with the you probably heard that. When the stork is wrapping the baby in the white robe, that's the whole thing about the mommy being wrapped in the white bandages. I went up on a whiteboard. If you look at the way the stork holding the tower with the baby in it is making a triangle. And that's dealing with this prison, this chakra layers that we in. Yeah, it's the same shit. Yeah, we went over. Who remember that?
Yeah, absolutely. I remember. I was. Yeah. Exactly.
Look,
for sure.
Look, I'm gonna show you some shit too.
So is the stork the Merkaba then?
The stork is the sacred bird, or what we call in the mind of wandering. The mind is carrying the baby. The body is the baby.
Yeah, okay.
And it's
I got you.
Yeah, but hold on, check this out though. The whole concept of the stork carrying a baby, I'm glad he brought that up. If you want to bring that up, we also got to bring up that before it became that, I could show you pictures in Hindu of the dude inside of the same little. See this concept, that's why I brought this up. Look, zombie. Zombie is literally this whole concept, this Holy Ghost, shade ghost, Jesus getting up out the grave. So that's just dealing with our infinite energy, keep living on. But the stork carrying a baby, he's right. I went up on a board and I showed how they wrap the baby and how the stork carry it. And basically the stork would be, let me show you. You inside of this earth is this sacred bird carrying your whole, this sacred bird up here, that's the stork. And the baby is you inside of your sleep in that cocoon right there. See that world right there is this right here. That's your Taurus field. That is your whole wrapping of the stork, which is this white light wrapping his body. That white light is the earth. That's the beast. That's his mummy wrappings. So the stork is basically this holy goat or this same tree of life, like how this God here carrying all the babies, and these eggs would be babies. So yeah, that's all. We saying the same, just to let the people know how to go with the pictures to put the visuals with it. So
for sure, bro. We teaching the people for sure.
Right on. So, you know, the bird carrying the little baby wrapped in the shit. I want to show that it come from Mayan first right here, and I can even show other forms in Hindu of the bird carrying a dude inside of a ball. Literal image of a bird with a dude like carrying him. Now, scientists will say this is proof that dinosaurs was on Earth and that there was huge birds carrying man around. But if you look at the carvings, the dude's smiling. Why would they act like he happy that he being abducted? See, this was the Christ rapture. Christ represent the sacred bird on top of Mount Calvary with his arms spreaded, saying that he's fishing for men below. This the out-of-body experience. So whenever Christ is the higher self trying to get the lower self back to its true spot on the throne and out of the middle world.
Trying to get us to fucking understand. It's like, look, they keep on hitting us in our own understanding, our own Christalis, our own Christ. Everybody has that within themselves, and the key is people think it's like one of the Borgias, and it's like, no, it's not one of them Borgias. It's you. Whatever you are, you got that. No matter what the race is or whatnot, we are solidified light beings. If you're in this realm as a huge man being, and that's what, I love this panel for this reason.
Yeah, basically, we all blue, like you said before.
Exactly, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Check this out. Me, myself, about the stork carrying the baby to prove of us right? This little saint symbol above his head, that's the sacred bird above the dome right here. That's the Christ symbol. You can look at on Dagon head. Guess what? This symbol here, this represent the sacred bird. Now watch this. This is carrying this dude inside. You know how they got the bird and then they'll have, matter of fact, let me pull up the stork image, because when he's flying at you front view, you know, it'll come to light.
Facts, bro. And that's why I put that in the back check. Buddha was Vishnu Christ. Like literally, if you like when we look up anything we talk about, we're talking about right now. There you go. There go the stork.
You got it. But hold up, watch this.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got the image up now.
You see this? See the way that the bag shape is what I'm saying. And the stork is the version of you that's at the North Pole. It represents the tree of life holding a baby, which is why I put
it shaped like a Christ too.
Let me get this out. So yeah, the stork represent this tree of life. You see it with his wings spread open like that. Watch this. That's what this tree is. The stork is this God right here holding all the babies, but he got them wrapped in this little ball right here called a Taurus field. So when we look at the stork and how the baby is inside, like the knot that connects the bird mouth right there, that's the crown chakra. And check this out, y'all. Only thing I'm saying is this. If you look at this image, this little saint symbol is the bird, the stork, and this is the baby in its bag, Babylon, dealing with he ain't a baby, that's a grown man. So that's showing you before they turned it into a baby, it was dealing with you inside of the simulation.
Facts, bro. And go to that leave it right there. You see how over top of the stone image, the stone image, the one of the real, that jump. See how he's covered, right? Or she, whatever's in the middle, the being, right? And see how the red arrow is pointing to split the cross. or the the crux, the fold in the middle, and then the torus field folds out from that red arrow right there all the way beyond and up under, the sacral layers of the person sitting in the Om stance. And so literally, I believe that they literally saw the force field or the vortex around the person that was beaming, gleaming. You see what I'm saying? The light beings that we are. I believe that that's why we see the image that you're showing right there, and it's carved in the stone, because the things that artists put into the hardest form that can't be washed away the most is the things that we want people to remember the most. And so it's a reason why this is in stone and other stuff is painted on caves, or other stuff is drawn out on papyrus or written in books. The stuff in stone will literally let you know. That's why I love this channel, because you break down, the sacred geometry. Like that red arrow is pointing to the auric field around the person in between the, and that and look, we already been there. Yeah, you got it.
That red arrow is pointing to the crown chakra, or the great seal that lead to the way out once you, what they said, do when you open your mind. So let me show you. This collage will show you. Compare that here to Jonah and the whale. Jonah had to take the chimney out. This is this Satan, this North Pole concept. Check it out right here, a pilot ejection button, and reject them out the top, the Jack in the Box concept. You see Jonah or Santa coming up out the top, because that water spout is symbolizing an antenna. Antennas is Santa. If you take the S at the end of antennas and put it in the front, you get Santa or Satan. It's a play on words. This chimney is a totem pole, like what the Indians had all the time, the totem pole with the bird at the top. Yeah, that bird symbolizing the true self. The spirit got wings. The higher self is this bird right here, the Holy Ghost. But the baby inside of that bag is that while your soul is sleeping, guess what I'm saying? Watch this, y'all. The stork is flying around in a circle, carrying a baby. And that's you being stuck in a daze. That's why I keep pulling up this other image over here. Watch this. I got to explain you what I'm talking about real quick. Hold on. See, the stork is our higher self. And this is the path that it's making. Watch this. Hold on. The stork is this white light around the body. The body is the baby that the stork is carrying. So this stork is the white light. And this stork wrapping up the baby is basically when the soul go in a daze, the soul start going around and around in a circle. And that's what creates the solar system. And when that white light, that's why I got this image of the black hole shit up. I got to tie that in. Hold on. Bear with me. Let me close some of these.
Oh, you good, bro. Yeah, take it down.
Yeah, close that. Here it is. Look. So look. When you look at this image right here, this black hole sucking up the light is what we talking about. Saturn eating the babies. Is that our light is infinite, but when it's entering the black hole is what creates the solar system, and that's what Saturn is. This is a transitional form. This ain't our final form. We're still passing through a black hole, and we're calling it life. And so when we get on the other side of this black hole, we'll call that death, and the journey will be complete. This whole thing about our light being wrapped around this black hole is what's creating our life. This life is like a waiting room. And everybody got to load through here, and they born in and fade out, because this is just a holding room. It's like a place where we was passing through a black hole, and we started to load up this thing called life while the energy passed through. It'll be like saying, okay, when they said when they trying to travel long distances, in space travel, basically, they saying that they can put your ass to sleep And in your sleep, they will have technology in the future that will allow you to program your dreams. So you can sleep just like the movie Demolition Man for like a year and wake up and you will be wherever your next destination. But in that sleep, it don't feel like a year. So the whole thing about this life is like when some loading on your computer and you can play a little game while it's loading. This is the inner halftime games or the Hunger Games. This is like the soul ain't even made it to its destination yet. This is the game. See, the journey, once you cross it to the black hole, this is a journey that begins your life. And the end of your life is the other side of the black hole, which is why they call it the Passover. You finally pass through it. And so Saturn is this solar system that we create as our world leave one universe and go into another. And all the stars you see around this universe is representative of the endpoints of somebody's neural network. And this is what happened when they die. See, listen. The end of your neural network in your brain represent the light of the soul that poured itself through the body. That light filled up the body like air filling up a balloon. And when it's pressed out of the body, let's just say it'll come out the other side, something different. That's what we looking at here. All the stars around what we see in this image represent this. Think about when I showed you the God that was clothing himself in the stars. They call it Geb. You see these gods, they got on a robe, and the robe got the star pattern. That's Geb with nut over him. That's saying when you die, you take off one of these universes and put on another one. You traveling through parallel universes. You're the light. And each time you travel through one, it's like taking off one set of clothes, putting on another one. The light end up in another body in another world. This is the imagery of what it looked like when the consciousness travels through the portal or the pineal gland to go to other universes when we dream. This is so that bird carrying the baby, you can see it now, that as this thing explode, it make two wings on the side, just like what the stork's showing here. So the darkness is like how a snake live in a dark burrow. The black hole is like this burrow, and the snake is the light, the kundalini. And the way that us snakes or infinite energy serpent beings travel through these wormholes or snake burrows is through stargates, which is let me show you what we looking at right now so you can see I'm not making it up real quick. See, because this predate modern science and we got to know that. This sacred stone is showing you what I'm showing you, but this date back way before them. And why does it got this little line in the middle? You see this little line right here in the middle? That's called a crease. What did I just say? Christ is the crease. That's how you get this little line right here. Right now, what is that showing you? This right here. That line is showing you, hey, this is the ring of Saturn split through the middle of a black hole. And the silver part is the light, and the middle part is the black hole. Can y'all see it now? See, this little line right here, if I can flip this 90 degrees to the right, you'll see this is just Saturn. This is a black hole. The silver part is the light, and the line is the little ring right here around it. All of this is the same science. So, and I'm also tying it into the stork and all that. So, yeah, I'm going to mute up and let everybody, let's get it. Y'all,
and that little crease is, like you showed, that's at the Kaaba, right? And the Malcolm X. And that's why I wish, that's where Malcolm X went. And when he came back from that little crease right there, that sacred wound that you showed, that black hole, that sacred wound, right? The in and outy, the feminine, divine. He came back different from that pilgrimage. And I was hoping that everybody, and look, that little Kaaba right there was a well in the Bible called Zamzam, where one of Abraham's descendants, I forget I believe it was Ishmael, make Beersheba or whatever at that well, and they exchanged. It was a whole bunch of animals included in the story, like camels and shit. And then the new generation of Israel was born, and so it goes real deep and full circle back into what we was trying to describe, which were you know who we was talking about, right? So that's what like. It all goes full circle. Even if you're not mentioning the specific terms, what we talking about is exactly what we started off with almost 3 hours ago, which is trippy as fuck right now. But yeah, shout out to the panel. That cop is called Zam Zam. Yeah, you got it. Yep.
Yeah, just to say this too. Here is old Christian artwork of Moses splitting the sea. Now you know why I'm pulling that up? Because look at this. Moses was the God of his time that was telling people about the afterlife, like the secrets of the ancestors. It was being lost. He was one of them men preserving it. But he ended up, like I said, corrupted and making his own version. I went into all that shit. Moses knew the truth, and you knew he knew. Check this out, y'all. When they talk about the Christ mass, what did I say earlier? Christ is crease. They say we are united in crease or united in Christ, and that's Christ mass. Look at what's happening on this image. All these people having a reunion in a crease. This is the unity in Christ or unity in crease, and I can show it to you right here. In this crease right here, and this is Mesopotamian cosmology. All of the worlds are unified. And all of the ages and times, when they say in heaven, all the souls are together because you're outside of time. Division is, we're divided by time. Like you don't live in your grandma time. We don't live in the Harlem Renaissance times or that time. We live in our time. Time separates souls. But outside of this time dimension that we in, all of the souls that ever existed in all of the times live in one base reality at the middle right here. And that's what Earth, Wind, and Fire telling you in this collage. And this is their artwork showing you the gateway that connects all of the worlds, the Stargate. And that's right here. And so when you look at this crease, there is unity in the crease. Because ain't no time to separate us. We separated by time and distance. That all of that ends at the North Pole. So there's unity in Christ, but like I said, the word Christ is crease. Because you see where the unity happening at. Look, the crease mass. This where all of the masses, all the minds that ever lived in all the different times and ages will be at one point. We will meet Hitler, Mozart, Beethoven, and all that in this place. And that's what they always said about heaven. That's the true Christ mass.
Facts. You're going to come in contact with everything that ever was and has been. And those images on the right of the, you said Earth, Wind, and Fire, right? You know about, like, everybody, like, Ben York. I'm not going to ask if anybody know. Because I hate when people ask me that shit. Like, hey, do you know what word? You know the definition? No, I hate that shit. I'm gonna stop doing that shit. But Ben York, right, and Malachi York. Those images with the white shirts and the Africans on the right with all the different faces from the image you showed from Earth, Wind, and Fire. Literally, those are the images of the ancient aliens that sparked the so-called Van Daniken stuff, right, and the Chariots of the Gods. All the Chariots of the Gods stuff, that didn't start with that dude. That started from, like, what we're talking about here on this channel, ancient culture and religion. And one of the most ancient ones was the Akkadians, bro. And I just started, like, because I knew about the Sumerians and the Phoenicians and shit, right? And then, like, the Akkadians in all the old school movies, like Beastmaster, they're always portrayed as the downtrodden, struggling as race of people. The ones that are being the slaves, right? But the Akkadians are the first ones that sparked the whole people with the wings on the carvings that you just showed. That's Akkadian culture. That's Semitic, from the Semitic culture, right? That's from El and Ishtar, like what we're talking about. And when we talk about the energies of El and Ishtar, that shit lines up exactly what the Bible is trying to portray. And I understand, like, trust. You talking like me, myself, trust that I understand exactly what it is. It's just a comprehension of the times that be. And now we look at them at a time that wasn't that, and we try to comprehend that time. I get what we are, right, as human beings in a modern like paradigm. My whole thing
hold on
is
a second. Hold on.
go ahead.
I need every fucking body right now that's watching the show. If you can spare $2, which I know you can, to hit the doggone cash app right now. You know why, y'all? We've been going 5 hours, 6 hours, and the donations been getting low lately. And I don't normally do this. I know some YouTubers got a quota meter. They go in on y'all. They'll stop the whole show till you get the donations up. But I'm gonna tell you, straight up, time is money. Somebody said a minute in the chat room, time is an illusion. Yeah, and this life is an illusion. Cause see, the thing about fake and real, fake is real. And that's called a paradox, meaning that it's real that fake exists. You get what I'm saying? It's true that lies exist. Don't mean the lie is the truth. See, you telling me time is an illusion ain't telling me time ain't real. It just means life is an illusion, and life is our limitations within time. And that's why the Maya said time ain't real and this life ain't real. It ain't the reality. But guess what? You experiencing it, ain't it? Guess what that proves? We can experience the unreal. You can have a nightmare tonight. Meaning that unreal and real are both parts of existence, and that you can live in both of them, and that there's a such thing as the unreal world, which is the fake world we live in now, and there's a such thing as the real world, what I keep telling you about, the base reality. You can live in either one, because something being fake don't mean it don't exist. It just mean it ain't the real thing.
Factual actuals for sure.
Right.
Kept trying to then tell them it's a spiritual and physical all in one time in the same moment. We keep living in this physical thing, not understanding what this physical thing was built off of in the same moment. Period. For people, yeah. Hey, whoever says something else, y'all go ahead, because y'all got it. Yeah,
Nah, salutes to my people. We be going for hours, 5, 6, 8 hours, and the people be with me. The numbers don't drop, so let's drop a bomb. I appreciate the fuck out of my people who support this community. That's why I be on here this long. I just gotta let them know, hey, people, it's time to pass the offering plate. I'm gonna start playing that church offering music too. That shit
you
gonna
should,
be funny.
bro. You should, bro. That would be genius because ain't nobody doing it.
I'm telling you, the offering time, I just got to remind them because they'll support. When we go on this deep, a nigga forget, like, oh, let me throw this nigga these little $2. You know
they get transcended, bro. Yeah. For real, people get transcended. Honestly, bro, people get transcended. It's like, oh, shit. And then they forget. It's like, oh. And then we'll go talk about it like tomorrow and forget. It's like in usual, like everywhere else in the world, whatever you get that can benefit you, you got to pay for it. And so that's why I've never asking for donations and cash and you supposed to put that up like in Warzone, Call of Duty, like the streamers, right? Twitch. You will actually find, like on Tim the Tap Man, you will see the highest donator for the day on the actual screen. So you need to do that. Don't even second guess that shit. Just do, that's what you're supposed to be doing. Just like everybody else do it for shit that don't even fucking matter. But yeah, shout out to this panel.
Right, they donate to a lie.
Exactly.
And that's why I switched back to the original stream so they can't say, well, I didn't see the link. Salutes to everybody sending in the donations. Y'all know it's always I don't take these donations for granted, but guess what? Closed mouth don't get fed, buddy. And I only ask. But no, let me say salutes to the people though. But nah, we going too long for me to have to be here for 8 hours and just be like, what? $30. You know what I'm saying?
He's like, yo, $5. Like, what the fuck
hold
is
on.
going
Let's yeah, but nah, salutes to the people though. I ain't gonna. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I didn't think we was gonna go this deep, man. We started on the Kanye shit and all that. But you know what? I want to share something with you. And most of these collages that we've been talking on and building on, I got Kanye West on them. This whole thing started off about Kanye West, and we're gonna continue the conversation because y'all supporting the show. Appreciate the donation. We're gonna keep going. This gonna be a long one. Then I gotta turn around and do the Thursday one tomorrow. But check this out. We brought up Kanye West, right? And hold on a second. I'm gonna pull this up. Remember we brought up Kanye West. And then we was talking about all this deep shit with him. And I wanted to go deep with him. But let me show you something. Let me pull him back up again. Where is he? Here he go. Look. Let me pull. So we're going to finish the show, but we're going to tie Kanye West symbolism into everything we saying now. Because people may say we off subject because we supposed to been talking about Kanye West. But Kanye West is part of this whole occult shit that we segueing into. So at this time, we're going to keep the show going and we're going to try to tie it in together because that's Kanye West in the bottom right part of this collage. And I can show you more symbolism with Kanye West where where it lets us know he know, man, about some deep knowledge because folks be like, well, no, his director just doing that. So everybody director plugged into the knowledge, but the rappers just don't know what the fuck going on. They ain't asked they director, why you making me do this? Ain't no rapper asked the director yet, hey man, what the checkerboard mean in my video? Ain't no rapper said yet, hey, why I got to wear this? Why you making me walk up and put this blood on my body? You just doing it. That's why I don't buy that shit. The director, the one, no, man, the rappers know too. They all in on it. Now look at what Kanye doing in this thing. And then I'm going to show you some more because Kanye saying that he's this God that they used to worship in Babylonian time. That God was called a God Baal. And if you see this ball mounted on top of this mountain, that's why Jesus was on Mount Calvary. And if I keep going deep with this, I'm gonna pull up this Kanye symbolism and show you Kanye artwork where he's doing the same thing. So bear with me, I'm about to pull it up now and sync it all together. Y'all can take the mic though.
Take your time. Remember Golgotha and everybody else. Just remember that word Golgotha. Like the Gothics, they're shaped like a skull. They like wearing skulls and shit. Golgotha is related to the place where Jesus got crucified. It's the place of the skull. It's the mountain of the skull. And it's like cut of how, But y'all got it. Peace and power.
I gotta open up my Kanye folder now. Yeah, nigga got all kind of shit. Yeah, man. Nigga say he got a Kanye folder. Yeah, a OTO folder. It's full of OTO.
Kanye be trying to tell us on the low. He be trying to put us on, but he kind of crazy. But yeah, he be trying to put us on. He know what's going on.
Yeah, I think Kanye know a little something. He got that song Ultralight Beam, where he's like, "We're on the ultralight beam. This is a God dream." You look up the word beam, it's a living tree.
That's right here in the picture, right there, the ultra beam.
Let me see. Yeah, Kanye West. Where is my shit at? Damn, I'm looking for it. I'll find it eventually. Yeah.
And while bro looking, yeah, exactly. Yeah, and while bro looking, y'all on point. This nigga, like, look, artists are not supposed to read you off the book like the teacher teaching class. We are artists. We want to rebel. So we're off the standard operating procedure. That word that you read, that everybody read, we're gonna say it the opposite way at least. At least we're gonna say it the opposite way and decode it and write it down that way. We're not gonna say it like
I don't really think
you know
that. I don't think artists is trying to really teach us, me personally. But y'all go ahead.
I think they are because they've been dropping gems since the beginning. Like for instance, like Jay-Z,
Let me explain
like
something
whole,
to you. Let me explain
I'll be
something
listening to
to
this
you.
joint like 20 years later. I'll be like, damn.
Let me explain something to you, man. I'm gonna tell you what's an insult to people like me. When you say I'm dropping jewels and you turn around and say Kanye and Jay-Z doing it, I have to say, well, nah, I ain't dropping them kind of jewels. So I'm gonna show you why. All of my followers are woke. All of they followers sleep. How we dropping the same jewels? You niggas confuse ritual and them doing ritual and witchcraft and laws of attraction and manifestation for their own gain with them trying to teach you something. And just because they flashing the symbols I'm teaching about don't mean they trying to reveal what I'm trying to reveal. It just mean they know what I know, but they ain't trying to give the same revelation to the masses. Kanye telling niggas to vote for Trump. Like, we gotta draw a line. I know we like celebrities, and I know we wish that they were saviors, but these folks ain't trying to wake you up or save shit, bro. I'm proof. They ain't
we gotta
doing
draw a line. You're right.
man.
Nah, you're right.
We gotta
You
draw a
definitely
line.
right.
Facts.
You definitely right, Sanchez. You got it.
But no, but like, let me let him know why he right, because kind of what he said. But yeah, we have to, like, when I said artists, I didn't say what he just said. I said like artists in general. Like I consider Bro Sanchez an artist, and so I consider no. Listen to what I'm saying. I consider him a Sifu, someone who speaks the gospel, which is the truth spoken, when it's broken down literally and etymologically. I consider him someone who doesn't care about telling lies because he has no fear. Like I don't have a spirit of fear. That's why I'm here, because we're speaking whatever our truth is without any fear, right? So I get that. And I lumped him into a lump sum of the term artist, which I shouldn't have done, but I get what he's saying. It's like, look, if we consider that person over there that's not really speaking the type of truth out open like he is as an artist, then I can't call him an artist because I can't lump him in with that. I get that. Now, my whole point is I feel you, but
idolatry. Come on with it.
You right. Hey, you right. Hey, you right. Hey, that's why I said but, and then I apologize because there ain't no but. But yeah, you right.
Because anything after that gonna go to some idolatry type shit.
I was just saying on that platform they can only say but so much. That's all I was gonna say.
Cause I don't idle these folks enough. Cause I'm gonna call it like it is. Let me show y'all something, right? Kanye West is practicing Kabbalah magic. Now watch this. You see the eye right here? Where is it located? At the top of the stairwell. That means when you get to the top of the stairwell, your third eye gonna open up. And when you walking up this stairwell in your human body, you blind. But when you get to the top, that's Neo waking up and the third eye awakening. Now, when you see the eye mounted on top of the pyramid, that's the all-seeing eye on your dollar on the pyramid. This is a Kabbalah world order on the earth. Now, this eye on top of the pyramid is a spiritual order on the earth of what they call ascended masters. Now, let me break that down. An ascended master is a person that have a seat in heaven. Now, in my research to this day where I'm at, I'm going to tell you, this is a person who is possessed, meaning the real them ain't even in their body. The real Kanye is in a higher heaven, living out a better probability than the Kanye on this earth, whatever experience. So this Kanye on this earth that's getting crucified, the Kanye ain't feeling it. It's like another you in a dream world that's getting hit by a car. Even though that's you ain't conscious of it. This Kanye that's getting crucified is a different Kanye. The real Kanye been passed on. They call it the Passover ascended God. What that mean is you already went to a parallel universe. And in this universe, these folks are living out a better existence. And guess what? And what's left behind of their corpse here will be crucified and used for an agenda so it won't make waste of it. Now check this out. The star on top of your Christmas tree is this eye on top of the stairwell. Why am I bringing that up? Look at Kanye West. He's saying Kanye West has left the earth. The earth is the inside of this black mountain. This is the Tower of Babel. He's ascending out the top of it. I can show you in other artwork to back me up what I'm saying. Watch this real quick. 1 minute. Everybody let me cook on this a second. Watch this shit. Kanye on that mountain is this ritual, this same ritual. When I watch this Sumerian tree of life with Mazda is Christ. There's an old god called Mazda. And Mazda is literally the name of the man that we see man born again in this image in Samaria. It's this dude coming up out the world right here, like Jesus. The story of Christ is old. Let me show you again, because this picture here ain't good. Let me show you. Here is where Christ come from. You see this dude resurrecting, and this is why the obelisk in Egypt represents resurrection, because the obelisk is the Tower of Babel with the souls coming out the top, which is why they call it Vulcan, the Vulcan volcano god, launching out the souls of man. One of the souls that resurrected up out the earth, his name was Mazda. That became Christ to us. And you see him coming up out on Mount Calvary right there. So this is the all-seeing eye on top of the Christmas tree, on top of the mountain, the fire coming out the volcano, the light erupting up out the volcano is the fact that the real Kanye on an occult level, he cracked the code like I'm cracking, but I didn't sell my soul. But if I would have been part of that order, they are basically having the same awakening we having it, but it's the intent that separate us. They want to wake up so they can rule over everybody and be gods and shit. That's why they want to learn this knowledge. We want to learn it so everybody can be free. And that's the war that's going on. So the thing is this. Intent is what's going to determine what team you on. The good and the bad going to be given the knowledge, but what's going to determine what you do with the knowledge, why your intent for even wanting it going to determine what team you on. So if you want to learn all this knowledge to make you a god, that's what created this false world of Yahweh. But check this out. Kanye on top of this mountain right here is him doing what I'm going to call a Mazda ritual right here. You see this Christ on top of Mount Calvary. Again, the God ball on top of the mountain before Kanye. That's why they God was a cyclops. Because, listen, let me share something with you. When you look at this image with the ball mounted on top of that thing, and that ball is Christ, when you look at the laser that's piercing through the ball, what is that showing you? Look, the worm leaving the apple. Because this earth is the Death Star. It's what they call a Vamana. Now watch this. The Pokemon ball is the symbol of Christ's resurrection when the little monster is being free from it. Now when you look at all these images I'm showing here with the ball opening up to let the light out, that's what Kanye's showing here. Kanye is saying, I'm the light, or I'm the fire erupting out of the volcano, which is the earth. In other words, Jonah getting spit back out the well. This is Kanye telling the occult people, okay, I'm gone. And that version that you got of me down there, you could crucify him. And I may be thinking too deep. People say, man, you're reaching and all that. But guess what I'm saying? Regular people be like, that ain't Kanye no more. Then when I go to talking like this, they be like, boy, you crazy. And I be like, why don't we believe what we say? When you say something, I take it serious and go to researching on it. And when I prove to you that shit we said was right, it gets scary. It gets scary that we're actually right with this stuff, like what our world is, but we shouldn't and we shouldn't fear the awakening. But look, Kanye erupting out that volcano, emerging out that volcano is the Jonah ritual, rebirth. it literally mean Kanye been left that body. That nigga walking around with the MAGA hat, that might not even be who we think it is.
Hey, don't do that.
Now, you said it earlier with the clown and the clone joint. You said it earlier. I remember that.
Yeah,
hey, and remember,
clone, yeah.
and remember, like, Ye, when you talking about getting outside the body, I'm telling you, like, it's a reason why he called himself that, because that's what the bro was about. He was about, like, look, this ain't my real body. I'm gonna show y'all. It's like, don't worry about me. I got it. But then it's like, damn, this fucking torture is serious. It's like, fuck, I shouldn't have told y'all all this truth. They want to fucking put me, it's like all kinds of weird ass stuff. It's like, look, but we now get the story different. We take the story different because the Yeezus that we got now is not the Yeezus from back then, but he want to be on the same energy. He want to be Christ-like because that's the peak of what a human being can be, a male can be, where what we are, will you truly know that you are the light being that can just go in and out of this? Like whatever they do to my physical body is not something real because this is not the all that I am. I am, you see what I'm saying? So it's like, that's what I think the true teachings of it was. Like Bro Sanchez was just talking about and breaking down for y'all. And it literally goes into the watered down science they teach us in these 12 years of public education too, and college. And chemistry is the study of black. History is just the study of. Chem is whatever you want to do the etymology of and figure out what chem means. But history just means the study of, but you see what I'm saying? So it's like, but y'all got it. Yep.
Yeah, chem, like I said, like when you talk about chemicals, chemistry, like it ain't, and I know you say it's the study of black, but it's really not. What it really is the study of all of the chemicals and elements on a periodic table. That's why universities and schools started in Kemet, because they created chemistry, and the first universities got busy finding new chemicals in Kemet. Kemet was the place that gave birth in discovering most of the chemicals that we see on a periodic table. You know, and,
alchemy and transmutation and all that.
No, listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying before you. Hey, you right. Everybody right. I'm saying, listen one more time. Istry, I-S-T-R, why? The istries are the study of. Whatever you put in front of the istry is what you're studying. So whatever we say chem is, because it's chemistry, it's the study of chem, like chemetic. And what we decide chem means, that's on whatever we break down the etymology of. So, but there's multiple istries. And so I want everybody to think about what I just said before y'all think I'm disagreeing or agreeing with anything. I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with anybody. I'm stating what I know, what I've researched, the istry really pregates to, because you got the suffix and the prefix. And so istry is just the suffix, because pre is before, right? So it's the suffix of the study of whatever you're studying. So y'all go ahead. Y'all got it.
And also the word chem is just a root word that comes from the word alchemy. And alchemy was basically this whole thing about what they call the Christ knowledge or crash knowledge, crashing together different elements to see what new you can create. That's all alchemy was. It was about taking this and mixing it with that and see what new we can make. And that's the really fundamental principle of all science, and it's alchemy. And you can't have alchemy without chemicals, of course. And this whole process of approaching reality comes from Kemet, according to most scholars and stuff like that. I'm just giving y'all but yeah, salutes.
Yeah, bro. And, the Philosopher's Stone was like, like you said, they were trying to say it was like gold and stuff, but it was like the Philosopher's Stone was really like your mind and like transforming your mind and stuff like that, your consciousness and stuff.
Mm-hmm. It is that. And like Thoth, like the god Thoth is called Thoth because thoughts, like it ain't no reason why we call thoughts, and there's a god called Thoth. You don't need no other information outside of that to tell a child for them to figure out what that God was about. You see what I'm saying? It's almost a guarantee if you know about thoughts and stuff, if that child learned about thoughts at age 5 it's like, okay, we call these things thoughts. And imagine it's like, okay, oh, there's a God called thought. I wonder what that God's superpower was about. It's almost a guarantee he gonna figure it out without any type of like, you see what I'm saying? And that's why I love this chat, because it's like we're connecting the dots so easy for people where there should be no more argument about what we're talking about when we mention Christ, when we mention thought, metaphysics. It's a reason why Facebook changed their name to Meta. This is not by happenstance. And we can break down how our community sparked the new name of Facebook. But we're not going to even get into that right now because that's a whole, a whole nother panel, a whole nother show. But like what we're talking about right now is Semitics. And to bring it full circle back to, you know what I'm talking about, which are really the people that are us, the Acadians and the people that created the so-called the language. And when what we're talking about really is a spirituality, a source that wanted to become physical. And when we became physical, now we're talking about how that was a detriment to our whole collective.
I'm gonna be honest with you real quick though.
But yeah, go ahead, bro.
If I ask you when did the non-physical try to become physical, it'll be hard to find a point for that. I think
the chicken and the egg.
Yeah, that's why I said physicality don't exist. Only thing that exists is the truth, and within the truth is the lie. So that's what I look at, like this whole physical world is just the lie that exists within the truth, or the world that exists within the mind, because we live in our mind and the whole world outside is in us, is what I'm saying. So, changing our mind is literally changing our location in the universe, teleportation, if you will. Our whole journey in this world, when we die, our mind won't be the same as it was when we came. And wherever the state of mind we in at that point determine the next location we at, or which parallel universe.
Facts, bro.
Yeah.
Now listen, all right, you right.
So what I'm saying is there's a marriage between physicality and non-physicality, and they both always existed and always was. The real and the fake, the truth and the lie.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that for sure. That the reason for male and female was the singularity from which they spawned from. Left and right spawn from a center point. Up and down is the same, right? So I got you. I get what you're saying on that. Now, my whole point is, what was the reason for us trying to decide to experience another type of experience? Because you see what I'm saying?
Do me a favor. I'm going to break something down to you real quick. I know where you're going. Check me out. Only thing we are is light and darkness. We are a black hole with our own light recycling around our black hole. Every single thing in being. And these systems are connected to create the universe that we all perceive. Watch this, though. The black hole is the non-physical aspect. And the light recycling around a black hole is the physical aspect. Let me go back to this little Giphy right here while we talking about this, because, oh, damn it, did I leave that? Damn. Okay, we can pull it back. But check this out. Physicality and non-physicality is all there is, or light and darkness. Now watch this. That's saying if you close your eyes right now, it's just darkness. Or you can fill that darkness up with thought. So thought and the absence of thought. And the absence of thought, we just call that darkness. And that's when, if I say close your eyes and don't think about nothing but darkness, we would say, well, that's just sleep and you ain't dream. It's just dark. You went to darkness. You did. But now when we start to project anything in that darkness, that's what I'm saying. What we projected in the darkness is us taking the light that is within the darkness and turning it into a world or a thought or a chair, or like when you close your eyes and have a thought, the darkness is the canvas and you're drawing on that darkness with your own inner light. That's how we have inner thoughts. And so we are our thoughts, and our thoughts are housed by Nut, or this darkness, this skull, this dome. And that's all that exists. It's the thinker and the mind of the thinker, the observer and the instrument that he used to observe. Like if you go to any observatory, guess what it looked like? A human brain. And so the soul uses this brain, this physical world, to observe, because when it's just the soul, guess what? Ain't nothing to observe. It is everything there is by itself. So when it's not in that infinite state, it's observing infinity. It's and that's the whole thing of an out of body experience.
Fire.
Or
That's what I'm saying.
or inner body experience. So like if you look at what our brain is, like a person inside of an observatory is like your mind inside of your brain, and it's able to explore a whole nother universe through projection. And your mind is basically, when it's in this body, it's able to explore a world it would never be able to perceive outside the body. And the body can never even fathom the dimension that the mind exists on. But with the combination of the body and the mind, which is the human entering the observatory, or us coming into this terrarium called Earth, this is where we come to observe the writings on the wall, or the inner self. Like us being born, we went within to observe. This whole life is us learning about ourselves. You know what I'm saying, too, ultimately, though. So, yeah, man. When
you got to, and thank you. And y'all got it. Y'all got it. Go within and project your image. Your reality is your reality. But it's a collective, though. It's like everything's creative. Like we use that term for a reason. And I don't want to chop it up for too long with bro, because I know everybody else want to chop it up with bro. But what bro was, and like what I've been saying, and what bro's been saying for forever, we are the generators. We are CPU/GPU. We are computing processing units or graphic processing units. But where we get that energy, or where we get the code to process that unit from, that's the collective singularity. And that's what he just broke down. There's a collective source where we understand ourselves from, male or female. So male and female is a dichotomy, like dice is die, two, or bi, which is two. We are bipedal, we're split in half. When you cut the brain down the middle, is this and that. And there's something in the middle called the pineal, which is a singularity, what they call the seat, the throne. And they call that for a reason. And then it's related to that in Revelations for a reason. So when we break down the shit and reading between the lines like we do on these type of panels, well, this panel, because not many panels are doing this type of shit, and breaking down DNA, the deoxynucleic acid, deoxyribonucleic acid, because the ribose is like the fructose, it's the sugars. And me and whatchamacallit was going back and forth, because the proteins, which is the program that creates the sugars, which is the actual structure. That's how I remember it. The sugars is the structure, it's the crystalline being. But the crystalline comes from a program that sets what shape that crystal's gonna form. And that's why the information is in the crystals. So when we really break down what's in us in each cell, that's in the center of every nucleus of every cell in the human being, though. Just to break down exactly what I'm saying, that's in every single fucking cell. But y'all got it. Hey, we are that. Our flux is that.
Facts, you right on. You on point, bro. And for real, me myself, man. Like the DNA and the RNA stuff. That's the same thing. Like the programming, how they program computers and stuff like that. When you break it down, like the way they map out computers. The same way they map out the brain, the DNA,
and just make sure whoever chime in don't mention them stupid ass terms that get the panel shut down. Do what I just did, like me and him that's talking right now. Be cautious of the words you use. Facts.
Facts. All right. Peace. Nah, I ain't got nothing else to say, bro. Peace, bro. I appreciate everything.
No, you got it. Yeah, like, do what I just did. No, me and you, everything you saying is perfect. Like, just do what I just like. We've been talking for hours on end. You see what I'm saying? And ain't no triggers been popped up because we're thinking before. Even though it looks like I'm blissed out my mind, I'm not. I promise you, I'm on a different type of level of understanding in my reality. I'm too old for this shit. I'm almost 40. So if y'all see me sipping and doing what I'm doing, trust, I'm thinking about everything I'm saying before y'all hear it. And how y'all gonna think about it when y'all do hear it. And that's why I love playing this game, because it's fun to me. Like, this is my fun. That's why I say, shout out to the opportunity for sure, bro. Shit, hey, Christ. Now you understand Christ related to crystals, and what crystals do, they hold information. And one more thing, because everybody was talking about crystals on other people's panels, but not really knowing, you know, you got a spectrum or a rainbow, right? Each color holds a different type of information. It's a reason why we have warm and cool colors. The cool colors are the blue scale, the warm colors are the red scale, the red, orange, the yellows. The cool colors are the opposite, but y'all can guess, the blues, the purples, and the greens, right? And then like you have a higher upper echelon chakra and a lower echelon chakra, the sacral, right? And for some reason they call that the sacred or the sacral chakra, and that's where a man's, sack hangs. Now, I don't think that's happenstance at all either. But the higher chakra is on the other end, but it's a cycle though, because the purple and red, the red and blue make the purple. So it's a cycle. So even when you look at the red at the bottom and the purple at the top, and you notice how like the certain color of the gold or the white light is the most highest color light, the Christ light, or what's that movie? Kiss My Converse. The nigga, what's that nigga name? Nigga told him to kiss his Converse. Bruce Leroy, whatever, y'all know what I'm talking about. When he caught the golden glow, when Bruce Lee caught the golden glow, he reached the highest level. You know what I'm talking about? He reached the highest level of understanding where the code was. He didn't have to think about how he moved. It was automatic. It was coded in. He was computing. And so that's why they used that color for a reason. He didn't use blue or purple. Bruce Leroy didn't use blue or purple. Or Bruce Lee didn't use blue or purple. They used gold or white because that's the peak source of what we call the spectrum. But that's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, hey, we are that. We're solidified understanding of color and frequency, radiation, and vibration. So when we understand what that is, like Tesla said, he wasn't the first. He got that from other people. Don't ever fucking forget that. Everybody listen, Tesla was not the first. He got it from us. And Mazda, that's the trippy. I almost fucking forgot why I even started talking. Mazda, like my homie got tattoos of the Aztecs and the Mayans, right? And he was showing me, he's like, yo, Mazda? He's like, yeah, because we sell cars, right? He's like, yeah, Mazda, that was an ancient god. I was like, okay, cool. And then I looked up with that, I was like, oh shit.
Even if you look at the symbol of even if you look at the symbol of Mazda, it looked like the god Mazda. Yeah, go ahead.
Absolutely, bro.
That's
Zorro. It gets wild, bro. Yep. It's the zigzag, bro. The aqueducts above the pyramids, or the zigzag, the double helix of DNA. The zigzagging, and those strands that go across the DNA strands of the zigzag are made of hydrogen mostly. So that's the waters. So the waters are still being split like Moses and everything else. So everything, splitting the waters generate the energy that flux our reality in motion. So yeah,
and I'm gonna tell you something. When they talk about hydrogen, they ain't really dealing with that. These elements are like gods, right? So hydrogen is Hydra, and that's this serpent, right? This. Let me show you something real quick. We gonna sync it back to everything we've been doing in this whole shit. Watch this. So here go Hydra. But look, why would Hydra be eating somebody up? The same reason that a hydrant spit people out. See, when the whale spit Jonah out, it's showing you about this hydrant or this faucet that's giving birth to humans. Look at this. So like how a hydrant spits out water, the North Pole spits out humans. You see what I'm saying? And that's why this constellation Hydra is linked to Satan, the serpent, the dragon that devours people, and also the whale and all that. Like we see here, they showing you Christ on top of Mount Calvary, his arms open, but that's just Jonah exiting the whale. You know, all of this is ritual. Here go the whale right here. This the Hindu cosmos, but if you look closely, it's a whale. You see? Jonah in the whale, and then you look at the Hindu cosmos, you can see the gods inside of the Babel Tower or the Moloch beast living out their lives in this quantum computer. So in the whale. But yeah, that's what I'm saying about like another way to look at these. Like when they say DNA is like hydrogen, and they also saying DNA is what? Dinner, because Hydra is eating you. It's dinner time, dinner, DNA. And it's like all of this stuff come from somewhere. And today we just try to, it became sophisticated into like, well, that's hydrogen and this. But see, Hydra and Jan, the Jan were fucking serpent, seraphim. And Hydra, the Jan, Hydra, Jan, Oxa, Jan, because the ox is the bull, it was a Jan god too. These gods that's dealing with genesis and rebirth and genes, genetics in the avatar-based body. Your DNA.
Genies.
Yeah, DNA, genes, genetics, genie, yeah.
Yeah, right. Oxygen, hydrogen, genes.
So like when we see Jonah coming up out the whale, don't the name Jonah sound like genie? That's the genie coming up out the lamp. Is Jonah coming up out the whale, Jonah genie. And so
absolutely
in America, it was Quetzalcoatl here in America. Now the name of this god was Ahura Mazda. Check this out. And if you look at the word Ahura, guess what we're just saying? The aura. That's why in China they put on a serpent suit. That's the devil suit, the human body. They having a ritual to remind us that our body is actually Pan's labyrinth. The brain is a maze that the mind got escape of, and it's 7 universes, 7 netas. So if you look at this god, his name is Aura Maze, because the auras is 7 auras or chakra layers, and it's making a maze around your body. Look at them. Look at the whole thing about Pan's labyrinth. This maze around your whole body right here is like seven tombs you got to get up out of. So each of these each of these are different bodies, meaning versions of the self in other dimensions. So check this out. This God represent this Ahura Mazda. Let me show him to you real quick. Because you can see, whoever brought up Ahura Mazda, we're going to give them their props. Here go Ahura Mazda. If you look at Ahura Mazda, he's coming up out of 7 graves. That'll be like you busting up out the top of all these chakra layers. Sir. And you see how Ahura Mazda, he doing that. He the resurrected God that made it through each of the layers down here. And so when you see this tower, that's the aura. So it's saying Aura Mazda or Aura Maze. He's a Lord of the Rings, saying he mastered the worlds. You know, that's what we gonna. So that's what, even if you look at the word Ahura in the military, guess what we say? Hoorah, and it's a victory chant. Hoorah. Like touchdown, holding up, like where Mazda represent victory and shit. And it also means wise, because this is awakening. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, bro. And thank you. Hey,
to think
I am also the other guy that brung up my and I give a shout out to my other nigga. Like I played football in high school. Cause like he loved the whole Aztec tattoos and shit. I don't have no tattoos, but it's like because I am the tattoo. I'm the reason for all the tattoos and images, right? So it's like he was like, you know, Mazda, because he got all indigenous like Aztec Mayan tattoo. And I was like, okay. He was like, you know, Mazda, like the cars we drive, because he sell cars like, oh shit, that's a god. And then I looked up with the guy, I was like, oh, what the fuck? And I was like, absolutely not. So, bro, this shit gets so crazy and deep. Like, if you
watch
like
this, right?
everything
Watch
that
this.
we do, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you got it.
No, I was just thought of something. Look, the whys make us wise. And what I'm saying is asking why. The many whys. WHYS. The whys make us wise. Go ahead.
Absolutely. And everything is something. No matter what the name of the cars are. I wonder if dirt is a name of a god. I wonder if sun or ion, it was a name of a god. And come to find out ion was a name of a god. But we call our shit that covers us the ionosphere. So then we find out ain't no J in the Hebrew language, so his name was really Ion. And so when we find out certain things about certain things, it's like, oh shit. Are they giving us our reality, or are we just decoding it and figuring that shit the fuck out? Now that I can fucking pick everything out and comprehend everything, like the type of person me myself is, and I know you are, and a lot of people are, right, that listen to this panel, right? We can just pick that shit out. Don't ever trust nothing to be something raw or brand new. Everything is recycled, ain't nothing new. Ain't nothing new up under the sun. Trust and believe that that's the greatest parable of all times. Because if we really believe there ain't nothing new up under the sun, that everything's is a recycle, you know, of something that's already been, we got it. But when we think that shit is new and we the first one to figure shit out, that's when we fuck up as a society. So, but yeah, Ion, all the guys you talking about, the remedial things like on, when we flip a switch on is a God's name.
Yeah, OAN, you right.
So is that shit so fucking you see what I'm saying?
Hey, look,
it's like, what the fuck is off there?
Look, watch this. On, you right. On, O-N, O-N is O-A-N, one is O. These the same thing. Even when we say yawn, when we wake up, yawn, on, O-N, on. Because on is like yawning. You know, like it's some turning on.
Exactly,
like when
bro.
when we wake up, we yawn. When you fire up your car and the engine rev, that's like a yawning. That's like whenever you boot up your computer, you can hear the inner workings and shit. Same with us and shit. You wake up, the gas is moving, bubble, gut, all that yawning. we're machinery.
It get wild, bro. The sound of the things that we make to do things for human beings are actual names of gods. That shit get fucking wild when we really think about what we on this panel talk about. And so I just take my time with people. You know what I'm saying? I take my time. It's been almost 2 years and now, you know, I take my time. But look, I promise you, I love every last one of everybody, no matter what we call the hue. And I'm already broke hued man being. We're a light man being. Hue means light. And so ain't no like the white versus black shit. I get it. And anytime somebody fall into that fucking trap, I love fucking with them. Because it's it's like spar work.
Now
you know
look,
what I mean?
Let's go to this Ahura Master real quick, because check this out, right? Ra means light, and hue means different colors of light, and then maze is a maze. So the god Hugh Ra Mazda is dealing with this knowledge I'm showing here of the maze that's made out of the light rays of Ra. Hues of the chakra layers, 7 colors, light prism, 7 colors. Those are the hues. They make up, they are made of light, Hugh Ra, and then they make a maze with this torus field, Hugh Ra Mazda. And
we're dropping bomb, bro.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, brah. Nigga, hey, everybody look up what Ma. We already know what Ma mean, right? Or Ama or Ma. Anything that sounds like that, like I-E-I-O-U, the vowels, right? The A-E-I-O-U, X, and sometimes Y. What they added on, like after I graduated from, after I got out of, elementary and high school and shit. They added on the X and sometimes Y, but A-E-I-O-U is the sounds of creation. So when we break down vowels, that's what etymology is. Etymology, you don't even know, you ain't even gotta even really know people listening what etymology is. But that's why, hey, if you're listening there, syllables. You got syllables. Y'all know what syllables are. Break down the syllables. All syllables are gonna be broken down into the vowels, the A-E-I-O-U's. Those things are the origin of creation. But yeah, y'all got it. Y'all go ahead.
Nah, you're right, because like it's like the like it breaks down to the A-U-M. It's like it's like a long vibration, like 3 long vibrations. That's like you're right on point with that.
And thank you. Yeah.
But yeah, we all that vibration joint's crazy, like you were saying. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so salutes to everybody on the bill, man. This Ahura Mazda thing, you know, it's pretty deep. And I'll just say this, yo. Any God you can think of is just personifying this one truth that we all sinking it back to. But I'm gonna tell you something that I just learned today, pulling these up with y'all, that I really happy about is Jonah and Genie. See, it be little shit like that that have me like, oh damn, yeah, he is the genie coming out the lamp. And so what I'm saying is, what is it to these bright minds on the panel? We're finding out all cultures and all symbols and religions are hiding one truth about life and death, entering the earth and exiting the earth, which is the well of the world. It's the secrets of everything. And when ancestors came to this earth, they wanted to know the science of how my soul got in my body. And this was cracking into the history of the Akashic records of them coming back in touch with their past lifetimes, future lifetimes, parallel universe. Without thinking like that wouldn't have led to the out-of-body sciences of a human saying, wait a minute, there's something infinite inside of us that can't be created or destroyed. What is the history of how that got in the body? Now we're studying conception and not birth. And when you get into that realm, you literally dealing with stargates and portals and shit. Cause how a thought is conceived, it's the birth of what they talking about, the birth of a star when it comes to the science world and shit.
Yup, eternal, impossible. We are the Eternals, and that's why the new movie was called that. And one of the new movies was called, in the new movie Eternal, Angelina Jolie, right? It was 7 of them, and of course the black dude from
People
Get
think
Out.
she's so hot too. My bad. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, he's good, bro. But one of the main ones of the Eternals, it was like 7, of course 7, called the Druids. And when you hold this up, right? Excuse me, I can't even make my hand like that because I'm tight because I balled my fist up like I punched. But like this right here, the Jedi, the Vulcan, that's the Druid symbol. Like in Star Trek, when they hold this joint up for the, you know what I'm saying? That right there is a Druid ancient symbol of, it's a sigil. And that means the eternal beings that created the thought, that created the reality, right? And that's why they call them Druids. Like when you really break down and then you do the begots of the etymology, right? And the fish people are the nomos, right? And the nomos look like the things that they call
this
the
picture made you go into the nomos, didn't it?
Oh, I didn't see. Oh, yeah, no, that right there is that shit's wild, yo.
So
look, listen.
I ain't even
listen. But it's funny you brought that up because you was talking about the Sprite and Ajax and the gods and stuff like that.
Right. So check this out, yo. About the fish people. I don't know why I thought he brought that up because of that. I was just about to go into this whole Dagon fish god shit. Look, the fish people is us. The human body is the Dagon or Satan. Let me show you what that is, and we can move forward. The fish is the one caught in the net. Remember what I said right there. A fish trapped inside of a net. See, look at this image. You are the fish trapped in the internet called a virtual world around you. The matrix is the net. You in it, it's the fish in the net. Now watch this. This is what this whole system is, y'all, what I'm showing. The body in this field or the mind inside the world through the body is this whole thing about the fish caught in the net by the fish god Yahweh who fishing for men. Now look, check this out. Here is Dagon. I just showed you about Jonah. Look, Jonah is a Dagon. Look, all of the Dagonian priests were just they were overlords and overseers in initiating you in your simulation. And once you go to sleep and fall into your matrix simulation, they would appear as the stars in the sky and the sun and moon. And that's why we get the signs from the heavens, or we said that the ancestors are the stars. Like if you look at the priest of Dagon, their positions around the sleeping body is the same position of the stars in the heaven. And I can show you that shit right now. Let me grab some more slides. As they go, see, as the Dagonian priest is two of them on each side of you. You sleep in a cocoon. As they unwrap you out of your cocoon, in the world, that looks like the sun and moon going around your body. But that's the angel and devil on each shoulder guiding you in this world. And I'm finna show you that in a minute. Here they go right here. What this is a soul in Eden falling into the Babylon tower. This table that you see them on, that's the Tower of Babel. They about to descend down into the tower. This is a magician trick where they put the lady on the table and shit and chop her up. This is why they said the body of Osiris was chopped up, because when they go down into this tower, their consciousness will be copied into multiple universes that exist in the tower, and they gotta find their way out of all of them to wake back up right here in their sleeping body. And if when they complete their initiation, what they will gain is a set of wings, and they'll be able to fly. This is how we get our wings. So check this out, y'all. These Persian priests, this ain't happening in the earth dimension. This is happening literally. Let me show you where this ritual going on at. Where my collage? It's gonna go down. Now watch this. Those two priests are the motherfuckers in the top right corner over here. They're overseeing the sleeping babies that's on that tree of life. And while the babies sleep, guess what they're responsible for doing? They're turning the tree. They're rotating the tree. This is the witches stirring up the brew pot, and what they stir in is life. This is the North Pole right here in the middle of our earth. And this is saying the sun and moon. And this tree is like Jesus with his arms spread. But Jesus, remember, is represent, we live in the body of Christ. So this is talking about Christ represent this whole terrarium, this matrix and shit. But check this out. That's why if you look at the Ishtar god, he got all the eggs on him. Because when they said we living in the body of Christ right now, Christ is the golden calf that they sacrifice souls to. Our souls in the Babel Tower. The Babel Tower is personifying Christ. Christ. We live in the middle part. This tree is in the middle of these two deities, or the sun and moon. As they turn, that the sun and moon are helping stir up the sky on a physical level. When we go outside, we see the sun and moon. We know that one masculine, one feminine. But on a deeper level, the ancestors saying, if you can go outside the earth, that's literally a great mother and great father, and with their babies in the incubator, and they hatching us like chickens out the fucking egg, mom and daddy. This is what we're looking at with this tree of life. And so when one of us hatch up out this shit, not all of this journey will be revealed, all that good stuff. But what I was saying was these Persian priests, they're wrapping a person up and they're sending them down into they loading them into the simulation. And when it's time for them to be unwrapped, and when they start unwrapping them, then these people will start aging, willowing away, getting sick, and it ain't nothing a doctor gonna do for you. It's just your time. Because on a higher level, your higher priests are waking you up. Just like this, put it this way. You know when you dreaming and you may motherfucking fall off like a ledge or something and land into a lake. And the moment you land in the lake, you wake up and it's your mama splashing you with water. So how that event tied both worlds together was in one world you fell into a lake and that killed you. But since death is awakening, how the micro tie with the macro is in another world, you was waking up when your mama poured water on you. It's just like sometime I had nightmares as a child. And right when the fucking monster about to kill me, guess what I noticed? That's my mama smacking on the damn bed real loud instead of him hitting me with something. And these two worlds was tied together, and that one event was translated equally to both worlds to get me in and out of them. A series of events that's tied together. So on one way, a person is just losing their body. They getting old. It's like their body just falling off of them and they withering away. It's nothing the doctor can do. And when at the end of their life, they wake up from this table and realize they was being unwrapped and they was calling it death. So it's two events tied together. As they're being unwrapped on a higher level, on earth, they getting sick and can't nobody save them. It's their time, as we say. And what time is it for them to be awakened up here? And once that start up here, you see what I'm saying? That these events gonna be tied together. And as you bleed out of one reality, you fade into another one. Just like I said, a lot of times you dreaming, and soon as you collide with something or you fall off a bike or you do something, that event will be tied to you waking back up in the bed here some kind of way. And it may be a haunt, like in a dream, it may be a motherfucking creature yelling real loud at you in a nightmare. And you may wake back up in your bed in this world to horns honking real loud outside. And them two sounds and events will tie together for one reason, to open up this Stargate, which is why when they talk about this Stargate, it's tying the past with the future. Like us creating a portal is us reenacting the Big Bang, where all this events, right, will be tied. That's what the North Pole is. It's tying together all these events to one point in time, like I'm trying to explain here in a dream, when somebody pushed you off the cruise ship into the ocean. And you so fucking scared that the moment you fall in the ocean, because your worst fear is being in the ocean at night, like mine. So if I'm on a cruise ship at night enjoying the dark ocean, some crazy man push you off it, boom. You so fucking scared the moment you hit the fucking ocean water, you instantly wake up in a whole nother world where somebody throwing water on you saying, hey man, time to go to work. And you say, yo, think about this dream I just had, man, that I fell off a goddamn cruise ship, bro. What's up, man? What we doing at work today? Right? And you don't know that you literally just died in a whole nother parallel universe and they can't even find your fucking body on the cruise ship. See,
facts, bro. And think about this, right? Like what you just building off what you saying, right? And it's billions sparked off from the first Big Bang, like bah, bust, boom, billions out, right? Sperms, whatever you want to call them. Shout out. Billion of realities, right? And what dreams are is us trying to electromagnetically sink into the other realities of our singularity self. You know what I'm saying? The billions of ourselves, the billion realities that we have, our dreams are a subconscious / or real reality of us trying to sink into the electromagnetic other realms of self. What's good, neighbor? Of ourselves, right? That exist. And it's a billion selves. It's a billion Sanchez's, like you said, it's a billion me, myself out here, some Carters or whatever, right?
And so, all launching their own world around them.
Exactly. And what dreams are, right, is us, because you know how we can't really sync up. It seems like you got to go into a certain type of regiment, or I got to eat these herbs, I got to get this amount of exercise before I go to sleep to tap into my other dream self or the astral plane and shit. That shit's out. Like, yo, the more deep I get into it, I start to realize what you're saying. Like, and what we've been talking about over here is fucking real. It's real science, and all science is doing is proving what we're talking about real. Day by day, that's all they do every year. You got
like it's called like something like peace, bro. My bad, but yo, what you think about like it's called like the Gestalt or something like that, like the Gestalt consciousness. Like so, like if we all connected anyway, and we like somehow connected through our dreams and stuff, like it's like oh, it all ties in with like telepathy and all that stuff like that. I think that stuff is real, but like for real, like it goes in like what you were saying. Like I don't know where I was going with that, but like. Yeah, I mean, man, I lost my train of thought, man.
Like electromagnetic. Yeah, I feel what you were saying. Like the telepathic.
Because we all connected through dreams and stuff like that.
Yeah, without us physically being or thinking we connected, we are.
Like bro was saying earlier with our relatives and stuff like that.
All right, so, hey, check this out, y'all. Let me break down. We was talking about Kanye, right? Y'all, you want to do y'all hit the like button, hit the share button. I'm finna go deep with this shit now. I'm talking about no reaching, straight up revealing some deep shit about Kanye that I know gonna fuck y'all up with his symbolism. And I got the etymology on deck. Hit the like and share button. Let me open this folder back up and get into it. Hold on a second though. Here we go. So check this out. Y'all, I think this part going over y'all head. Look at this artwork right here. Look at Kanye in the top right corner. Now hear me out. This what's gonna make it all come together. The name Kanye is 2 words. Can, like a soda can, and ye. And guess what? I'm going to break them both down to you. And when I do, it's going to blow you the fuck away. Now watch this. Let me grab another image real quick. Can and ye. Keep that in mind. Now watch this. If you look at where can ye at, he inside of a can. Like the can is really what the pharaoh in, the tree of life or the burning bushes, the aura. That's what's canning you in. That's what got you like carbonation. He said it earlier. That's what the can of soda is all about. Watch this, right? Now, this may sound like a reach, but being canned in is right here. Look. Can. The can in the middle of this is the can, man, the Sandman. Check this out. Kanye. Now, guess what ye mean? Ye is another name for like God, or it's another way to say D or L. You know, in Spanish, L-E-L is T-H-E, which is the word for the or thou or L. Same thing. So when you say ye, the etymology for that is thou or the, which is the name of God. We know Yah or ye, right? So a can, God in a can, or a star in a jar is how you get the genie inside the lamp. So the can ye right here, y'all. Kanye showing you of how the genie get in the lamp with all its images. Now tell me this shit ain't mind-blowing. And I just thought about this shit when I thought about his name. Because the ye is dealing with light. Ye is dealing with God. And if you put this God or this L in a can, candle, Kanye, you can start playing with this etymology and see exactly how you're just saying a genie in an urn. And on an esoteric level, this would be higher gods from a whole nother universe entering this body, doing symbolism on the earth to let the other initiates in this universe know I'm a god, I'm not a human. Like I'm a fallen angel, like I've hijacked the human body. Remember we talked about body snatching earlier. And like when these humans get on a high fucking level of power and they get into bed with the devil, demon possession happen to where when we talk about soul selling, these folks agree to let their body be possessed by a foreign entity, and when that entity get in their body, they all act the same. They go to flashing symbols everywhere that we never saw them do till they got on this big level. They go to throwing up sits, acting weird, alter egos. They be in the news every day like Kanye. It becomes a ritual, like a clown show, clone show. And you see what I'm saying? So it's almost like when you get so high up in the world, they got the more that they give you, the more they gotta control you. So imagine becoming a billionaire just to get all that money and for them to tell you, hey man, you gotta let us into your body now, man. For you to get on this level, you gotta allow us to possess you. We wanna dwell inside of you. We're gonna extract, upload your consciousness into boom, 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 this computer or whatever over here, and we're gonna basically take it from here. And everything, matter of fact, all of your dreams, everything you ever wanted, we have an alternate parallel universe over here, and you can live out your life as Kanye West, where you will continue to supersede Michael Jackson in sales. You will become president of the world and all that in this simulated universe. And so the real Kanye will have his dreams come true, right? He can go rule the world, but in a parallel universe where they run in this simulate, they copied this world and edited it to where Kanye and rewrite, like they call it, writing the prophecy out. They'll write him out like the dude in the Matrix said. He said, put me back in the Matrix. And when you put me in, I want to be rich. I want to own the world, because they can do that from the other side. They can make another little copy of the universe, put you in the copied little parallel fake world, and in that world write you out a scenario where you end up ruling it and all that shit like that. But see, that's what I'm saying about living out your dream. You literally dreaming, though, is what you living out. When you wake up from the dream, you realize it was just the Matrix, like the dude eating that steak. So what I'm saying is to live out your ultimate heaven, everybody can't do that in this world, which is why Jesus said when you die, everything, all the shit gonna be, you'll fulfill it there, but in the afterlife. But what I'm saying is this, and I'll yield the flow. You probably reach a certain point with this occult shit where you get your own universe. And that's what I'm saying about where they say, okay, man, we're going to upload you in this universe. In this universe, you rule it. You the god of this shit, boom, bam. And what we'll do with your body on earth is put in, we got another spirit or consciousness or even AI. We'll let them run on out your life here on earth and, and all that shit. And that's when we go to saying, he been cloned. That ain't him and shit like that. And a real person going on. And then this is probably the history of demon possession. So the genie going in the lamp and see one snail can leave its shell and another snail will crawl inside of that shell. And that get possession. Like I'm saying, you may reach a point of this occult level where you find out these folks are like body snatchers going in and out of where they can occupy each other's body and shit. May sound crazy, but they show you this in movies and shit. And you probably got spirits from other dimensions and shit that when these folks ascend, these spirits in these other dimensions, they get to go in Kanye body and live out his life, and to them, that's their little heaven, while Kanye go to a better heaven. And they come, and See what I'm saying? So I'm just giving you a bunch of scenarios and I'm gonna end with this. The name Kanye literally translate to bottle, genie in a lamp, a can light is what Kanye is.
Thank you, bro. Hey, yeah. And that's what I was saying. Like, literal is light trapped in a bottle. It's common sense or consciousness or thought trapped inside a container. And literally, the Idris Elba new movie, because Idris Elba he played Prometheus. He was the captain or the navigator of Prometheus, which was the last Alien movie. And we all know about aliens, Ridley Scott. And he was also the last genie. Like, it wasn't Will Smith in that trash movie. The last genie movie was Idris Elba, played one of the most famous white lady actors. I forget her name, of all time. One of the new age, Oscar winners, right? So, like, when they talk about jinn and what a jinn is, Idris played that for a reason. And it goes into the whole thing about them not choosing real niggas, indigenous niggas, but they choosing foreign European niggas to play our main leading roles, right? But that's a whole nother story. But the jinn story, right, about the energies in the bottle and you getting those wishes, the one wish is you can't, like, in the movie, like, remember when we was like, all I wish for is infinite wishes? The first thing that nigga said was, you can't ask for infinite wishes. I was like, yeah, that nigga Bro Sanchez just said that shit. We was just talking about in the new movie with Idris. And I was like, oh, and that, shit.
They be listening, man.
Yo, hey, my nigga, I'm telling you, right?
See, because I done cracked the Rubik's Cube and watch this shit, right? Like, I was thinking about how when you think of the word can, right? That's what Kanye's standing inside of on his image. That's why I'm saying he's personifying himself as canned light in science. That's called a star in a jar. That's what he's doing here. And he got the two priests surrounding him like I was showing you here, you see? Wrapping the light in the body. So he's dealing with some esoteric knowledge that I was telling folks, this dude he ain't sleeping.
He ain't playing. He's not playing. And like when a lot of people pretend like, hey, that boy right there, Gemini right there, my nigga, like me, my Gemini. I'm born on the same day as Trump. Y'all look it up, Flag Day. Shout out to Flag Day in America. America, 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 America. But hey, outside of that, right, to all the Gemini, that energy of the polars, the Freemasonry, the free, that energy is of something that they manipulated and programmed just us to fear. That energy is of not giving a fuck about how other people receive it or take it or do what they give it all away for free. All the information we can ever obtain, give it away, give it away, give it away. The people that do that, they slaughter off, they burn alive, they torture to death. And then they build false religions around it. And so I've always been raised in that understanding of knowing what religion is, right? So whenever I hop on here and I'm like, I'm a true believer and I keep fucking, it's like, yeah, I love fucking with people, but it's like, yeah, absolutely. Because the true believers know why we're against the whitewashing or the bullshitting or the fakery or the fuckassery, whatever you do, the bullduggery.
True.
We not with that shit because we want to give away the truth and we're speaking it, and that's all. Literally, the translation of spoken truth is gospel. But yeah, y'all got it.
Hey, check
Preach,
this out,
brother, and everybody else for sure.
Check this out. When you say can, that's the root word of canine. That's the root word of cannon. If you look at where Kanye's standing on this picture, and like I told you, him on top of the Magic Mountain and shit, that's a cannon. And if you think of the shape of a volcano, it's the shape of a canine teeth, and it's the shape of a cannon. And I'm just trying to do a little etymology here with y'all. And so we say a candle, and this looks like a candle. The flame on top would be the ball, and then this part would be the melting wax part, burning down and down. That's the ball, melt the wax. With the ball, it's the flame, and boom, boom, boom. So when Kanye, the candle, right, right here, the can of when you dealing with when you say canal, you're saying channel, and we know what a channel is. So then you got Kabbalah right here, you got Kanye here. We going deep with y'all tonight. Basically, hold on, let's go back here. See, another thing I wanted to point out was hold on a second. And if anybody want to come in, you can. I'm just building. When they said we were born into the bull, or we went into the bull, yeah, we went into the bowl. The bull is the bowl, like the word bull is also bowl. And if you look at the bull, it's shaped like a bowl. It also shaped like a Baal, which is the name Baal, the god Baal, which is what, and so that's what I'm saying, you know. And also, last but not least, when we say canu, dealing with the root word can, Jesus and the Vesica Pisces. Look at this image in the church. Jesus busting out of this thing is literally the same imagery of the Pharaoh inside of his canoe ship. And then if the Pharaoh is making his journey through the boat, they gave you Christ passing through the Stargate, which is another way the Pharaoh just put himself in a boat and went through the canoe, which is the whole thing. Now watch this, right? When you say a canoe, you see these 4 balls around Jesus with the 4 gods around him. Let me show you. That's the 4 corners of the earth. And what do I mean by that is this, look. See, when you get in a canoe, in order for you to work the thing, you need at least 2 or 4 people to control the paddles and rudders, and it will make a pattern similar to this or a bird with wings. So if you look at the 4 points surrounding Jesus, then that's showing you how all the energy got to be balanced out in order for your starship to be pointed toward the North Pole, which is why they say be balanced. Everybody, all of the people paddling this boat got to paddle evenly, because if the man on the right paddling more than the man on the left, then the ship gonna turn. So back in the day when they had people paddling them boats like that, they had to be in synchronicity like a team. They had to become one. So the concept of becoming one, the concept of synchronicity, I'm showing you all right here. It's the knowledge of how to travel in the Merkaba. But also you can see that's the Jesuit cross as well. And just speaking of Kanye, here's how we can tie that all together with what we were saying earlier about the Dogon and all that about Kanye on the mountain as well. But yeah, this is just some stuff to think about it, like just to pick your brain and shit. Here go more Kanye artwork right here. Like he called himself Yeezus, and Yeezus is literally the energy he's embodying on a sacred geometric level, Yeshua. You know what I'm saying? So that's all. Yeah.
And bro, and that's the type of trip shit. It's like, yo, this nigga talking about some crazy ass fucking metaphysical science that is pissing people off, because it's like, yeah, slavery was a choice. And it's like, slavery was a choice was, you know what I'm saying? It's like, nigga, shut the fuck up and pay attention. And like, just everybody shut the fuck up and pay attention. Don't worry about what I said before or after what I'm saying right now. All everybody got to worry about is shut the fuck up and pay attention, right? And from that point on, everybody pay attention. And if we pay attention to what is, if we pay attention to what this type of art, because he's just one artist of many speaking the truth. Because we're speaking the truth right now better than Kanye is speaking.
You know
Kanye's not on the. You know what I'm saying? Listen, like Kanye's not on the level we on.
What's happening is Kanye is speaking what's called occult language. And speaking the truth would be deciphering the bullshit and clowning around that he doing. And lean people to vote for Trump and all. He ain't breaking no knowledge down.
Facts. fact.
So
That's
the
what I'm
fact
saying.
that
You right.
I gotta come and kick the knowledge because he's doing the ritual, the symbols people don't understand. I gotta make the people understand it. That means I'm teaching, he clowning. So just because he know what I
You right.
know, don't mean he teaching it. And once again, I gotta correct you on that. Once again, these folks are not teachers. They ain't teachers.
All right, listen. They not. That's what I'm saying. They're artists. Now, what I want people to understand is the difference between you and them. And what you right. I ain't even got to explain it. You just explained it perfectly. He is somebody that is not a teacher. He's an artist. We're breaking down the artist's interpretation of their reality. We're teaching the truth of that reality. And so I just think that a lot of artists, or what we call artists, have not been on this level for so long that we consider this type of artist a genius, and they're not. You see what I'm saying? He's not a genius. It's just been a while since we had an artist like him. It's always been soothsayers or prophets like us that are speaking about and breaking down the realities of the system and the matrix, right? But there's going to forever be artists around forever. And everybody's going to have artists they like or dislike. You're not going to like the song. You going to like the song. You're not going to like the art. You're going to like the art. Not you. I'm just saying in general.
I'm saying.
Right, yeah, you got. All right, go ahead.
The whole thing about this shit is like who we like and dislike ain't determined necessarily by a person's talent and shit. It's some songs I sang every day and that I like, but I hated them at first, but they just come on all the fucking time. So what I'm saying is they can make another Kanye tomorrow. Never forget that. These folks in power definitely like that Beyonce Irreplaceable song.
Facts.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I never give credit to these too much credit to these puppets because I know like a lot of folks are put. A lot of folks are put in their fucking positions due to them selling out. So I ain't gonna never equate that just to their talent because they'll tell you it's only 10% your fucking talent. I want to talk about that other 90 because that's what really matters.
The truth, exactly. That's what I'm saying. The truth sayer, the soothsayer, the seafoods, right? The sages, the mages. We are that. We're not just the typical artists that just put out and we regurgitate what we see. Because artists really just program and put out what the stimulus gives them. But a true sage or prophet deciphers what's given to him. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I love this channel, because we decipher what's given to us. Kanye West is just an artist. But I want people to never forget that art imitates life and vice versa, right? So how deep we going into whatever it is, sometimes it's because of the artists that are out there just putting out their opinion about shit. And so that's all I'm gonna say. Y'all got it.
Yeah, so look, y'all, one thing I want to say earlier when I was saying the word Christ, it's the word crease. This image will show you too. Like if you open a book up, the deepest part of the book when you open it up in the middle will be the crease or the binder part, in the middle of that triangle. Think of that like a corner, right? Like whenever we seeing this holographic human shit, this projection, think of a photo, red light, blue light coming together to make reality in a picture. They got to put them both together. So when we see this triangle projecting the human, that's this corner or this crease. And the dude with his arms out is the Christ or the result of the crease or the Christ. When we said Christ on this triangle with his arms open, or he's on a mountain with his arms open, this is what the Christ represent. The resurrected mind, but it resurrected inside the body. It can never die. It can only transform. It'll keep resurrecting based on this knowledge here. But check this out. So the knowledge is the knowledge of Christ or crease, because life unfolds in the center, which is what I'm showing this collage here. Your mama and daddy is the red and blue light that makes the photo develop, just like a old school photography development. That's what the MasterCard is. The gateway to the earth is them two DNA strands coming together. This is like red light, blue light mixing up to give purple light, and that purple represents the reality outside. Like the culmination of both of those, like in this instance, you got red and yellow making orange. But what this is showing is mama, daddy making child, or sun and moon making earth, you know, in this whole fractal code of duality. And in the middle where they both merge and meet would be where everything manifests. This would be like the pineal gland in the middle of your brain that shapes like an acorn or whatever. So the word acorn got the root word of corner, which is this angle or angel, with Christ personifying the crease, which is an angle, a corner, a acorn, the corn. See what I'm saying? Children of the corn, all of this shit. So the fact that Jesus was born in Canis Major, it's an offshoot that he's canned inside of the Taurus field. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, this says a lot right here. Like when we talk about Kanye, for example, like Kanye, right, really is embodying the liberal and conservative aspect. People may think he's just Republican, but you gotta remember, Kanye's values in his music and Rockefeller was all liberal shit. Now, people may want to debate that, but the same way Bobby was on me about my idolization with Nas, because I didn't want to see that Nas was rapping street shit. But yeah, all of these rappers got to, you know, give into the gangster street image, tough guy image coming up and shit. That's just part of leading us astray, you know.
A little bit, bro. Hey, a little bit, bro. But It Was Written is one of the greatest albums ever put out in the history of humankind. DJ Vlad hated on that shit for a reason specifically, because It Was Written starts out with was it Jimmy Lee getting whipped and beat to death by the Crackers, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you see what they did to Jimmy Lee? And then It Was Written to start off, right? And then the beat start. Vlad hated the beat selection, but that's one of the greatest beat selections ever in hip hop history, right? So it let but look, like what I'm saying is, I get what you're saying. I get it.
You just
outside of that, right?
Cut me off though, but yeah.
My bad.
Go ahead. I probably was being long.
My bad.
No,
that's my bad. All right, look. It Was Written is one of my favorite Nas albums. That was my point. So I don't agree, like certain things. That's the, like, if anybody disagrees with the greatest Nas album outside of It Was Written, then
man,
I'll argue that forever for life.
Let me get the mic back, man. Yeah, you're on the greatest albums, and I'm trying to. Yeah, you threw me off. I'm trying to go. Hold on, let me finish this shit. So look, guys, Jonah coming up out the well, right? Trying to be funny and shit. Jonah coming up out the well, like what we see here. This would be like them spitting out one of the Pac-Man ghosts that he eating up, and then spitting them back out in the belly of the beast. Let me make my point. Remember when I showed you the God ball mounted on a triangle? That's what all is representing. Quetzalcoatl coming out the serpent mouth. Check this out. Here go Master coming up out the tree of life. He emerging out the human, out of this tower. And this is the concept of Jonah coming out the well and all that. And so Kanye standing in the middle of here is saying, beam me up, I'm ready to be beamed up and out. And once we start seeing this kind of symbolism, Kanye changed. He changed. And so I'm just saying about how, like, this whole body snatching concept we was talking about, possession and all that, something to think about. That's all I was saying. When we see Jesus coming up out of this little Stargate right here, that's no different than this dude here coming up out the tower. All of this represent the same thing. Rebirth up out the portal. The porthole is the North Pole. Porthole, North Pole, porthole, portal, porthole, North Pole. But check this out. Even if you look at this image here, they all the same thing, is what I'm saying. They all the Jonah coming out the well. And so that's what I'm saying is, if Christ ascended, but he was also, yet he lived, how can that be? Unless his body kept walking around and his spirit moved on. That meant that his body would have been a zombie, a clone, a false version of him, an antichrist, and that the true Christ would have said, man, y'all will meet me in heaven when y'all die. That nigga walking around who got everybody saying he has risen, that's like the new Kanye with the MAGA hat on. I'm just saying. But,
hey, let me respond to that.
Yeah, no, you got it, man.
Now, the true Christ, just like any real nigga that's out here trying to speak the truth about what your true self is, not the flesh, right? That's what they tortured off, and that's why we had the opinion we have of that person, because that's the opinion they wanted us to have. Now imagine what they could do to your teachings and your knowledge, right? Or my teachings and my knowledge, or anybody else teachings and their knowledge.
What can they do to
it? They can turn it into what they want. That's what I'm saying, my nigga.
Not my shit.
Listen. All right, okay, all right, got not just. All right, you the only one they can't manipulate their knowledge after you go on 1,000 years after you go.
You can't.
I get it. All right, okay. All right, you can't.
No, they can't. I'm telling you that the way I'm laying this truth down, I don't understand how you have to give me an example. I ain't trying to be a prick.
I get it. There's no way possible that the people that are teaching public education can turn your understanding and your knowledge into something weird 100, 200, 400, 1,000 years from now. There's no way that can happen. Even though I'm being sarcastic, I know there's a way that can happen, because that's what history is.
All I'm saying is just give me a way, that's all.
Yeah, no, I know. So what I'm saying is, when we take anybody's understanding or preaching, or what they give us is their understanding from 100, 200, 500, or 1,000 years ago, is just their understanding of what they want to give us. So what we have to take from what the brainwashing or whitewashing is, we have to read between those lines. When we do that, we was on the path, man, bro, we was on the path of crazy ass knowledge and upbringing, like just 30 minutes ago. Then we got back to hating Christ and everybody pretending like Christ was a white person with golden locks.
Let me say one thing, because we kind of getting off track. What I want to say is this, man. The way I'm laying my knowledge down in the time of Revelation and Aquarius, they cannot fuck with this. And they gotta reset this whole shit with this generation. You know why? Because check this out, right? They've told so many lies and tried to hide this so long, getting to reach the climax point of no return. Well, if you look at the way people breaking this knowledge down today, the best they can do is silence them, censor them, block their videos. They ain't gonna debate you publicly. Even though they debate now, they just gonna say you stupid, the flat earthers are dumb, laugh at them. These folks cowards. They ain't acting like people that can take my knowledge and flip it around and make it something else. Because if they can do that, they would have been debated me. They wouldn't be acting scared like that. They wouldn't be fucking trying to silence it, censor it. No, just take it and rearrange it, make it something else. You see the way I'm teaching this shit, the way I got all these collages, I can put this up on the screen and not open my mouth, and somebody gonna figure it out. If I just was a different brother Sanchez who made collages and played music to them and then say no words out of my mouth, this one collage on the screen would say so fucking much for me, and I ain't gotta talk. Somebody figure it out. If I just flash through if I did like this, right? Let me show you for example. If I did this. If I took this collage and I brought it together with this collage. Now listen, watch what I'm about to do with this. I'm about to go into, we talking about Christ with all this, right? Look at Christ. Now everybody know what the inside of a mushroom look like. Why am I bringing that up? Because look, let's I'm going somewhere. Watch this. Look at Christ. Hold on. Shit. Hate when my shit freeze up. Give me a minute. I'm about to go deep though. Watch this. Look at Christ on this image. Why is Christ's head surrounded by this crown of thorns with them spikes? That's the Statue of Liberty. You know why? Christ is the stem to a mushroom. This is why Christ wears a shaman hat, and the top of that mushroom, the toadstool. This mushroom is what I'm tying into this figurine. If you can look at this dude's head right here, up under that mushroom with all them spores going, it'll look like Christ down here at the bottom, with like a dude with an umbrella on his head. And that's what it'll look like with his head in the middle of the cross. See, without me saying that, though, I wouldn't have to teach none of that. If I just flash through there, somebody will say, hey, y'all, I just figured something out. You see them lines on Christ's head? Bro, that's the mushroom shit. It's pictures of Christ with mushroom. A nigga would do that without me. Tell me I'm lying. Y'all do it all the time.
That's what I said at first. You're right.
And guess what? And guess what I say when y'all do it? I said that before, and that's just my ego letting folks know. I gotta let them know. Yeah, you waking up to what I said, but that's what I'm saying. I don't think they can. That shit gonna be hard. I ain't saying it's impossible, but they rather just silence your shit, just ignore, just make fun of his shit. You know. It's too intricate. It's too, like, that is very, these collages here, what they're bringing together on one part is revealing, like this, right? When they say that Christ represent our journey in the earth. Now watch this shit here. I'm glad I brought this picture up. Look, here go the earth in the bottom left corner. Why is the dude wearing the fucking earth like his body? I told you, the world outside is the clothes around our mind that got us kicked out of Eden. You know, like when you close your eyes, you surrounded by darkness. The soul closed its eyes and it became surrounded by this world, which is darkness expressing itself in the form of false light. That's what the physical world is. That's why they said most of this material world is made of dark matter. So, if you look at what this represent, Christ is the personification of he's what Christ representing is how we living inside of our own mushroom cloud, but we're calling it our aura. Now check this out. Here, this dude in the top corner with the he's basically one with this mushroom. That's showing us inside of our own simulations. The mushroom cloud is an explosion. So the light of our conception was all of us is our own beginning of a new universe or a big bang. Each person that is what we call human, you're made out of genes, a DNA, and your genes is the light inside the darkness. And this whole sacred geometry is the mushroom pattern that I'm showing now. The genie in the lamp, the genie is the light, the lamp is this dark house it's in. And that whole relationship is the yin and the yang, and the mind inside the body. And this is the continuum. So basically, energy living inside of an explosion, and the explosion pattern expressing the invisible energy that's expanding outward from the point of impact. That's what life is. And the body is the expression of the energy. Just like the tornado that we see ain't real. The energy is invisible, but how that energy manifests in our world is a tornado which start tearing shit up just like a bomb, just like an explosion. It's the same Big Bang science. So manifestation, root word man, and you can see that's dealing with explosion, and that the mushroom cloud literally resembles the human with its arms out like Christ and shit, with the cloud being the brain and all that stuff. So, and all the way down, so forth. So that's why I'm showing this. So remember when we talk about shamanism and they wear the shaman hat, because the root word of shamanism or shamrock is sham, which is some fake. So the shaman hat is saying the hat we put on and enter like the simulation, the fake world, the illusion world. The root word of illusion is ill. We're fallen angels, we fail ill. And that whole thing about being casted, people that have an injury, being judged in jury, court, right? That's the earth stage. Being casted and you know, healing and all that is all right here. So yeah, the shaman hat dealing with, you put that hat on, you inside of the sham world. Or this, you know. You know, y'all can definitely chime in with me on that. But yeah, that's why Christ's head is on the cross. He got this shaman hat on, and this what it looked like under it. Even on that salt bottle, the person carrying that umbrella. Yeah, I ain't gonna go into that shit, but yeah, we can, you know.
Yeah, umbrella court, Resident Evil, DNA manipulation, you know, the free vacation. Y'all chop it up. Y'all got it.
Because when you cut a light on, all of the rays expand like what we see here. And that's bodies, and that's Christ saying, I'm chopping my body up, giving it to the 12 disciples, because the 12 zodiac are basically representing the 360 of life surrounding the earth, the carousel of life. And the lighthouse is spinning, and each ray of light is projecting a different zodiac in the sky, and then it's turning and it's creating the ages. And when Christ is Chronos, showing how time is separated at the North Pole, and him chopping his body up is basically time created at the North Pole and being split into time zones. So 12 zodiac, 12 major time zones or whatever, however, 12 o'clock, 12 midnight separating a day is all dealing with Christ being the one splitting time. He represents 12 o'clock on a clock, and that would be the point where split the night from day and AM, PM, all that. And this would be the knowledge of voltage, which is dealing with amp knowledge, and that's basically what you spelling when you spell AM, PM on a clock. The clock is dealing with a big energy machine. That's the secrets of generating voltage, but with dealing with amplification and all that. So that's what the earth, this is no lie. So look, if you think about this, right? Jesus said, I'm the light, and the light is separating itself into rays. When it shine, it spread out in rays. And then that is saying, Jesus saying that I'm the source. The light starts off at me as a whole ball of light. But when they go to shining out, it's split up. So all the food in front of Jesus is whole. But Jesus got to break it apart and pass it around him like this lighthouse is doing. So yeah, I believe we totally understand that. We can for sure move on. So this is the whole thing about what the Maya was trying to teach. Like we see them with a mushroom hat on. They was trying to teach about the human aura around the body, just like this right here. We can I gotta shut down, y'all. My bad. I'm fucking man, much love. Y'all know we can do this shit. We can do this forever though, man. You can go on, take your time, and yeah, I ain't gonna rush y'all out of here, man. Go on ahead, take your time, say whatever you want to say about this stuff, man, and I'll shut it
You
down.
already know it ain't nothing, bro. Hey, you know, it's over with. When we chopped it up about what we're gonna chop it up about, we broke down what the true understanding of Christ is, or the crystallis, or the crystalline being. Quartz is a crystal. We talked about what crystals are. What I forgot about was the rainbow. The reason why red quartz or rose quartz or whatever, right, is related to emotions and heart and, like, cupids and love and shit, because it's red. It's one of the sacral. It's one of the lowest colors of the spectrum. When you go up through the colors of crystals and what crystals mean, and why we hold the meaning that we hold it, certain beings and prophets are given a certain type of color or understanding, or a certain, hue. And so when we talk about the most white, like when they're clothed in white and they're gleaming so bright that you can't even see them, is because they're at the top of the spectrum. And the top of the spectrum have a certain type of frequency and energy, just like purple. For instance, green. I'm gonna shut it down. Green, for instance, if you have any emeralds or jewels or rocks or whatever that are green, that represents the earth. Earth represents the greenery, the money, the economy, the earth, the more grounded things. The red stuff, the orange stuff, the pink stuff represents love. The more passionate shit, the more, when you get red, when you get emotional, people turn red, right? When you want to think about the upper echelon type of crystals, you think about the purples and the blues. The purples and the blues are the upper echelon. They're the darkest. They're the concentration of all things. So they comprehend all things. So they have the understanding of those things. So that's why those type of crystals, considered like amethyst, they are a comprehension or a composite of all things and all energies and frequencies. When you get to the yellows and the whites, though, the citrines and the citrines, or whatever you want to call them, right? The yellows, the oranges, and the whites, and the quartz, the pure quartz. That's what they use in phones and computers. That's what holds the most information, the see-throughs, the clear jumps. And so I just wanted to throw that out there for people who are confused about what crystals mean. Crystals mean whatever.
You're right.
Yeah, but yeah, y'all
and
got it.
that kind of go into what I was saying earlier about how our true self is like this crystal ball that's mounted, and it ain't nothing in it. It's just reflecting the world around it, inside of it. And the color crystal, it can reflect the world outside to the innermost depths, because by being clear, the world around it will be reflected totally all the way through it, versus it being a color, it'll be limited. It won't really reach the core like if it was pure crystal. Totally got you on that. Good stuff. And we gonna get up out of here like that, man. Salutes to me, myself, to everybody that joined the call and even said what you said. I was hogging the mic, so I appreciate y'all for, once I get,
bro.
It was a powerful build. I'd rather learn and speak and throw you off. You feel me? I've been listening the whole time. Shit, appreciate you, bro.
Hey, man, much love, Tristan, man. All of y'all know y'all always welcome back, man. The energy is phenomenal, bro, with the family over here. So salutes to everybody. And I'll see y'all brothers on the next one, man. Much love to y'all.
Much love.
For sure. Hey, man, I do want to thank everybody that supported the show. Y'all really don't have to, because the content is going to be free anyway. And you could be like, well, that nigga ain't going nowhere, so fuck donating. But you don't. You support. And I want to say shout out to you guys, everybody that hit the Cash App. I should go and get my phone and call y'all names out. But see, I told y'all to donate so we can keep the show going longer. And now I really got to go. That's kind of the flip side. But look, trust me, man, if you donated, next show when I started, we're going to really be shouting folks out who hit up the Cash App. Appreciate the people who hit up the PayPal and who join the Patreon. People always give me flack about these long shows, but I ain't gonna lie, man, y'all are awesome with the support. So hey, man, if y'all like it, I love it. And this is my dream of radio coming true. Long hours on air, as they call it. But man, it was a pleasure.